should be directional. It shouldn't matter, but
Yeah, no.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to NorCal Regionals, hosted by FinalCut TCG. A stream brought to you by TalkGA, a podcast on anything and everything Grand Archive. I'm your host, Mark, from SolarGames, and joining me is my co-host, co-caster, JimTheEternal. Jim.
Yeah, hi. Pleasure to be here. I love the TalkGA intro through line. Quality content. If you're not watching them, you should be. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be a heck of an event. I'm really excited.
Yeah. And just, for a little bit behind the scenes stuff, Jim and I were kind of chatting right before this. We have all the players seated now, and they're kind of getting ready. We're getting the stream match set up for you guys very, very soon. But very exciting. We are sitting by the top tables, which means I can just feel the excitement.
Oh yeah,
right?
It's going to be electric.
Yeah.
Once things really start getting going.
Oh heck yeah! Are you excited about what's going to happen today, Jim?
I am very excited. I actually really like the Northern California meta. I think the players that are here are very strong, and I think we're going to have some great games to show off.
Preach, brother. Yes, I agree. Northern California has always been really, really fun. I also see some SoCal invaders as well. Not biased here on the stream at all, but NorCal defend. We will hold the wall. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to a lot of really interesting matchups. I mean, honestly, the PTM meta has been just very interesting so far, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Very diverse. There's a whole lot of different kinds of decks that people are playing. And I think a lot of people are bringing new things to the table, right?
Oh, heck yeah.
Every big event, we see more and more innovation.
Yep.
We see more and more changes to the meta, more and more variety.
Yep.
And, there's an argument that diversity is not the same as meta health.
Yeah.
But I just love seeing so many different people able to succeed with so many different decks. There's a lot to be said about people being able to bring what they love and being able to compete at that level.
Yeah. What do you think about the deck revivals? So, I mean, I'm thinking, the one deck I'm thinking about is, Nico. I see a lot of Nikos now, right?
Yeah, with Sablemere, the new Proxius Vault card, that's very, very cool. And this is a thing that Weebs has been committed to, right? Yeah. Which I really like that, I really like them being like, okay, well, this deck isn't doing as well. Let's give it the tools that it needs in order to be able to participate in the modern meta and kind of see what that looks like. So, yeah, if we see more Nico out there, I'm very excited. I'm absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cards now, I guess, that allows you to play banned cards. It's kind of fun. Ice Band Slam. You got some... I'm assuming no one's really going to play a Spectre Alice.
No.
We're not going to see that today.
I mean, okay, so I've seen some Spectre Alice. Yeah. No, it is a real deck out there. The problem is completing even one game in regulation time. Yeah. Alice is so good at putting your opponent off, but not very good at closing out the game herself.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a struggle. Yeah. And the Ryle, right, the Mantle of the Abyss, I think, the card for Fire Alice, is a really neat addition, right? Being able to play that banned card, like you said. Yeah. But it's got this problem where Vial of the Abyss is amazing on turn 1, and maybe
Yes.
not as good after you've done a couple of materializations.
Yes.
Still, I think, potentially good in Spectralis.
Yeah.
And, Spectralis is its home,
Yeah.
right? I haven't. I've heard better things about Sable Mirror, for sure.
Yeah, I think Sable plays a little bit more smoother.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's like the turn that you wanted to Icebound Slam anyways. You're going to be grabbing the mirror and then right away just doing your damage. What about other meta decks? I mean, I've seen, for example, Fractal's really coming up, doing really well in multiple events recently.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I think Caben sort of popularized a new approach to Fractals, a different list that people have been sort of taking advantage of.
Yeah.
Personal experience, I took almost that list card for card to a Store Champs and did very well with it. So
He
I'm
got
a fan.
one. Okay, guys, he won. He won that. It did very well. He means he won.
I'm not here to toot my own
He
horn.
just mocked everybody else. Like, hey, check it out, guys.
I'm going to let you do that for me. But yeah, Fractals, I think, is a very powerful deck. It's one of the decks that can take advantage of a very high influence, which is something that we've been seeing a lot more in the current meta.
Cool. Yeah, and I think we're just setting up our first match here. It's going to be a Water Diana versus a Wind Ciel.
Very exciting.
Yeah, very interesting. So I'm assuming it's going to be like Aetherwings then for Water Diana.
Yeah, for Water Diana is definitely going to be this sort of Aetherwing approach. Aqua Mirage's Whisper is, of course, the major card for this deck, right? And that combined with Weaving Mana Stream gets you almost a never-ending stream of float that you can use to bring out all your various materials and take advantage of some of the more aggressive cards that you have available.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one card I love in this material deck is the Palvar Sword. I've seen this card kind of come up in the meta a lot more recently, and it's a very punishing card. And it honestly it has the ability to really change a lot of situations where you do want to get rid of somebody's graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this is actually a really neat inclusion into this deck. The kind of the newer iteration of Aetherwing Diana is the inclusion of this Cheshire Cat.
Okay.
So Palvar Sword and the Inert Sword makes a huge difference in terms of the aggressive options that you have available.
Correct. Yeah. But otherwise, I mean, pretty straightforward, right? Ways to get distance in this deck and then be able to load a bunch of Aether Wings in and then just punish your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So a lot of good options, a lot of great options for this deck. Of course, the Wind Ciel deck, I think, is very interesting. We haven't seen a lot of Wind Ciel. There's been a lot of Fire Ciel and a bunch of different variations.
Yeah.
And a little bit of Water Ciel is sort of the more controlling version.
Right.
Wind Ciel, I'm expecting to be sort of more mid-range, have a few more attacks, maybe take advantage of Ace in here for some big hits.
Yeah.
So this is going to be really interesting to see how this deck plays out.
Yeah, and if we look at this deck, right, obviously you're going to have like very ally focus. The Windmill Reclaim is super real in this, right? Stifling Trap to kind of control your opponent a little bit more. But otherwise, like, you have a bunch of allies that are going to stay on board and never leave. For example, Shimmer Cloak Assassin and also the Cat, right? Both being stealth, your opponent's not really going to deal with it, easily. But otherwise, really taking advantage of that Guardian element as well. The Guardian class, being able to do a bunch of more things. And let me see Inert Sword. So one thing to watch out for in this deck is the fact that Inert Sword is not just a 2/2 weapon, it will be a 3/2 weapon because the Guardian class bonus will get the +1. So it can swing for quite a bit. And again, you'll see it has the Looking Glass. I was going to just say the Mirror. And of course, Power Sword, right?
Right. And we're actually seeing a ton of different attack cards in the main as well. Heavy Swing, sort of the stereotypical attack for Guardian decks like this. But Vanguard's Reversal is something that I haven't seen in very many decks. Sort of a slightly smaller Heavy Swing, 5 for 5 instead of 6 for 6. But a lot of different ways to get these attacks, which it sounds like is going to be sort of the CL plan of make those omens, get those cards in there, get that advantage, and then start swinging for the fences.
There's one card I see in this list that I really, really like seeing coming back. That's going to be Eternal Magistrate. What do you think about Eternal Magistrate in this list here?
Oh my god, Eternal Magistrate is such a pain to deal with, and it's such a fantastic way to put your opponent on the back foot.
Yeah.
I think we're moving straight into gameplay, so we'll see what this match looks like.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and really with the Eternal Magistrate, right, if you're able to kind of get Eternal Magistrate out there, imbue it, that's really going to punish a lot of the level 3 decks, right? They're not going to be able to Dungeon Guide. They're not going to be able to do a lot of things that would take a card from material deck directly in. They have to kind of do it the proper way, right? No cheating in this game. So that's really fun.
Yeah, definitely a way to slow your opponent down, which is, I think, one of the it seems like that's going to be one of the key components for this deck, right?
Yep.
If it's kind of playing this sort of very fair game of attacking over and over and getting incremental advantage that way, then anything that it can do to slow its opponents down, especially against a water Aetherwing deck, like that's going to be a huge struggle, I think. The Aetherwing deck is very aggressive. So we'll see whether or not the defensive tools that the Ciel deck has available will be enough to compete with what's going on here.
Yeah. Kind of fun too, right? So like recently we had a adjustment to the ban list with respect to unmake duality, right? And then the ability for this card to basically just like draw a bunch of cards really early on. I think in this matchup, especially because of their material deck, both of our players here will probably actually be keeping their Looking Glass on the field because they actually have cards that they need to be able to enable with those Looking Glass.
Absolutely, yeah. The materials, the distortions that they're going to need to be summoning, all of the different swords that they have in their material deck, that's going to be a key component for both of these decks. So maybe an unmake duality here and there, but definitely not first thing.
Yeah, looks like Kevin's going to be on that Wind Ciel, and then our other player, H Lane is Clang.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
On the Water Diana, pretty straightforward, right? Water, get the Archer out, and then pass.
Yeah, this is a fascinating start. Getting this Crystalline Archer out on the board, I think this indicates a little bit of a bricky hand, because normally what you want to do is you want to go distant.
Yeah. And
using the card that you've gone distant in your materials, or in your memory, in order to pay for the material cost of going to level 1.
Yeah.
A Crystalline Archer on the board here, not able to take advantage of this on-attack trigger for it, is definitely a little bit of a slower move, kind of spending a card just for the sake of spending a card. We'll see if it ends up doing what he wants it to do. Of course, Kevin going with the Beseech the Winds here and just immediately moving into level 1 CL. I'm sure this is not what Klang wants to see.
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot of health to try and chew through.
Yeah, that, and also, get the Omen started early, right? Basically, normally you wouldn't even be able to do this until next turn. Kevin's already gotten first Omen in, so this is going to start getting kind of punishing because, again, with CL, especially with the Omens, it's just going to be a lot more damage and capabilities and abilities the longer the game runs. So getting that early, getting that advantage in speed is absolutely critical.
Fascinating to see both of these Fairy Whispers too. That's a lot of early game kind of glimpse to look for the cards that he's trying to take advantage of here.
Yeah, for sure.
So Hlang getting actually that first attack in with the Crystalline Archer. I think this is only 1 damage though, because no floating memory available.
Yeah.
Spending this first Materialize on Inert Sword, so not going straight to level 1, not going for that Aetherwing as the initial Materialize. Does this say Cheshire Cat to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Cheshire Cat, right? So, like you said, level 1, the other options seem more reasonable. The other option is maybe there is a fear of allies, and there's allies that, maybe Helen wants to go and remove. Maybe that's why the sword is out or so early. Yeah. And
Kevin definitely showing off the allies here. We saw a Shimmercloak Assassin being revealed for this Windmill Engineer. So I think the jig is up. I think Klang knows what he's playing against at this point and can probably make appropriate decisions. He knows he's going to be seeing some allies. He knows because it's CL that he's going to be seeing some attacks. So if he's going to be defending himself, it has to be kind of on the board level.
Yeah.
And the other choice, of course, is aggression. But how do you chew through a Guardian's health pool before he kills you?
Right. I mean, also, Kevin also thinking a little bit more defensively here. He wants to probably keep this Windmill on board, so he's holding Deflecting Edge in hand, along with, of course, that Reclaim. So at this point, this is one of the best, wind plays that you can do here is just be able to reclaim your Windmill Engineer, and then effectively play it again, get extra value, and also get the floating in yard. There you go.
Yeah.
Imbue again. Show the 2 cards, and then be able to draw another card. So. Yeah, Kevin's actually going up quite high in influence by doing this. Yeah,
this is such a good source of repeating advantage for Wind. This is kind of one of the things that Wind is famous for, the Wind shenanigans, being able to consistently replay your allies for extra value. Windmill Engineer, of course, the poster child here, and definitely contributing to, as you were saying, the massive influence advantage that Kevin is already displaying.
Yeah.
Playing not... The Water Aetherwing, not necessarily known for getting that kind of influence, but can definitely build up over time depending on the cards that it pulls. A lot of the a lot of the Aetherwing, the Ether charges are influence neutral.
Yeah.
So allow you to kind of spend a card without spending a card, getting that extra damage, getting those glimpses. And once he starts getting more floating memory into the graveyard, we'll really see the influence skyrocket at that point.
Yeah, and I noticed, is that a Weaving Mana Stream already in the graveyard there?
That is in fact a Weaving Mana Stream, and that is exactly the kind of thing that he's looking for. Weaving Mana Stream, of course, a card that allows you to use the floating memory and then reuse the floating memory afterwards by loading it into one of your Aetherwings, shooting it, and it ends up in the graveyard again, and then you can, of course, use it again for floating memory.
Yeah, what a great card, right? It's one of these, like, just kind of like free loop card, and it's interesting because this card, you actually kind of want to keep it in your graveyard, effectively.
Yeah, and you can definitely reuse it over and over once you start getting the materials in order to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and there's the cat, like you said earlier, too.
Yeah,
it's coming in.
This is exactly the kind of aggression that Hwang wants to be showing here. He wants to be able to do some damage. He wants to be able to get some just get some attacks through to potentially force Kevin to defend himself.
Yeah. So this is where, again, so playing against Win is tricky, right? Because of Thurible. You want to tell the audience what Thurible does?
Oh my God, Thurible is the card that Hwang doesn't want to see.
That's right.
Thurible is a backup charger that you can also use to remove cards from your opponent's graveyard.
Yeah.
And it is very, very threatening to any deck that wants to take advantage of their graveyard. And, of course, Aetherwing Diana, absolutely one of those decks.
Yeah, exactly. And then really interesting, too, right? This is also going back one step about the cat. Now, with the cat out with the inert sword, right, the ability for the cat to gain the attack power of the weapon that is distorted, that's what makes that cat, even though on paper it looks pretty benign, a very powerful ally to be on board. And it's impossible to deal with because it has stealth. And so Kevin's going to use his other option, which is Dream Fairy.
Yeah, speaking of impossible to deal with.
Yeah.
Dream Fairy, also a stealthy card here, and prevents the Cheshire Cat from being replayed, which is a huge problem here for... we have some actual names for these players. iLuvBotes versus KDiPas.
Yeah. And if you look at what's happening here, too, the other thing that's really nice is I guess it's going to be a battle of stealth because KDiPas is also holding another stealth. I think he's thumbing it. He's thinking about playing it because I think it is good to lay down some board, especially now that he's seeing this is going to be Aetherwing. You know, what's the way to deal with this?
Yeah, this is a fantastic... Ooh, no, he's taking advantage of the Thurible instead. Really wants to get rid of that Weaving Mana Stream. And I think this is absolutely a valid way to play this. You know, not worrying too much about how much aggression he's putting in, but just keeping his opponent off of the things that give them their incremental advantages.
Yeah. Is against a Diana deck, is there ever a chance maybe that you would wait just a little bit longer and see maybe more water cards or bait more water cards into the graveyard before you pop the Thurible?
So you definitely want to hit more floating memory if that is an option that's available to you. But in this case, this is the perfect thing for KDiPas to do because it prevents the Weaving Mana Stream specifically, one of the more powerful sources of floating memory that is available to the deck. This turns off the floating memory. It also turns off the automatic load for the Aquamirage's Whisper. So if iLuvBotes doesn't have another Ether charge in hand, then this potentially keeps iLuvBotes off of that attack, and the Aquamirage Whisper is such a powerful card for this deck. You get, whenever you attack, you get glimpses, you get an extra mill off of it. Well, this is the premier engine for this deck. So preventing him from getting that extra shot off potentially is a very, very powerful move here for KDiPas.
Yeah, exactly.
And what we are seeing is, in fact, no shots available. Aquamirage Whisper staying home, and iLuvBotes coming in with that inert sword.
Well, the target, iLuvBotes tried to target the Dream Fairy, not realizing stealth, and Kevin quickly reminded stealth. See, this is why this card is so good.
Yep.
You can't just easily remove it and play your cat again.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that Dream Fairy is going to be sticking for quite a bit, I think. If we take a look at iLuvBotes' material deck, do we have a source of True Sight there? Because I don't think we see a Seeker's Aetherwing.
As long as they haven't been attacked.
Yeah, if this is the standard, Water Diana, they're probably going to only have either one or two Aetherwings. If they're going to use Power Sword, they're probably going to cut the other Aetherwing out of it. So I don't think they would have the third Aetherwing, which is the Seeker one.
Yeah, no.
What about the sideboard, though?
So if we take a look at the sideboard, no additional Aetherwings in the sideboard either.
Okay.
So sources of true sight are going to be few and far between.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of options here. Charge the Soul does hit for 1 damage, but trying to get that into, the 1/2, the Dream Fairy, is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So I think unless he wants to aim a Carp Song Coda at the Dream Fairy, which seems like a little bit of overkill, I think his options are Suffer.
Yeah, exactly.
But of course, gameplay continues. We are looking now at KDiPas coming in, and is that a tactical retreat there? Seeing the tactical retreat come down, so a source of distant for iLuvBotes, as well as a defensive option, ending the combat.
Yeah.
And potentially setting up for maybe a bigger hit this turn. At the very least, as a source of floating memory,
Yeah.
we're going to see that immediately turned into a card in hand.
Yeah.
Either via something like the Ranger Strides or one of several other options, the Flash Grenade or the Smoke Bombs, also able to get a card for a card.
Yeah. Do you think in this current stage, iLuvBotes should focus on maybe the field? Because this board, the Ciel, Ciel board is getting a little scary, right? Obviously, they're all just mini allies there, but, again, having 3 allies out now, they're able to almost overpower pretty much any ally that iLuvBotes can even put down, right? And
Yeah,
they're
that's
just going to
true.
constantly get value beyond the board, just dealing 3 damage, 4 damage, and really putting a clock on your opponent.
And we're already seeing 4 Omens for our CL player.
Yeah.
So 1 more Omen, and he'll start turning those attacks into card advantage just
Correct.
directly, right?
Yeah.
Every attack drawing a card.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a really difficult position for iLuvBotes to come back from.
Yeah.
We are seeing just the attacks here. So once again, the Aqua Mirage Whisper not getting used, coming in with the Inert Sword, cracking it. So the Cheshire Cat not going to be able to do much here. I mean, with the Palver Sword, the Cheshire Cat still has the potential to be up to 3 power.
Yeah.
But that's not a lot.
But he has to figure out a way to clear that Dream Fairy. And like you said, right, you peeked at his Materia deck, you peeked at his main deck, and even sideboard. I'm not sure if iLuvBotes has a way to deal with that stealth.
It sure doesn't look like it to me.
Yeah.
Retaliating with a Frostborn Paladin, I think, is his best option.
Exactly.
And that's not a really good option for dealing with a Dream Fairy.
And this is where, basically having the Dream Fairy on for Kevin here, KDiPas, he effectively has locked out 1 single card from iLuvBotes' deck, unfortunately. And it's a pivotal one, too. I mean, it's honestly the one that was able to do quite a bit of damage early on, and he needs to because Ciel has quite a high health pool, even as a level 1 champion.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of damage that he's dealt already, 9 points, is decent into a Spirit and not great into the 20 health pool of level 1 CL.
Yeah, yeah.
He's going to need a lot more than that in order to actually close this game out. And it doesn't look like it's coming together for him. He's getting 2s and 3s here for his attacks when he's hoping to hit, a decently sized attack off of the Aqua Mirage Whisper with a bunch of either charges, getting that big glimpse, being able to set up his deck for a future attack. And instead, what we're seeing is the completely defensive move of going distant, activating this Flash Grenade as kind of the best resolute stand you will ever see. And only just in a position to prevent damage to himself, which is a good start for now, but he's got to be able to turn this into a more aggressive setup for a future turn. And without starting to load up that Aqua Mirage's Whisper, he doesn't really have a good way to do it.
And look how many Omens we have. I believe the last part of the Omen actually now, the activates, right, with 5 Omens?
Yep, 5 Omens, and now he has +3 on every attack and a card draw every time he attacks. So every turn, that's just going to be an extra card draw, even better than Merlin. This is twice as powerful as Merlin here now at level 1 CL.
I know. Very sad right here as a Merlin enjoyer. This card just getting constant advantage. Yeah.
Well, we have the Ranger Strides coming up for iLuvBotes.
Okay.
And he needs to be able to turn this into an attack.
I mean, it is range 4, so that is quite a bit of damage. And obviously, being able to kind of just combo those things together, that could still be a really strong attack. Now, in on the other hand, right, Kevin actually has no way to kind of defend in this case. The allies, while there's numerous of them on the board, do you see a taunter there? Is there any way to intercept?
Yeah, no taunt, no intercept. I think we have a deflecting edge in hand for Kevin, but while that might be able to hold off a lethal attack, it's not a particularly big defensive technique. Although, you know, in the face of a Ranger Stride's distant enabled attack, that's not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, exactly.
If we end up going in with just the Aqua Mirage's Whisper, you know, kind of the default attack with the Aqua Mirage's Whisper, right? You get one Ether Charge in it, so that's 1 damage. You get another damage from the Whisper itself. You get another damage from Diana being distant. And that's, you know, 3 damage by default, which is Glimpse 4 Mill 1, which is the kind of setup that iLuvBotes is going to need in order to build up to a bigger next turn. But I guess we're seeing the Frostsworn Paladin come down here, which is a nice drop. This is going to be some decent defense.
Ooh, and immediately stifled, right? And this is the way to counter it. That's why he was holding this in hand the whole time, because Frostsworn has a on-enter effect, right? So on-enter, right, after the card actually resolves, it will then look in the graveyard and then be able to banish a card with floating memory. If it's done, then Frostsworn Paladin will get a buff counter, +1/+1, as well as draw a card for the player. But if you can stifle the ally on enter, guess what? The Frostsworn Paladin doesn't do any of that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like we're going to get a restart because of the... yeah, it sounds like we're getting a restart, and we'll go back to the gameplay momentarily.
Yeah.
So what do you think about each of these players' odds so far at this position in the match?
I think Kevin is in a really good position right now, right? Kevin is actually, if sometimes, you know, with GA it's not so clear, but if you look at the board, if you just look at what Kevin has set up already and look over at where iLuvBotes is, you're kind of seeing exactly what you're expecting. Now, with the Frost Paladin on the field, though, this is going to help iLuvBotes a little bit with defense, but again, this Frost Paladin is just a 2/3, so it's going to be fairly easy for Kevin to kind of get over that, and then again start putting more pressure and damage on iLuvBotes.
Yeah, and we're even seeing the defensive allies for Kevin right now, right? Unrelenting Warden coming down on that edge, so a 2/3 taunter because of the class bonus.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So a lot of Kevin in a kind of commanding position here. That stifling trap definitely sort of prevented iLuvBotes from drawing himself back into the game, and with a much smaller interceptor, the 2/3 instead of the 3/4, it's a lot easier for Kevin to get through that. I think
Kevin might go for the kill here.
Yeah, could very well.
I saw him signaling counting a little bit. He also popped a smoke bomb on the Paladin just to get around it. So all the allies are going to go to face now. I mean, he's making 9 damage. He's already representing 5 on board. He's going to arm more, which is going to swap a card between, Okay, Vanguard's Reversal is going to, I think that's representing 5 damage on it, if I recall correctly.
+3 from the Omens.
Yep.
This is an 8 damage hit.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 more from the Warden,
yep.
which is, by my count, that's lethal. I'm not good at math, but I think 20 is more than 19.
Yeah, and iLuvBotes currently has 1 card in hand, right? 10 damage counters, so it's going to put him at 18. Warden swings in for 2. I think that will kind of seal the deal.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like Kevin is maybe looking at maybe a different play. No. Okay,
I mean,
there we go.
Let's not prolong the pain anymore here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But honestly, like this is quick, right? So this is pretty straightforward. iLuvBotes going to assess his situation here. Think about what happened that last game. Look at the stealth allies and understand that, hey, there will be a Dream Fairy. So how can I play this game? Maybe potentially without the Chester Cat, go a little bit more aggressive with the Aether Charge like you were talking about earlier, and then maybe just start pounding. Because here's the thing. While that game looked like, you know, towards the end it was a little bit one-sided, iLuvBotes did push in like almost 10 damage, I think, against that Ciel. At one point, at multiple points in the game, iLuvBotes actually had higher damage counters on Ciel than the Ciel on the Diana player. Yep,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think from iLuvBotes' perspective, that game was a brick.
Yeah.
That was a really not the start you want to see with Aetherwing Diana. You know, you really want to start off going distant, bring out the Aqua Mirage Whisper ahead of time and getting in those early shots, getting the ability to set up your deck. So without that for the first couple of turns, he was definitely on the back foot. And it actually doesn't look like anything in his sideboard is really going to change his game plan. Nothing in that sideboard feels like it's going to be really important coming in this match. We might see maybe an Unbroken Mustang or 2 come in, since that's something to help deal with any weapons that might be on the opposing side.
Right.
But the Fracturizers already exist. So I think if there's going to be any sideboarding, any real sideboarding done here, it's probably going to be from Kevin's side.
Yeah, yeah. On Kevin's side here, I mean, honestly, I'm trying to think. maybe one more Dream Fairy, because honestly, he's realized probably by now that iLuvBotes has no way to deal with his stealth. So a Dream Fairy coming in, really locking down opponent Cheshire Cat is going to just reduce quite a bit of damage coming at his face. Aside from that, I mean, if you're dealing with Aetherwing, like, do you run more defense options here, or honestly, maybe it's more of a rushdown, right?
So I think if he has a lot of experience with Aetherwing Diana, he'll probably be bringing in more of these defensive options. Tariff Ring, absolutely huge in this match.
Okay.
I don't think Nullifying Lantern will matter that much.
No.
Oh, no. It turns off Carpsong Coda. Carpsong Coda requires a water beast in order to deal its damage.
Oh, that's
so
true.
Nullifying Lantern, potentially a really good include here if he knows what to expect. Veiling Breeze also potentially very important, since it preventing the damage from the Aquamirage's Whisper means that he doesn't get the glimpse off of it. As opposed to something like the Unyielding Wraithguard coming in as a taunter, just soaking up that damage. That still gives iLuvBotes that glimpse, that deck setup that he's really looking for to turn into a more powerful attack on the next turn.
Yeah.
That said, any defensive option is good when you're facing an aggressive deck like this, if that deck is going to be aggressive. So I think a lot of this depends on whether or not Kevin expects the game plan to be more aggressive than what he saw, or whether he's anticipating a similar pace of play to the game that he just saw right now.
Yeah, I guess this is also fair that, he didn't see the entire material deck. He also doesn't know the sideboard. So he could be thinking, hey, there are options to deal with my stealth. But honestly, if he feels pretty comfortable doing that, he can actually deploy a lot of stealth units fairly safely. That last game, I didn't see him play the Shimmer Cloak Assassin, right? And that Shimmer Cloak is actually quite strong on the field because it's just going to be putting 2 damage on your opponent constantly. Yeah, especially if their opponent doesn't draw the Frostborn Paladin, right? The only defensive option against these stealth, effectively.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is going to be based on the tempo of this match. We saw in the previous match, KDiPas was in this position to be the aggressor, which is, I think, not what either of these players would have expected if you asked them going into the match. So if we see that kind of same pacing of play again, then stuff like the Dream Fairy in order to deal with the defenses, or Shimmer Cloak Assassin not able to be killed is a great source of tempo advantage, a great source of damage for KDiPas. But a lot of it is going to depend on whether or not he feels like he needs to be defending himself more than being the aggressor. And I guess a lot of that is going to be dependent on what kind of start we get out of iLuvBotes.
Yep, and we're going to have a pretty strong start here already. It's going to be, again, right now, without any of the class bonus, right, it's just a 3-2-3, but 3-2-3 is pretty good for Kevin. And then looks like iLuvBotes just passed.
KDiPas went first?
I believe so, yeah. And then iLuvBotes, I believe, just passed all cards in hand, 8 cards in hand.
Okay, so iLuvBotes really valuing that extra card draw then if he gave first play to KDiPas.
I believe that's what happened, yeah.
That is fascinating. I'm really intrigued to see whether or not this works out for him, because giving KDiPas the materialize advantage feels a little bit counterintuitive to me. But he must have a game plan in mind. And we are, in fact, seeing those Unyielding Wraithguards coming in from the board, still sitting in the memory for now. But whoa.
Yeah. Kevin's just going to start off with basically, poor man's Icebound Slam. 5 damage for 5. It's pretty straightforward, right? Yeah. Gain distance, reduce a little bit of damage, but,
Yeah, I think without the class bonus, the tactical retreat not doing a whole lot. Oh, no, it doesn't require class bonus. Okay, so the class bonus is just a floating memory, actually. So that prevents the damage completely. That's very good. Yeah, it just ends the combat.
Okay.
What a card.
Nice. What a card. What a card. That's the way to do it.
Yep. And this is definitely, I can already see this is the kind of start that iLuvBotes is going to be looking for. Going distant, going to level 1, bringing out Aquamirage's Whisper as his first materialize, almost assuredly going to be loading up an ether charge of some kind during his... I stand corrected. No ether charges coming down during Recollection. But maybe we'll find, is there a slow ether charge that kind of fits better here? Most of the ether charges are fast. So if we're not going to be seeing an attack here, this is kind of a frustrating position, I think, for iLuvBotes to be in. Once again, kind of stymied from getting his setup.
Yeah. But it's just like what you said, though, right? I mean, last game, he wasn't able to do this as a turn 1. It was a lot slower. But this game, it looks like a lot more like he's in the right place.
Okay, the one slow ether charge, Drown in Ether, coming down here, getting rid of the Unrelenting Warden, And that seems pretty strong. This seems like a much better position for iLuvBotes to be in.
Yeah, there was a little bit of interaction here too, right? So Drowning Aether going in for, for the -3. Kevin, of course, tried to go for the favorable winds to add 1 more health to the Warden, which was, I believe, negated. So, yes, it worked. It pushed through.
Yeah, it's
And that's
just a lot of interaction happening here.
Yeah, it's pretty good too. Also, the other part, which is because it was negated, it's actually put into banishment. So you're not going. Kevin actually lost the floating memory also on that favorable winds.
Yeah, so definitely a favorable interaction for iLuvBotes.
Correct.
Yes. Less favorable for KDiPas.
Yes. and I can see Kevin's not really happy about that situation with the hand on the cheek.
Yep.
But here we go. We're going to start punishing these water players here. We're going to censor their yard. So all these cards that are water are now going to be norm.
Yeah. So another notable difference this match between the previous one is we're not seeing Ciel come out yet for KDiPas.
Yeah.
So we're not seeing the start of that buildup of Omens.
Yeah.
So we're not getting as much of that kind of attack advantage for KDiPas as we had in the previous game.
Yeah.
So the tempo is definitely in the other direction. iLuvBotes very firmly in the driver's seat for this match, pressing the gas. KDiPas maybe trying to hold him off a bit, trying to set himself up to be able to go to level 1 CL, but taking his time building up to that position, playing a few defensive cards here, and definitely just trying to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, speaking of defense cards, we got another Warden coming down, right? And obviously, my apologies earlier, not the Lantern, a Sensor, was able to disable all the abilities of the cards in the graveyard. This is pretty strong because it's going to make sure that your floating memories don't work. But there's quite a bit of stuff that iLuvBotes is going to be using from the graveyard, and now all those abilities are nullified effectively.
Yeah, turning off Weaving Mana Stream is such a huge deal.
Yeah.
And turning off all the rest of the float, I mean, obviously great for you.
Yes,
so
yes,
it was a really, really strong play by KDiPas.
Yeah, looks like Kevin has many options to deal with that graveyard, in addition to the Thurible, right? So.
Yep, Thurible and Sensor together, match made in heaven.
That's right. You are not playing anything from that graveyard for value.
No. Yeah, just completely disable everything. I'm expecting the Thurible to come out once we see a Toad Troll, actually. Yeah. I'm expecting the Thurible to not matter too much, given the presence of that Sensor. But the Toad Troll still is an active threat in the graveyard, turning on those Carpsong Kodos. So that's probably a thing that KDiPas is still watching out for.
Do you recall if iLuvBotes is running a Crystalline Mirror in the deck to be able to take care of this Sensor?
Yeah, Crystalline Mirror, unfortunately, is Cleric class bonus.
Ah, that's right.
So definitely not going to be able to get that effect here.
I see.
Yeah, it's such a great card, but it is very specific in terms of what matchups it can work in. And this matchup ain't it. We are seeing the level 1 CL from KDiPas, and just immediately into the big attacks. He's really got his game plan kind of lined out here, right? We got the Vanguard's reversal immediately on turn 1. We've gone to CL1 before even getting any Omens now, just immediately breaking out that heavy swing, and he's just ready to swing in.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, you know, the game plan here, right? Do as much damage as possible, do it as fast as possible, because, you know, part of what you've realized here, too, is that on iLuvBotes side, I mean, you know, if you can put a player in the back foot, right, they're going to be a little bit, they're going to have to, like, look for their different options here, right? And I think, again, being that Kevin is in that wind allies type of situation, you know, being commanding position and keep pushing damage is probably the right play here.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting way that he's got his board set up. You know, he's got the defensive allies sort of holding down the fort, while his champion goes in for that extra damage. That's right. Which is, you know, this is kind of not the way you usually see it, right? Most of the time, the allies are the aggression, and the champion is maybe just sitting back, kind of building up resources. And no, we have the reversal here with Ciel. Yeah, that's great.
Now, Frostborn Paladin is down.
And this would be a fantastic card neutral play if it weren't for that Sensor.
Yes.
But alas, Frostborn Paladin is now a vanilla 2/3 with that intercept, though. So potentially being able to hold off a little bit more damage from KDiPas, since he seems to be relying on these bigger champion hits, and one intercept is enough to kind of put paid to that for at least a turn. Yeah,
that's right. Now, Frostborn Paladin, it's in an interesting position here, right? Because does Kevin have any other ally in hand?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He has a Taunter.
Exactly what we've
he has
got.
the Wraith Guard, but otherwise, I mean, Ace in Wraith Guard.
Sure.
You could potentially, this is probably a really bad play here, but you could potentially go in with the Warden, pull it back with the Aeson, and then Aeson to finish the Frostborn Paladin and not lose your Aeson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We could. Yeah, there's not a lot of good sources of small damage to try and chip out the Paladin here.
Right.
So if he goes in with the 2/3, that's gonna just get intercepted to kind of no avail.
Yep.
And then the Aeson on its own kills the Paladin, but there's no way to like profitably get the timing right for those two attacks here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if we saw the Ace in this turn, although it looks like KDiPas is thinking about that Wraith Guard, just really building up the defenses here. Nope, just moving straight to the end step, setting up another Omen, and building up towards a bigger attack in the future.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have iLuvBotes going distant, reposition, a fantastic card. The floating memory, unfortunately, not going to be useful here with that sensor on the board, but definitely making him distant, so potentially setting up for a big attack on his turn.
Yeah.
Although he does still have to get through that 2/3 taunter.
That's the problem, and I think this is why Kevin did what he did, right? To basically leave the taunter up, and then basically he didn't, do anything with the ally in the last field. Didn't try to clear the Frostborn Paladin in preparation for this, especially with that Ranger boot still on board. It could be a little scary, right? Range +4. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage. And with that distant, though, we actually, with the Pulver Sword also coming out, distant plus the Pulver Sword is enough damage to just attack the taunter and get rid of it.
Correct.
So we'll probably see that attack here. We can maybe get a little bit more damage out of the Frostborn Paladin, although with 10 damage already marked on his champion, iLuvBotes might value the defensive abilities of the Intercept more than the offensive abilities of the 2/3.
Yeah.
But of course, a lot of that is going to depend on what comes out of iLuvBotes' hand. And here we see that Cheshire Cat. So this is a great source of 3 damage if the goal is to get rid of that taunter.
Yeah, and this is probably why the Power Sword was played here as well, right? To be able to get the Cheshire Cat out. Now, what's the right play here? Is the right play to clear the taunters? I mean, obviously to get damage in, right? So, but I guess maybe the question is like how to. Yeah. Okay. So Cat's coming in against the Warden. Am I right?
Cat's coming in for the Warden, and that's going to clear the way. That's going to enable a much bigger attack for the champion because we still have those Ranger Strides out.
And it has enabled Kevin to be able to potentially stifling this cat and kill it.
That's true. Yeah, the extra damage from the Retaliate. We might see the Stifling come down and get rid of the cat.
Ooh, but Stifling Trap is a skill or a spell?
Stifling Trap is a skill.
Okay, so it will go through?
Yeah. So it will go through the Spell Shroud. Most likely, though, we'll see this cat just get sacrificed for a 4 extra damage because the cat has the ability to copy a distortion effect. And the Ranger Strides are sitting right there.
That's right. So the second part of this cat normally doesn't see play much, but it is an option.
Yeah, and in response to the Stifling Trap, if your cat's going to die anyway, might as well turn it into 4 damage.
I wonder if he's copying it.
Yeah, let's see if he spots that play, because this is a massive amount of damage. If he goes in for, what, 4, 8, 11 this turn?
Jeez.
That's 1 point away from lethal?
Yeah.
Given that the Frostborn Paladin is already attacked? Yeah, okay, yeah, not quite enough
also the
to
Ranger
get through here.
seems like he's already swung with the Deanna as well, that's why.
Okay. Oh, so this is after the swing, so the +4 doesn't make a difference.
I wonder if we could have ordered this a little differently, maybe,
maybe.
to get it. And I don't know. I didn't quite catch the sequencing of the play. I believe they kind of just rushed through it a little bit. Basically, I think what happened was the cat came in, right?
Right.
Kevin let the damage go through to the Warden, and then Deanna swung. And then Kevin did a stifling.
Yeah, and that makes much more sense as kind of the play pattern here. So no way to get that extra advantage from the cat.
Exactly. Yeah, because, again, Deanna's already swung, so the damage is already checked. Now, Kevin's also gripping his own cat, so that's going to be the play here.
Yep, cats are equal opportunity employers. Cats for everybody here.
That's
so
right.
we have a 3/3 cat for Kevin as well off of that Inert Sword. Very strong ally here.
Yeah.
Definitely making its presence felt on both sides of the board.
Yeah. And very powerful here, right? Of course, with the Inner Sword and the Omen, that just basic swing by Ciel is actually 4 damage without any other cards, without any other attack cards in intent.
Yep. That Frostborn Paladin getting cleared by the cat, and then Ciel coming in with the Inert Sword. Just massive damage here. and putting iLuvBotes in a very tenuous position. Only 5 life left before iLuvBotes is out of this game.
Yeah.
19 health on that level 1 Diana. And this is really tenuous. This is really a fragile position. He's kind of got to make an attack here that will prevent KDiPas from being able to attack back. And given the amount of attacks that we've already seen in KDiPas' deck, that seems impossible. How do you prevent Ciel from coming in?
Well, I mean, I was just going to ask you, what may be the reason for the Bauble of Scarcity there? Was that as a maybe more aggressive option there?
Oh, if this is setting up for a Carpsong Coda, that would actually be amazing.
Right? Hey, I discarded a Toad, and so that's an option.
Yeah, we've got Diana coming in for looks like only 2 damage off of this Aetherwing shot. So this might be the chance to dig for a Toad Troll, actually. Getting to Glimpse 3 off of that 2 damage Aetherwing hit, and then mill the top card after the Glimpse is over, which is just a really, really powerful engine for this deck.
Yeah.
This is exactly the kind of advantage that the deck is looking for. Unfortunately, the floating memory is still not going to be super useful in the face of that sensor.
Yeah.
So no Toad Troll found yet. Carpsong Coda not yet enabled. But that would be a killer
good.
here, yeah.
Good. I think on Kevin's side too, one of the challenges he has is he can get some of these allies slow damage in, which actually he's just representing lethal right now.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
all we
matter.
need is one more attack, and the
swing
sword
with
is
the
still
sword.
on the board.
Just swing with the sword. He's going to do a fancy style though. Here we go.
Yeah. Playing with the Armoire. Wants to make sure that any damage prevention effects that iLuvBotes has isn't going to be enough to prevent the sword damage coming in.
Yeah.
And here we go with that Vanguard's reversal coming in for 5, plus 2 from the sword, plus another 2 from the Omens, 9 damage.
Jesus.
What is iLuvBotes going to do? Present the fist.
Oof, this is insane. I mean, Ciel just does so much damage. It's the ability to, and here's the thing, right? So the Vanguard's reversal, normally it's pretty fair, right? 5 costs for 5 damage, but because of the Servant's Obligation, the ring, not being attacked, grants Ciel taunt every turn. And with that taunt, Vanguard's reversal becomes very, very strong. And this is one of the reasons why I think Kevin, for many, many turns, was leaving up a taunter. The ability to have the taunter there prevents... actually, that's not true. Yeah, the taunter prevents iLuvBotes to go directly to Ciel face, and then the turn after, Ciel would then gain taunt, and then you can do shenanigans like Vanguard's reversal for 2.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
What impressed me is it never really felt like the Aetherwing deck was really in that game.
Yeah.
He had a couple of moments where he was able to be aggressive on game 2.
Yeah.
And game 1, he just felt like he was on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot of options for him to really break that game open.
Yeah.
And I think in game 2, there was maybe room for some bigger attacks, but it just never materialized. The Win Ciel deck kept those defenses up, never really gave him the opportunity to come in for the amount of damage he needed to deal.
Yeah, and you were right about the whole, the boot situation, right? So basically it was like double boots on the board. That could have been a range 9 happening there?
Yeah.
Right? That's a lot of damage and then if you load any sort of Aetherwing into your Aether Charge into your Aetherwing and swing with Diana, as long as you can clear the taunters, right? You were looking at quite a bit of damage. Yeah.
But that's the other problem with Aetherwing Diana is it's not really easy to clear those taunters. We saw Crystalline Archer once very early on in game 1. Yeah. We saw one Frostworn Paladin in each of the games.
That wasn't even buffed up.
Right, wasn't even buffed.
It was the weak Worn Paladin. It's got weak War on the whole time. So, it's really tough, I think, especially when you're facing down not just an ally board, you're facing down a stealthy ally board, that's the aggressive side, and then a taunty ally board.
Yeah. That's such a huge struggle for that water deck.
Yeah.
Cheshire Cat, I think, is a step in the right direction.
It's really good, yes.
Kind of giving you the opportunities to clear some of those more problematic allies. 3 power is really like an important point to be able to get through some of these 2/3s that Win Ciel was presenting.
And and Ciel didn't even play Asen. We didn't see Asen at all.
That's true. That's true.
That's the 4 power. If you can't even deal with 3, how are you going to deal with 4, right?
Yeah. Asen never even hit the board, and it really feels like Asen on that board would have been just like a hard stop sign. Do not pass go, do not collect any more damage, do not glimpse any more cards. Yeah. You're just stuck.
Well, the other thing I was actually really hoping to see, which I didn't see, was the Toad Troll. I just call it the Grandpa Sleepy Toad, right? He's like very lazy. It's like Lazy Toad. I forgot the card's name.
Yeah, Languid Toad Troll.
Languid Toad Troll, yeah. And then so that card, right, in the graveyard, like you were talking about, really enables Carpsong Coda to be able to do damage. But didn't see it.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, oh man, I love the Aetherwing Diana deck. I love the options that it has available.
Yeah.
But stuff definitely has to go right.
Yeah,
You know,
for sure.
and there's a certain amount of being able to make your own consistency with Aqua Mirage's Whisper, with those glimpses, with those mills. But it just never lined up for iLuvBotes. It just was not there.
Yeah, it's really, really challenging there. And it looks like we have our first round winner joining us for a quick interview.
Yep.
He's just sitting down and getting mic'd up. Hey, Kevin.
Hello.
Welcome, Kevin.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Awesome.
So congratulations on your first round win.
Thank you so much.
How did you feel about that match?
Honestly, I was very scared. Both like Fire and Water Aetherwing Dianas are very scary for me. They go really fast.
Yeah, it's generally considered a very aggressive deck. We didn't see a lot of that aggression come out. So was this did this game sort of go the way that you expected with this kind of deck, or was this a little different pacing?
Definitely a little different pacing. I expected it to go a lot faster for them to use the floats a lot more. I didn't get a chance to really use all my taunts that I put in.
Sure.
Yeah, we actually just made a comment about where your ASINs were. I mean, I saw you finger the ASIN a couple times in the game, but you're like, I don't need it.
I don't need
I
it.
can just push damage without it. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. I had 2 ASINs the second game. I was like, he's not doing anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. So tell us about Ciel. What prompted you to bring this sort of seemingly non-standard deck?
Yeah, it's not standard at all. I love wind allies, so I was either going to do something like this or like automatons or balance. But I play against a lot of Ari, and that just wrecks everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, what else can I do that I can still play the traditional wind allies? And Ciel, he hits for a lot.
Yeah.
I used to like playing Tony a lot, but his Foster doesn't really do much, and Ciel can already do that with Servant's Obligation.
Yeah.
And so if they blow up my board, I have a second win con with Heavy Swings and Vanguard Reversals, and that was my thought process.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, it's nice to see these kinds of decks that have sort of multiple prongs to their attack, right? You can go in with the ally strategy, and if they blink that, then you still have the massive attacks from the champion. Very cool to see.
Yeah, and I just want to say I really loved how you played out the Servant's Obligation. It's a card that we don't really often see much, but just thinking about that card and thinking about the combination of that card along with some of the choices you put in the deck really helped there. What is the normal damage output for Ciel towards the late game for you?
I can easily do 11, 12 damage. So I can kill the dragon, okay, if I get there.
He can kill the dragon. Hey,
You can
boys.
kill the dragon. All
Boys,
right,
you heard
I
it
hope
first.
we see that at some point during
Yeah,
this
I want to see the dragon slaying. We're gonna call this deck the Dragon Slayer Ciel.
We'll see.
So if you had your choice about what decks you were going to be facing for the rest of the event, what do you want to run into?
Dang. If it's more like that, that's great. Decks that play for the board, I think I can test pretty well.
Yeah.
Things that go over it, like Diao-Chan or Kiryu too. It's really hard for me.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for the interview.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming by. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you
Good
so
luck
much.
next round.
Yeah.
And I hope we'll see some more of you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Good luck, Kevin. All right. Well, there's our winner for round 1. We're going to be cutting over to a break very soon, and then we'll figure out exactly what we do for, we're going to come back. I think we're a little bit early in the round, I think, in general. Maybe a 10-minute, 20-minute break for other players to finish up, and we have a little bit OT afterwards and see. But otherwise, yeah, stay tuned. We're going to have a lot coming up for, for today. And, of course, we're going to have a lore tidbit. So this is something that we're kind of dropping in for a special brew from the TalkGA crew. Basically, we have a couple lore segments that we're going to be airing between matches. So you do want to stay tuned even after we cut from here to go to break, because you don't want to miss the special EVA lore segment presented to you by EVA Play Stuff. So, yeah, we're going to go to break. See you soon.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. I hope you enjoyed the first round of cardboard gaming that we have prepared for you today. That was round 1 of 7. And since we're waiting for round 2 to start, let me present to you a fun little Grand Archive lore tidbit. Did you know why there are 3 different cards called Excalibur? Warning that much of this is speculation, and this is my understanding of events. Excalibur Cleansing Light is the powerful destruction spell that the character Merlin is looking for as she's trying to blow up the world. But in her search for that spell, she instead finds Excalibur, Cursed Sword, which is being guarded by Nimue, the Lady of the Lake. Merlin defeats Nimue, taking the sword, and Merlin being known as the Memory Thief, she also steals some of Nimue's memories, which take the form of pink Memorite crystals. Those crystals were then imbued into the stolen sword to finally become Excalibur Reflected Edge, which sports a distinct pink crystal sheen. Another fun fact, we actually have a local player here in NorCal named Excalibur, so that leads to endless funny jokes about, oh, how there's so many Excaliburs. We have had him play on stream before for a previous regional, so I'm curious if we'll see him on the stream again today. Thank you so much to Kani for helping with this interpretation of the story. Speaking of Kani, they're actually here at the regional today with a booth offering amazing Grand Archive fan art and custom altars. Their art is definitely a highlight of the NorCal Regional I always look forward to. And along those lines, I'd love to shout out everyone else working behind the scenes to make the NorCal Regional an event to look forward to. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, an amazing game store in Gold River, California near Sacramento that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA, of course with the casting talents of JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the meta-focused podcast, The Korhazi Outlook, check them out, and Mark from SolarGames, one of our TalkGA hosts. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. Coming up next is round 2. Stick around, we'll see you soon.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to NorCal Regionals, brought to you by FinalCut TCG and the stream hosted by TalkGA. I'm Mark from SolarGames, and my co-caster is JimTheEternal. All right, Jim, so we are moving on to round 2. Looks like players are getting seated.
Absolutely.
Any finishing thoughts on round 1?
No, I mean, I thought that was a really good showcase of the Ciel deck.
Right.
Like, kind of a lot of things went his way, and we really got to see sort of the power of the cards that he has available. You know, those heavy swings, the Vanguard's reversals, as well as kind of the ability of the deck to sort of flood the board and really put on the aggression.
Yeah.
So I think that was a good showcase for the deck, and I hope he goes far.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm looking forward to see what else is going to happen here, but looks like, actually, I was told during the break that, like, actually today we're seeing quite a bit of Water Deanna. So my thinking is we're going to actually be maybe potentially casting quite a few games on Water Deanna today.
I'm happy to see that, honestly. I feel like Water Deanna is a very incredible deck. It's a little bit high rolly, but it's also a deck with a very high skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of ability to play the deck to its utmost. So here we are seeing, in fact, a lot of Diana today.
Yep.
And I think the bulk of that Diana is going to be water. If we look at the element breakdown, it's almost evenly split. What do you think about this? 33% water, 37% wind, 30% fire.
I think fire needs a buff is what I'm seeing. No, but I love it. I think it's, players really showing up. I'm actually surprised about 37% wind. I'm checking Tristan here, and Tristan is represented, but it's only about 8% of the meta, right?
Right.
Yeah. But obviously, because probably Guojia, right? If you're playing Kinuryu, it's going to be a water base. Wind base in general. So I think that's pretty much what it's going to be. Also, I want to address, in case there's any confusion on the stream, I know the graphic for Deanna is showing you the old Deanna, the Huntress. When that graphic, it really should show you the Aetherwing, the
new
Diana. Yeah, the new Deanna, basically. Yeah, so just ignore that. It's the new Deanna, very likely water for that 20%.
So we're going to be going into a Tristan mirror, so we're really going to be seeing a lot of the wind representation. Yeah, I think for this event.
Fire Tristan, right? No.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire Tristan, man. You'd love to see it.
I think the one time somebody tried it, it's like, yeah, this is not going to work. But yeah, here's the deck list breakdown here. Fairly common, standard Tristan. Mad Hatter.
Nothing about this is standard Tristan. Look at all these evasive maneuver, dodge roll. This is a wake-up deck.
This is a wake-up Tristan. Yeah, this is very aggressive. Not standard at all. That's why, Mad Hatter, right? You got the cats. What else we have? We have a Dilu as well. Man.
Yeah, this is cool. So this is the wake-up deck is a thing that we've seen a little bit more lately, maybe a little bit less lately, but it kind of was the boogeyman for a brief period.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of seeing, I think, the evolution of the wake-up deck, a little bit more ally-oriented with these Dilus, with these unique humans, and a little bit more kind of a wide spread of options, in addition to the ability to build up that one giant attacker and go in for, 7, 14, 21 with the right cards.
Yeah.
So this is going to be really interesting to see. I'm excited to actually see this wake-up deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the Mad Hatter in this deck list too, because that can really potentially do some crazy RNG and crazy turns, because if you banish maybe potentially the right card, you could be looking at a very strong Ranger Boot combo with a Cheshire Cat, like what you were saying last game, but this game with a very strong range. Looking at our second player here, this is going to be, I'm hoping I'm right this time, standard Tristan, right?
Yeah, this looks standard to me.
All right, stream, don't make me wrong twice.
To see.
Yes. Yeah. Pretty standard right here. Unmake Duality is here.
Yeah, Unmake Duality I think is a good fit for this deck.
Yeah. Unmake Duality is such a strong card. I mean, that's why it's being watched in Category 2 right now. Basically on its door to being banned. But basically, because you always are guaranteed the Looking Glass, it's going to come out, and it is free. The moment you draw Unmake Duality, that Looking Glass says banish, draw 2.
Right.
Yeah, and that's very, very strong. So.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing the evolution in Tristan of all decks from Grand Crusader's Ring to Looking Glass for Unmake Duality, which is a big change.
For sure, yeah. And honestly, I actually like Unmake Duality being potentially, the problematic child here, because I would hate to see the Looking Glass being banned. That card is very, very interesting. It's actually opened up quite a bit of gameplay, and it's one of these URs in this game that has honestly a really, really high floor, meaning like this card on its base is just a very powerful Divine Relic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have first turn for TheOnlyGoodman with the very traditional pass on first turn.
I think actually it's Fluffy Bunny playing first. I believe.
No, Fluffy Bunny got the extra card. I think it's playing with an 8-card hand.
Oh,
so
I see. Okay,
this
yeah,
looks
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
we'll see Fluffy Bunny, I mean, starting off with, the very strong
Right.
initial play here.
Yeah, the purse on board already. Yeah.
Yeah, Purse is a very strong card for this deck. It enables a lot of gameplay. The Suppress ability is just an incredible defensive tool for this deck, and the Range 2 is exactly the kind of thing that you're looking for in order to build up a massive attacker.
Yeah. Backup charger. I mean, potentially, like if TheOnlyGoodman passed, went back to turn to get a backup charger to just backup and then play the hand normally, maybe there's not really any good turn 1 opener. Is that the issue here? Oh, three expeditious opening in hand, right?
Wow, what a fascinating draw. Yeah, revealing those expeditious openings for the Windmill Engineer here, getting that card neutral play. So important for the Tristan player to be able to play cards while keeping influence neutral, intending to go up on that influence over the course of the game. Backup charger, of course, a +1 here, looking to get some additional pluses from Tristan 2 with those 4 prep counters that it'll eventually build up to.
Yep.
So a lot of influence is the name of the game here.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's your classic, right? It's not Windmill Engineer Reclaim, but it is a Windmill into an ASIN. Very, very strong here.
Yeah, this is actually going to be... So I'm fully expecting Purse to go distant here and suppress the ASIN Protector, which, of course, is going to set the tempo back way back for TheOnlyGoodman. No! Just soaking up the hit here with the evasive maneuvers.
Yep.
I guess, not taking advantage of that rest ability for Purse, but that is okay. Moving forward with the Wind Resonance Bauble, of course, perfect in this mirror match, getting that extra card draw. And we'll see what direction he goes from here. Potentially has the ability to build up to a big attacker here, since Purse is already distant.
Yeah.
And TheOnlyGoodman has gone completely hands down, so no defense is available. I don't know that we'll be seeing a win here. Like, that's a lot to ask from a 3 currently damaged Purse, especially without a Ranger Strides on the board. But some damage coming in here, and definitely potentially setting up for a good next turn as well.
Yeah, maybe this is potentially why the suppress wasn't used, because he knows he's going to clear next turn anyways. But I agree with you, that would have been a strong play, especially because I believe the way that the distant will work is he would effectively get it twice, right? If he really wanted to, because it would wake up, and then you could activate the ability because it would gain distance for the entire turn.
Right, exactly. Yeah, distance is gained for the turn cycle until the end of your next turn. So giving your ally distant on your opponent's turn means you potentially double dip on that ability.
Yeah. Well, this other line here allows you to remove the ASIN rather than have to be afraid that potentially the ASIN would come back, basically, right? So if you were to just suppress it and ASIN goes back to hand, TheOnlyGoodman can actually replay it.
Right, yeah, you're giving them those influence neutral plays just right back, right? With the Windmill Engineer and the ASIN and bouncing and very, very powerful, kind of spinning your wheels a little bit, but getting it some chip damage as well, which is something very important for the overall Tristan strategy, kind of lowering the amount of damage they need to deal at the very end of the game with their big attacks like Shadow Strike and really setting them up to take advantage of that late game power.
Yeah.
But of course, we are still in the early stages of the game, and TheOnlyGoodman is actually going to be a little bit concerned about trying to keep himself alive. Tony? Hold on. Do we have the right deck lists?
Well, I'm gonna send that over to the stream table to double check. But I mean, it could potentially be that we have actually the wrong one here. But it's fine. We can still cast. It looks like a dungeon guide, pretty easy with a displace, and that dungeon guide is going to accelerate this Tony into a Tony 2. Unfortunately, for all the ladies out there, this is not Tony 2B.
Yeah, not much of an ability to take advantage of that Tony level 2 on enter either here. Not seeing any attack cards. However, immediately double dipping on the dungeon guide. wow, what a powerful technique.
And
So this is really cool. I don't know if you've seen this before, but playing the Dungeon Guide in order to go to level 2, playing the Displace in order to have the Dungeon Guide re-enter, gain that on-enter again, spending the 4 cards to immediately go to level 2 and then level 3. So we were already on level 3. Neos is enabled, Lost Providence coming out in order to draw the extra card next turn. What a great setup.
Yeah, so it's kind of fun, right? So both these are the new regalia. So we have the Looking Glass and we have something called Lost Providence. Lost Providence is a divine relic, which means you can only have one in your material deck, one divine relic in your material deck of 12 cards. But this one is interesting. It reads like a Grand Crusader's Ring. It allows you to draw a card on Banish. However, it does come in hindered, but the upside is the fact that you can just get it for free. You can materialize from your deck without taking a materializing turn.
Yeah, this is a very cool card because it acts like a Grand Crusader's Ring without costing you the material turn.
Yeah.
You don't have to materialize it. You can just activate it out of your material deck. And of course, the downside of that is you have to have an advanced element activated in order to be able to activate it. It's because of that exalted element associated with it.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting too. It's kind of fun. Have you ever seen anyone destroy a Lost Providence?
I haven't actually, but it's definitely a thing that could happen because it comes into play rested, right?
Yes.
So you have that window to be like, oh no, instead I'm going to do something to it. You're getting denied that draw.
Exactly.
Which is a really rough position to be in if that's where your divine relic is going.
Yeah. Or I guess the more common one I've seen sometimes is the forgetting to Lost Providence when you go to 3.
Well, we're seeing a lot of attacks here. Fluffy Bunny, of course, a bit on the back foot now, having to deal with that massive Guardian health pool. But getting some attacks in, playing some additional allies, and moving over to the Only Goodman side, we're seeing Candlelight Hourglass come down as the card draw material of choice here. And this is a fascinating one. Have you seen this card very often?
I have seen it quite often, actually, but most likely just to cost 1 to draw a card. Very few times do I see the uncharged 2 actually being utilized. Against, obviously, suited is very powerful, but because all it's doing is saying, hey, activated abilities of allies, right, of basically your opponents, now cost 2 more to activate. This is really great against cards like Sadie, and actually really good against Purse. Because Purse's ability to be able to suppress is also an activated ability. Now to do that, you have to pay 2. Yeah.
Well, we are seeing Tony move into kind of the level 3 gameplay here.
Yeah.
So spending some time building up the building up the tokens that are available because of that Tony level 3, and dropping a Dream Fairy here in order to help hold off the tide of Fluffy Bunny's ally assault. So this is a great defensive turn for the Only Goodman, and just taking some time to build up some influence, I think, is kind of where he's at. You drop a lot in order to be able to go to level 3 as fast as he did.
Right.
And now he's stuck in this turn where, 4 influence, got to build up a little bit more in order to have some more options.
Yeah, but honestly, given that he sacrificed a lot to get here, I'm actually surprised Tony has a decent amount of influence already. So this is looking pretty decent. So Tristan's going to materialize. I believe this was the Ranger Boots here.
Yeah, looks like the Ranger Boots. A very important card for the Wake Up game plan.
Yeah.
Trying to build up that big attacker that you can wake up time after time and swing in multiple times. Ranger Stride's absolutely going to be a big deal here.
Yeah, and Fluffy Bunny to imbue here did show 1 second wind, but I mean is that a hint to the Only Goodman that maybe there's 2 in hand already, or 1 more in hand? Or I guess 2 total in influence already. I wonder, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the real sign is that his ally is already distant, right?
Yes.
Making that ally distant, that is a very, very threatening position for a wake-up deck.
Yeah.
So, the Ranger Stride's coming down, so that is 9 damage on this attacker already. That is a very threatening position to be in. Coming in for 9, putting the Only Goodman at 13 damage.
Yeah.
The draft of stamina already on board with the Wake Up. Another massive 9 damage hit. Still not enough to close out the game. 30 is a lot to go through. But here we go. The third attack. 27 damage in 1 turn. And we are moving on immediately to game 2.
If you guys have never seen OTK with this deck, this is what OTK looks like. And this is what I'm saying, right? So remember when he imbued it, and he did show he showed 1 second wind in the memory. I think that's a pretty good signal to his opponent that maybe you know, he has another one in hand already. Yeah.
And the draft of stamina being already on the board from a previous turn, you know, that definitely indicates where this turn is going.
Yeah.
The distant, the ranger strides, the draft of stamina, the second win, all of it comes together for a massive amount of damage.
Correct. Yeah.
So what do you think we're going to be seeing in terms of sideboarding from these decks?
I mean, from I believe from the Tristan player here, right? So like obviously the aggression gameplay is working pretty well. Even with very, very large health pool by Tony, if you have the right kind of play or right kind of hand, it could work really well in the favor. I think honestly at this point, just figuring out ways to potentially push a little bit more damage. I mean, you know, your safeguard amulet, your Viridian trinket are pretty much sideboard options built for probably against a fractal or against maybe like some sort of a spell damage late game. But it really won't come into play here. The rest of it, I mean, maybe we can imagine an Eternal Magistrate really slowing down that Tony and like, you know, limiting the health pool by preventing the level up by the Dungeon Guide. That one turn with a 2 Dungeon Guide or the Dungeon Guide repeated twice would not be possible with the Eternal Magistrate on the board, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, you know, kind of Eternal Magistrate is tailor-made to just annoy your opponent to death. You know, very much, no, you can't play your game plan the way that you intend to. Instead, you've got to slow your pace down and match this instead.
Yeah.
From our Guardian player here, we have Eternal Magistrate also potentially coming in, although the materials from Fluffy Bunny probably not as big of a deal.
Yeah.
Rose Eternal Paragon.
Yes, that's
actually
the card.
seems like a really good include here.
Yeah.
As well as the Terrafring coming in for the board.
Yeah, I think the Terrafring comes in. I think Rose would be a very good include in, as well, yes. To be able to block a little damage, especially because he's a little shy on Asins. He has only 2 in the main deck. Or I guess in total in this place, yeah.
Well, we are immediately getting into the action. Fluffy Bunny dropping that first draft of stamina, setting up already for a massive wake-up turn. OnlyGoodman actually playing the Academy Guide at fast speed here.
Yeah.
Expeditious opening, allowing for a Academy Guide at the end of Fluffy Bunny's turn, meaning that OnlyGoodman will for sure get advantage of that reduction in materialized cost. This is a very cool play.
Yeah, that was actually a card-neutral play because Expeditious Opening allows you to draw a card, right, on itself, and then because Academy Guide reduces materialization by 1, right, it itself paid for the Tony level up. So that was a very, very good opener for sure. It looks like the second card here is going to be Recruitment Officer. This allows to be able to foster and then look in your deck and then find an ally. Or sorry, look at the top 5 cards of your deck, right, and reveal an ally, and then put that one ally into your hand, the rest on the bottom.
Yeah, not a card very commonly seen in competitive play. I think Fluffy Bunny had to read the card in order to sort of figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
But potentially very powerful if it stays alive, if it gets that on-foster ability. Again, yet another card-neutral play, which is perfect for these win decks.
Isn't it guaranteed? Because the level 1 Tony is going to guarantee this. The level 1 Tony on enter grants taunt. So all damage for this turn is going to go to Tony, unless, of course, you have spell damage. Yeah, I think you're going to get the on-foster, but even more importantly, too, that Academy Guide is now going to go plus, because if there's a level 2 happening now, that's only going to cost 1 to materialize.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Fluffy Bunny going for the card advantage instead, seeing that turbocharge come down off of that backup charger. This is just a lovely turn, a very comfortable place to be. A sweet and easy +2 off of these 2 cards. So, very nice place.
Yeah,
and
looks like Marksman's going to come back down. This is the card that, of course, ended the first game. But yeah, we're going to be putting some damage onto Tony right away.
Yeah, and we are already setting up for a potentially big turn next turn. So if Tony stays at 20, with that Concealed Marksman, we could easily have an 18 damage turn next turn just with what we have on the board.
Yeah.
Because once the Ranger Strides come in, if the Concealed Marksman goes distant, that is, again, 9 damage on the attack, and the Draft of Stamina already setting up to deal an extra 9 damage for a second attack, and that could easily be, you know, the 27 damage turn that we saw from last game. So OnlyGoodman actually has to be very careful about his position right now.
Yeah, and Dreamfairer comes in defensively here to be able to help deal with the Marksman.
Yeah, this is absolutely the kind of thing that OnlyGoodman wants to see right now. He cannot leave that Marksman on the table. This is going to be potentially threatening lethal almost immediately, right? This is a very concerning showing from the combo deck. So OnlyGoodman absolutely needs this kind of defensive trick, and Dream Fairy is perfect for this.
Yeah. I just personally like thinking about and looking at how this was done. I love the flow of this deck on the OnlyGoodman side, right? Be able to do like a nice Academy Guide straight up into a recruitment officer, grabbing a Dream Fairy. This is just like a lot of positive plays so far.
Yeah, and the recruitment officer honestly plays well with sort of the typical win shenanigans as well.
Yeah.
You reclaim that, you bring it back out, you foster it again.
Yeah.
You play Ace-in, you bring it back out, you foster it again.
That's right.
This is very cool. And some initial ally assaults here, getting a little bit of chip damage in. But we haven't really seen Tony's overall game plan, right? I think as far as ally decks go, this isn't too aggressive. So what we're probably expecting to see is some of the level 3 stuff, some of the Neo stuff. This deck is running Atmos armor type Ares. So we'll probably see a full board of tokens at some point.
Yeah.
If the game goes that long.
Dude, the Atmos armor is quite strong, actually. Once it comes out, it's very annoying to deal with. And then it's already a really, really good ally by itself, but the ability to generate 2 more armor tokens, I played against it. It's very, very annoying because it messes up with all my numbers into how to get rid of the shields before I can even attack, for example, the champion. Yeah.
Of course, in order to take advantage of that, OnlyGoodman is going to have to live long enough to get to that point.
Yeah.
And Fluffy Bunny is definitely not going to make that easy.
Yeah.
So we already have another draft of stamina coming down, now set up for potentially 3 attacks from a given ally in 1 turn.
Yep.
And Lubu coming down, yet another ranged ally. So once they become distant, that's already aiming for a 2+2 plus another 4 from the Ranger Strides, an 8 attacker. With those 2 draft of staminas, this card on its own is representing 24 damage.
Fast activation on enter.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I think the Academy Guide is going to be the most annoying ally here. So, of course, Fluffy Bunny is going to try to do something about that. But, you know, the Bastion comes in, prevents the 2 damage. So, you know, we're going to go and continue.
Yep, and OnlyGoodman mostly putting up some defensive walls here.
Yeah.
Not turboing up the same way we saw in the previous game. But that Academy Guide lives to see yet another day.
He's turboing now.
Yeah, going to level 2 here for cheap, which you love to see it.
Yeah.
It's so rare that Academy Guide gets to live long enough to provide this kind of value. So I really love what the OnlyGoodman is doing.
Yeah.
And honestly, with that stained glass Neo sight, I can't help but feel like we have a true Tonoris enjoyer here.
He's also gripping a Dungeon Guide. So it looks like we might be just going to 3 right now.
Yeah, this seems like a really good setup. We're going to see the allies come in, of course, first. We're going to see a little bit of extra damage here.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not this Lubu is going to live to see the next turn, though.
Yeah, this Liube is actually going to get removed right away.
my bad.
And then we're going to be just swinging it with the allies for damage to face. I think, honestly, because, you know, if the OnlyGoodman's strategy is to have allies on board, right, you don't want any allies on Fluffy Bunny's side because there's 2 things. Number 1, that's ally removal against your allies. Number 2, with the Wakeup, any ally is basically potentially representing OTK.
Yeah. Anything that's on that board across a turn cycle is potentially lethal, is absolutely threatening just a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
So there's, you know, OnlyGoodman has to kind of keep that in mind, and if anything is out on the board, he can't let it live.
Yeah. And this type of aggression is actually forcing Fluffy Bunny to kind of go a level up and push, just get low distance because on board, that's representing quite a bit of damage. And I think OnlyGoodman's kind of feeling the you know, that he has the aggression here. So he's actually, you know, just kind of skipping the Dungeon Guide and go for more value. I saw, you know, the Windmill Engineer played, right, imbued, get that card in memory, and then just pass it over because, you know, what are you going to do about this? I can basically Dungeon Guide on my turn back as well with Academy Guide. So it looks like Fluffy Bunny's going to go for the gamble here.
Yeah, and this could very well be the game right here. Does the OnlyGoodman have stuff in hand that he can defend against this with? Because the Mad Hatter coming out, bringing out the Ranger Strides, assuming that works out, although most of the time it does.
Yes.
And then if there's another card to enable the Mad Hatter to go distant here, which he has, the backstep, enabling that distant.
Okay.
And now the on-enter from the Mad Hatter, are we going to see it? Fluffy Bunny kind of sitting here and considering the board before that on-enter resolves. Hopefully he hasn't forgotten it. That would be a real bummer.
I think he declined the on-enter because you can't backstab a unit that didn't enter, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, well, with the attack now, the on-enter is definitely passed.
Yeah.
So must have declined it. Not looking to roll the dice on that Ranger Strides, I suppose. But getting a decent attack in. So that distant attacker, this range 3 on the Mad Hatter, of course, allowing him to come in for 4, which is a pretty nice hit.
Was it maybe potentially too much of a gamble to try to go for the Ranger Strides and then with 2 droughts on the board to try to, again, OTK with Mad Hatter?
Potentially. It's a little hard to determine kind of from this position exactly what the line is. Fluffy Bunny's name is one that I've seen before, though.
Yeah.
So I trust him to kind of have the lines thought out and be considered about what he's doing here.
Yeah. I mean, look, my style, if we can casino, I will always casino. So,
As a fire player, I respect that.
True. I mean, now we have many options. I saw Besiege the Wind as well. So there's many ways for the Only Goodman to go to 3. One of the benefits of going to 3 at some point, earlier on, is to be able to start generating those domains, which will also make your, future domains cheaper and make the abilities activations cheaper for each one of the domains. So I see that, it's more around kind of like getting a card advantage and trading out maybe some cards. Obviously, burning a Reclaim for Hourglass is just a good play there to draw a card. But maybe also because the Only Goodman, like we've been discussing, has realized 30 health with 2 droughts on board isn't really going to save you, right? You probably have to actually hold defensive options.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point to make. Like the difference between level 2 and level 3 is another 5 health, and in the face of the amount of damage output that we saw from Fluffy Bunny last game, that's no difference at all.
Yeah. Now the nice thing is he does have a Calming Breeze in hand, so that's going to help a little bit with that defense, right? And then of course the Besiege and the DG, but sometimes honestly just holding more cards too, it makes it look really strong. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this the DG here? It's going to be the DG, yeah. So get out of the range a little bit while you can.
And starting to set up with Tony level 3's ability, just starting that obelisk creation, which is kind of the biggest deal for Tony here. Kind of this is the strategy that he's building up to.
Yeah.
So he needs to make sure to get his own aggression online because the longer he gives Fluffy Bunny, the longer he gives Fluffy Bunny time to set up a true one-turn kill with nothing else required on the board. So he can't just sit back and defend for too long. Otherwise, the attack just gets overwhelming.
Did you see the Banished, by the way? That's kind of funny. It was a Besiege the Wind and another Academy guide.
Oh wow! Yeah, so many tricks that Only Goodman has in order to smooth out that progression to level 3, and.
Oh, this is very interesting. Yeah, so because the Stained Glass card actually has no text on it. It looks like the Only Goodman has a reference card on the side to be able to show Fluffy Bunny exactly what the Neo side does.
That's nice of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the extra card draw, always nice. Neo sight, sort of a free extra card draw as long as you have enough tokens.
Objects.
So
any objects.
Oh, okay.
Any objects matter. I believe it's a 6 for Neo sight.
Well, 6 objects is not that hard to clear on this board.
Yeah.
So he's in a pretty good place.
Sorry, 8 or more objects. Yeah, which honestly, Only Goodman has.
9, if my count is correct. But again, I am bad at math.
Yes,
Swing 1 extra.
9.
And finishing out the rest of his turn here, just all of the allies turning sideways, trying to go for that Mad Hatter, but the Mad Hatter getting suppressed. So this might very well be the thing that Fluffy Bunny was aiming for in declining that on-enter earlier, because now he has another shot at getting that on-enter.
Yeah, so remember, Only Goodman does have a Calming Breeze still in hand. That's going to be able to prevent 3 damage, and it's kind of nice against a Wakeup ally because if that Calming Breeze resolves, you're going to be able to prevent,
It's only if that damage is 3 or less,
Yes, it's not
right?
preventing 3, yeah.
So if the attacker is coming in for more than 3 damage, the Calming Breeze, unfortunately, not going to be the defensive tool
doesn't do anything. Yeah, especially, with any amount of range, right? So there's the boots. 2 draws on board, Mad Hatter. Just if you can get any sort of distance, which you do have with backstep.
Yeah, I mean, looking through the list of options that the OnlyGoodman has, I'm seeing Displace and Imperial Galebind as a way of just dealing with, oh yeah, there's the
There's
Galebind.
Galebind,
All right,
yeah.
so Mad Hatter, once again, going home. We're not going to see a Mad Hatter attack this turn.
Yeah.
And this is still, I think, in OnlyGoodman's end step, which is a pretty neat position to try and do this. No card draw off of the back step, which is a really, really nice catch for OnlyGoodman.
That's right, yeah.
Moving on to Fluffy Bunny's next turn. The Ranger Strides. Oh, no, this was during Recollection, I guess.
Yeah.
Because the Ranger Strides are already in play.
Yeah. You know what's actually kind of crazy? He has another Mad Hatter in hand.
Of course he does. Yeah, why wouldn't you?
But does he have a way to give distance?
Okay, if he has the influence and the distance enabler, he could play that Mad Hatter and, oh no, the drafts got suppressed.
Oh, the
So
drafts,
without
yeah,
the
that's
drafts
right.
on the table, he's not representing nearly as much damage. Definitely not enough cards in hand
No.
to really send in that attacker for a lot of extra damage here.
Yeah.
He's going to need to play something, have it survive a whole turn cycle again, and then
Yeah.
after next turn be able to come in with that card.
I think he's debating playing some other threats because if OnlyGoodman, for example, lays down effectively 2 allies that can all gain distance, get range, that's an option. The other option is maybe go a little bit more defensively with a purse. So, obviously, yeah, it looks like Liube is probably... See, yeah, Purse Liube is the choice, yeah. So it looks like Purse is going to be the choice here. But either one, both have range. Purse is going to be a little bit more defensive than Liube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's probably what he's looking for. Like, he needs to be able to save an ally across the turn cycle. That's the position that he's in.
Yeah.
So making Purse distant on OnlyGoodman's turn gives him access to that extra suppress, gives him access to kind of some additional defensive abilities
Yeah.
that the deck is, takes advantage of, but maybe is not as well known for.
Yeah. I mean, he's also looking down that Terrafring. So in the moment of not being able to defend, Terrafring makes it really good. It looks like it's going to be the Chalice of Blood instead here, though. Potentially, for example, right? Like because of the Wakeup ally, the way it works, you swing with it, swing with the ally, do the damage, right? It wakes it up, do damage again. There is a step when he's above, OnlyGoodman is above 20 life to be able to pop the Chalice, draw 2 cards, potentially have an answer to the 3rd attack or something like that. So in a similar way, right? That card and also the Terrafring are good defenses against a Wake Up deck like this.
Yep, absolutely. The Lost Providence now awake, able to be sacrificed for a card. The Candlelight Hourglass, actually really interestingly here, makes Purse's activated
Yeah.
ability much harder to use.
Yeah.
So this maybe puts Fluffy Bunny in a little bit of a dangerous situation. Are we just going to lose both of the allies here to OnlyGoodman's giant board of 1-power attackers?
Yeah, let's see if we're going for Hatter. We're going to have to go for Hatter first because Purse, like you said, is effectively now just an ally with range 2, right? Yeah. So Hatter is actually the more dangerous one for sure. But with Zephyr in hand, the Hatter can be saved. And this is absolutely necessary because the Hatter is going to be the damage dealer here, not the Purse.
Yeah, the Hatter is definitely a better attacker with that slightly higher built-in ranged. So trying to go for that massive attack. Given that the OnlyGoodman is only at 1 damage marked right now, you have to get 29 damage in to close that game out. A 9 damage attacker isn't going to do it. So built in with that 3 ranged, if you give the Mad Hatter distant and then activate the Ranger Strides, you have an 8 damage attacker. So that needs to come in 4 times in order to actually get through that giant Guardian health pool.
Yeah.
And we're seeing both of the allies live through this. So because of that suppress, the Mad Hatter lives. Now 2 damage coming in from the Dream Fairy and the Windmill Engineer. But that's just going directly to Fluffy Bunny. So the OnlyGoodman is actually setting up to maybe kill Fluffy Bunny on the following turn. But in order to do that, he's going to have to survive these 2 drafts of stamina worth of attacks that might be coming in on Fluffy Bunny's next turn.
Yeah. I think about this. I think about the materialization of the Chalice of the Blood, right? I wonder if the more obvious one would have been just to say, hey, bring in the Terrafring, especially because with the on-enter trigger now by Mad Hatter activating again because of the Zephyr, we could be looking at something very interesting here.
Yeah, so this terraforming materialization from
What
Fluffy
was-
Bunny,
what-
that indicates to me that Fluffy Bunny
What was
doesn't think he has to win
banished?
this turn.
So real quick, what was banished on the Mad Hatter on turn, right? I think you have to
I
banish.
think he didn't. I think he didn't. I think he just moved on to the Ranger Strides materialize
I see.
and didn't use the on enter at all.
I see. Yeah, May banish just not doing that. Yeah, so got the terraforming out, and then that's it. Okay, cool. So that's actually terraforming usually is a good signal against the Only Goodman because he's probably thinking, okay, this is signaling to me that Fluffy Bunny doesn't think he can win this turn either.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
interesting. So, unfortunately, this hand, it doesn't look like it has a distant enabler.
Yeah.
Right? I'm seeing that Vertiger's Decree, seeing, another Liu Bei, seeing some interesting options here for sure. But none of these look like they are closing the game out here.
Yeah, I think the Aether Embrace in hand will give distant, but I'm trying to think like whether that's enough. But it is going to go on the Mad Hatter, and yeah.
All
So,
right.
so the reasons, because if you think about it, like you were talking about, right? Mad Hatter is going to represent 24 damage by itself, but Fluffy Bunny actually needs to be able to do 5 extra damage on top of that to clear the Tony.
And he has exactly that on board
That's
right
why.
now. So if this all goes through, that's actually going to be it. I'm expecting the Only Goodman to have some defense here, though. A single displace on the Mad Hatter or another Imperious Gale Bind will really just stop this assault in its tracks.
Yep. And this is actually probably why Fluffy Bunny pulled out the Terrafring. He's going to represent lethal, but the Terrafring gives him an option in case something doesn't go right.
Yeah, given that he doesn't need his materialize to win this game if
Yes.
everything goes his way,
Yes.
this is a great option. Just sort of an option select here, right? No
Yes.
matter what happens, he's set up for the next turn.
Yeah.
And, of course, the play coming in from the Only Goodman. Ooh.
The Warden comes out.
Take 6.
Yeah, so we're getting the Bastion out here to prevent 2 of the damage coming in, and that's actually just enough.
Oh.
Oh,
a
another
second
Bastion,
Gusguard
wow.
Bastion. Oh, this is a way to play this game. Yeah. Okay.
So that's 2 attacks for 6 instead of 8, so -4 on the turn.
Yeah.
So his damage profile now is
Yeah.
looking like he'll get to 26, which 26 ain't 30.
Oh, he's going to pop the Chalice on this attack.
Yeah, of
Draw
course.
his 2 cards and see what the options are. Okay. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to die this turn is what that little nod was. And,
Yeah, well set up for the next turn.
Yeah, that's right.
Now at a dangerous life total, but in the game.
Yes. And see, this is why that Terrafring is so important. Had he materialized something else differently last turn, it could have been dangerous, right?
Right, yeah, absolutely. Just looking at that board, there's no way Fluffy Bunny survives this turn without the Terrafring.
Correct.
With the Terrafring, I think he has a chance. A lot of it is going to depend on whether the Only Goodman has a bigger attacker available.
And-
because these 1s and 2s aren't going to cut it with his influence total.
Exactly. That's why the Terrafring is so punishing against the Only Goodman. It's not a single big attack. It's like 10 small attacks, which now you're going to have to pay 2 for each one of those attacks. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what the plan is. As it stands, it looks like he's got something coming out of his hand that might deal with this situation. Of course, the Obelisk of Armaments, being able to summon a Greatsword here,
Yep.
does seem like an important next step. And in fact, that is exactly what he's going for.
Yeah.
Resting that Obelisk, bringing out the Greatsword. So we might just have an attack from the champion in order to deal the amount of damage that we're missing.
Greatsword does 3 damage on itself, right? Oh, of course.
Not when you have that.
Blade of Creation, yeah. That's it's a lot more damage. And it's cleave too. It doesn't really matter. But the Blade of Creation added in with the Obelisk, with the Greatsword is actually 7 damage, which is enough.
There you go.
Yes.
So a complete turnaround today, right?
Yep.
So game 1, obviously very much in Fluffy Bunny's favor.
Yeah.
Game 2, Only Goodman actually looked like he was in control of that game the entire time. He knew what was coming, and at every single point, he was able to stop Fluffy Bunny from making profitable attacks.
Yeah.
And even at the very end, when Fluffy Bunny sort of had the inevitability there, he was still able to play some defensive tricks and make sure that it was a big attack, but not quite enough.
Yeah. It's actually kind of funny. This is exactly what I expected out of a Guardian, right? To be able to defend super well. And with not only Imperious Galebind, like the one that you called out on, right? To be able to suppress not only the Mad Hatter, but also the 2 Droughts. And then, of course, the pivotal, like 2 Gusguard Bastions in response to a Wakeup Mad Hatter was, I mean, epic.
That was very cool. So a lot of cool defensive options available for the Only Goodman here, and really showing them off. Like that's kind of what he needed, was like stall, make sure that you don't die, and then set up to do Tony things. You know, which, like, how often do you get to see people do Tony things on stream? What a gift.
You know what the craziest part about that too? That game ender, that Blade of Creation was a one-of.
One of Blade of Creation. He does draw a lot of cards though. He's got a lot of influence gain. He's got a lot of dig. So I think he went through about half of his deck. So 50-50 odds that he had the Blade.
Those are not good odds. I remember having like Creator Shocks, and I don't see them ever. Where are my Pendragons at? So yeah.
Yeah,
no. You should tell the players that run four-ups to never see those cards. They're not happy about this. But yes, it's so awesome to see that too, because exactly what you said. He had a bunch of allies on board. He needed that one big attack. All right, 100%. we're on to game 3 here. So of course we're gonna have already basically playing out some cards.
Yep, starting with the Steady Sharpshooter here. So yet another ally that potentially has a big ranged when you need it. Steady Sharpshooter builds up aim counters that you can then cash in for extra ranged. And that actually makes for a very, very big attacker kind of in a couple of turns, right? Concealed Marksman, built-in ranged 4. Steady Sharpshooter, at least range 2 on any given attack, but could be 4, could be 6. And that potentially is the amount of damage that you might need against a massive health pool like the Guardians that Only Goodman is representing.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually never seen aim counter. So for this card, if you're able to put aim counters on Steady Sharpshooter, and when you remove all the counters, you're going to get 2 range per counter removed? Is that right?
That's exactly right. So you get an aim counter on every attack, and then after you put the aim counter down, you can remove as many aim counters as you like. And for each aim counter removed, you stack up an extra range 2.
Got it. Perfect.
Ranged, of course, one of those keywords that does stack with itself. So extra instances of ranged is extra instances of damage.
Yeah. I mean, this is literally affix stacking right here, right? So you're going to give yourself range. You're going to say, okay, for every range, I'm going to attack again. So basically, if you think about range 4 in this deck with 2 Wakeups, that's actually more like range 12.
Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah. All right, Liu Bei is going to come out here, another range champion, range ally here, but also with the ability to gain range or gain distance whenever another unit gains distance.
Yeah, interestingly, going to face here, allowing the Only Goodman to take advantage of that Academy Guide that came down the previous turn. It's not often that you get to see an unprotected Academy Guide live the turn cycle.
Yeah.
So that is a free level 1 for Only Goodman, and I think he's probably feeling pretty good about that, He's definitely looking for that extra card advantage, definitely looking to keep his influence high to be able to react to what Fluffy Bunny is doing.
Yeah, I wonder if on Fluffy Bunny's side, Fluffy Bunny's thinking, I am going to represent a very quick game here, right? With it, I see at least one more a way to gain range in hand already. And basically, maybe just a couple cards to be able to do quite a bit of damage to this Tony. So putting any damage counters on the Tony should be able to really help that game plan there.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, not seeing a lot more aggression yet, but we'll see what he decides to materialize here. This could very well be Ranger Strides and going all in on it, or this could be just more influence building, trying to set up for a bigger turn later on.
Don't do anything on your turn.
Yeah.
Only Goodman, of course, not doing much here either, right? Going to level 1, keeping all of that influence back. I guess just making sure that he has the defensive options available rather than committing anything to board.
Yeah, or some options here with respect to potentially Fairy Whisper, other options to play at fast speed. Why play fast speed cards at slow speed?
That's true. We have already seen Expeditious opening,
right?
So there's no reason to play slow speed cards at slow speed.
Yes, this is a very fast running Tony, maybe potentially one of the fastest.
Very cool.
All right, so we have a Cheshire Cat. This is a different line here, right?
Okay. So Cheshire Cat, in addition to being stealth and annoying to deal with, also does 1 damage, so a little bit more chip, which is nice to see, and acts as a second Ranger Strides for this deck on the fundamental turn. So when you're going all in, that is an extra 4 ranged to whichever ally you decide to apply it to.
Yeah, so damage going to face, but the Only Goodman representing showing a Calming Breeze here. to prevent that damage. Yeah, and then, of course, just getting the floating memory on the level 1 plus. So this is a pretty easy play.
Yep, the steady sharpshooter also, the damage getting prevented, but building up that aim counter on the attack. So this isn't a pointless attack.
Oh, it's absolutely very important, right? Because I think at 3 aim counters, this thing's going to have range 6.
Yeah.
Right?
Calming Breeze a fantastic play here, though, right? It's preventing that damage, so leaving the health total high, and also that floating memory for essentially a free level 2, which is wild to see.
Yep, and right away into level 3.
And there's the dungeon guide, yep, moving straight into level 3. So we already see Neos Tony on the field. Lost Providence going to be immediately coming out, and we'll see the massive influence gains probably that we saw last game.
Yeah. Absolutely. And how many games do you normally see with Tony going to level 3 with pretty decent influence, actually? Really, big thanks to some of the floating, but also to that Academy guide.
That Academy guide definitely served their purpose.
That's right. And also still on board, right? And doing damage, it's just useful.
Yeah, super good.
There's the Lost Providence coming in.
So 2 guides on the board. Looks like 5 influence total for the OnlyGoodman.
Yeah.
Not a lot of aggression here, so probably not going to be able to close the game out very soon. But we could see, that kind of token build out that we did in the previous game. We could see the Aura Steel Greatsword come back out. Do you think that we're going to see that same kind of aggression from OnlyGoodman, or what do you think his game plan is here?
I'm actually really thinking about what's going to happen right here with a Fluffy Bunny, right?
Ooh.
We see the Ranger's boots. We see the cat. We have an Archer with 2 aim counters on, with now Distant being given in before Recollection.
Oh,
so
yeah, no, this is setup. Absolutely.
This is the OTK. So right here, we're going to do, of course, yes. Yeah, so this is why the level 3, right? To be able to have this response in hand, because, for audience watching, this is a win card, but it is also Exalted. Exalted forces you to be an advanced element unlocked, which means, in this case, Neos, before you can actually activate this card. So even though it says Wind, you still need Neos effectively in OnlyGoodman's hand to be able to use this.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely going to keep him in the game for at least one more turn.
Yeah.
Of course, this setup was massive on this board, right? If you get that Distant on the steady sharpshooter, also all those aim counters disappeared because of the suppression.
Yeah.
So this actually sets back Fluffy Bunny quite a ways. That's range 6 that's not going to be on the board anymore.
Could we have waited a little bit more on the Galebind to suppress it after potentially the boots and maybe even the cat being burned?
Yeah, potentially. I think there was room to maybe use it a little bit later. I think he just didn't want Fluffy Bunny to have the extra cards in hand when he did it.
Yeah.
So, not necessarily sure what kind of interaction Fluffy Bunny would have for something like Imperious Galebind over a source of damage.
Yeah.
But don't want to take that chance.
Yeah, exactly.
And passing the turn with not a lot more progressed on the board. So moving into OnlyGoodman's next turn, still set up with the steady sharpshooter and Lube, but a much less threatening steady sharpshooter for sure.
Yeah, and it while it's less threatening, I think OnlyGoodman is responding with, of course, the Terrafring early this time. It's pretty good. I'm actually kind of interested why this time he chose the Terrafring over the Chalice of Blood.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I suspect part of it is not having the tools necessarily in hand to deal with it right now.
Yeah.
So Chalice of Blood is great if you know you're just going to need more influence,
right,
as opposed to needing to draw the things that you need to save yourself.
Yeah.
Whereas Terrafring just saves you.
Yeah.
So that's potentially all you need rather than drawing lucky.
And you're right. He does have a Displace in hand, which should be able to help exactly that situation, right? So when, if and when the situation happens where Fluffy Bunny is going to come in with a very, very, very strong ally, the Displace should be able to deal with it fairly easily.
Coming in with another couple of points. So the Zephyr play is really interesting here because essentially Fluffy Bunny is cashing in this Zephyr for a card, right? This is essentially a card neutral play because suppressing the Ranger Strides gives you the on-enter again, so an extra card draw. But otherwise, doesn't really do much here.
Yeah. Ooh, I Man, I'm down. Okay, so I'm assuming that blank one's going to be another Captain American shield here, but man, look at that altar on that
That
Atmos.
is very cool.
Atmos armor type Atmos shield tokens. Oh yeah. Are those jets in the back too?
I think so.
Love
I
it.
think so. That's really cool.
I love it. I also really love whenever games can kind of merge. So there's some Marvel here. That's this may be the first time we've seen Marvel in Grand Archive.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, this gives OnlyGoodman a pretty massive attacker
Yeah.
in this armor type Ares.
Yeah.
I think that went in for 1, 2, trying to count
Should be
now.
3, right?
Looks like 3, yeah.
Yeah.
No power cell on the board this time.
Yes, the power cell, it would play because we are talking about robots here, automatons, yeah.
And it is a token, which, that's relevant. 1 base, so 4 damage, I think, from the Atmos Ares. No, only
Should
for
be
3.
3, right? Because it's 1
Did I miss
plus
it?
the 2 armors.
Is it just for armors, not for tokens? Did I misread it?
It should be for the armors only.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's named Atmos shield you control. Yes.
So specifically for the shields. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes more sense. So 3 damage coming in.
Yeah. And for
Pretty good.
for the audience, the Atmos shield has 2 factors. Basically, you can rest it to be able to prevent for your Neil's element units, you can prevent 2 damage of non-combat damage, right, this turn. But the more important one is going to be the second part, which is whenever another Neil's element unit you control is targeted for an attack, like Tony, you may change the target of that attack to the shield. So those 2 shields are basically saying you have to hit the 2 shields twice before you can even damage Tony. This is why I love this card in this matchup exactly. Now you have to wake up 5 times.
Yep. Yeah, you've got to get through both of those shields before you can get an attack in on Tony. It's like having the Ominous Shadows from the Tristan matchup.
Yeah.
Very similar. You just be able to redirect those attacks. Okay, of course, the O2s are maybe a little bit more, a little bit easier to deal with than O4s with damage prevention.
Yeah, you would just effectively go into the O2s with things like the Liobei, or basically the one attacker that you're not going to be using, or the attackers that you're not going to be doing your wake ups. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it shows the expedition opening, so it's known now.
Yeah, I Fluffy Bunny's turn being come in with the steady sharpshooter in order to build the aim counter, have it get redirected to the Atmos shield, and you can kind of see the gears working in his head like, oh, that's how this is gonna work.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing also to kind of understand here too is because we have the obelisk of protection, that obelisk prevents 2 damage to target unit, right? So now you can combo that whenever they're targeting your shield to really make the shield super hard to be removed from the board. So effectively, it's going to be something like, hey, you have to actually put a decent amount of damage into the shield twice, and then you can even go for Tony. It's very, very, like I said, I've dealt with the shields before in gameplay, and it's very annoying to remove.
Yeah, well, shields or no, OnlyGoodman is actually taking advantage of the allies that he has on board in order to clear Fluffy Bunny's allies.
Yeah.
So we're getting the Atmos type Ares coming into Lube here. An evasive maneuver is coming down to try and keep it alive, but unfortunately still enough damage that the guide can come in for the extra points and still clear that ally.
Yeah.
1 damage ending up going through to Fluffy Bunny and moving on without any additional plays. So keeping all of those cards in hand, keeping that influence high, being in a position to try and defend himself should the worst happen.
Yeah. And we're going to get the inert sword now because I think with not so many allies on board, we better start swinging with this cat. This cat can't be, sitting here eating for free anymore, right?
Yeah, this cat's going to have to work for its supper.
Yeah, but this is a good way to also start to put some damage on those shields. Because otherwise, how are you going to clear the shields, right?
Yeah.
Tony effectively activated like shield wall. So how to get across this?
Yeah, and this has been a really solid defensive turn for our Tony player here. I think the shields really threw a wrench into kind of Fluffy Bunny's game sense, right? Trying to figure out the flow of this game, what he has to get done.
Yeah.
So now with the Cheshire Cat, with that extra sword out, I think he's figured out, like, okay, I can get some damage in, I can hit these shields, I can break through these walls. And that's what he's setting up to do here.
It's even worse because it's Calming Breeze instead. Yeah, and honestly, the OnlyGoodman doesn't even care to use a card at this point because he can use the floating memory, right, on the turn back.
Oh, this is so nasty.
Yeah.
So any amount of damage that would normally kill the shield is now being ignored because of the Calming Breeze.
Yep.
And if he tries to overkill, there's still the Obelisk of Protection on
Correct.
the board that he can use in order to bring like a 5 damage hit down to that 3 damage rate where it's just going to get ignored again.
Yep.
And to invest in a 5 damage hit on these shields requires actual resources from Fluffy Bunny. He can't just swing a Cheshire Cat.
No.
He can't just swing with the Inert Sword.
No.
You know, he's going to need to make his cards distant. He's going to need to spend those aim counters. He might even need to spend the Cheshire Cat as a boots in order to get enough damage that won't be prevented.
This is, yeah.
Nope, just building up that extra aim counter and moving on.
Swing
that
and pass.
poor man.
I know exactly how he feels. I mean, if for those of you who have not played against this type of Tony with the shields out, yeah, yes, it's not a great feeling.
No, and at every step, it feels like the Only Goodman has the answer that he needs, has the way to stall Fluffy Bunny for that one extra turn, and each time it's like, you know what? Try again next turn.
Yeah.
I'm going to suppress that. Try
Yeah.
again next turn. No, I've got Calming Breeze now. Try again next turn. And every turn, it's like, not this turn, maybe next turn.
Yeah.
Until what? Blade of Creation, I guess, right? We've got all 3 obelisks out now, so that's a lot of potential value for Tony.
Yeah, or honestly, the battery, right? So, like, I mean, how many games do you see where it's like, you know, turn 7 or 8, and then the backup charger comes in? But
Yeah,
this
that's
is,
a
this
leading
is the
clue.
game we're in, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's late enough into the game that he's like, no, I'm just going to spend my materials on extra influence. That's
Yeah,
great.
why
I love
not?
that.
Why not? Yeah.
Honestly, building up, right? Level 3 now with 7 cards in hand still against a Wakeup opponent that hasn't gotten any action over the entirety of this game.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's the next turn. He's going to try again. Here we go. Aether's Embrace coming down, getting that steady sharpshooter distant. So potentially aiming for a 7 base damage attack from the steady sharpshooter. An additional 4 from the Ranger Strides, giving you 11 attack. An additional 4 from the Cheshire Cat even, maybe giving you 15 attack off of just this one card.
Yep.
And then, ooh, and even the buffs from Aether Embrace.
Yes.
Since it's, oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so this is because it's defending.
Yes,
This is in order
that's
to
right.
keep it alive across the next turn.
And also allows it for, just basically keep it alive across next turn. Obviously, distance super important as well here. Yeah.
So it's a 3-5 at this point. Oh,
Here's the problem.
okay.
If you thought 2 shields bad, here's 4. Are we going to see more Captain Americas? Oh, okay. All right. No.
Nah, these are just the vanilla tokens.
Can you imagine if he drops 4 shields and just the captain comes down? Man.
But yeah, this is now going to be a 5-power Atmos armor type Ares.
Yep.
And the 3-5 is not going to be able to deal with that.
Nope.
So down goes the steady sharpshooter. And honestly, I feel like down goes Fluffy Bunny's biggest chance to get back into this game. This is looking really bad for him.
It's definitely not a good position. Like early, you know, when I saw that Only Goodman had drawn another Atmos, I was thinking, man, this is gonna get really, really annoying very soon. So if you thought getting through 2 shields is bad, getting through 4 shields, oh man.
Oh, yeah, that feels pretty much impossible. I mean, we'll see if he has the defenses now
Yeah.
in order to keep his shields alive, or if the Cheshire Cat and the Inert Sword are going to be able to get through some of these shields this time.
Yeah. I think also the plan right here is just to, you know, start cracking the shields as many as you can, right? Start taking down the shields piece by piece. You know, start moving towards that plan, because honestly, with the shields still activated and live, a lot of these allies, even if they can be buffed to do 11, 14 damage, they're not going to do anything until those shields are gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the shields need to go down as sort of the first order of business.
Yeah.
And until they do, just like you said, Fluffy Bunny has no offense.
And if we look at the back turn of Only Goodman, he's representing lethal with that battery on board, right? With the ability to generate a sword, it's going to be quite a bit of damage coming back at this Tristan.
Yeah, so just like you said, the sword is representing 3 damage. The Atmos armor type Ares is already representing 4 plus another 2 from the power cell. So that's 6, 9, and then another 2 from the 2 guides. That's 11 damage. So it's not going to take a whole lot more before this is lethal next turn.
Yeah.
Liu Bei coming in, probably cracking another shield here. However,
Did you forget I can just prevent damage?
what if instead you didn't?
Yes. Oh, boy. Oh, Fairy Whispers, yes. Why not? Let's see what other ways I can do this.
Yeah, just passing the turn. So the Terrafring here, I think, is going to be enough to prevent OnlyGoodman from killing him. Unless, of course, we have another Blade of Creation.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Very interesting here. Very interesting here.
OnlyGoodman finding, I think, a Displace off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So yet another defensive tool. Yet another way to prevent his opponent from coming in for lethal.
Yeah.
On enter, I'll draw a card.
There you go.
Cashing in the floating memory for a card off of this Candlelight Hourglass. He actually has a decent amount of floating memory. I'm kind of surprised.
Yep.
You know, you don't typically see that much float from these win decks, but in this case, being able to cash it in for a card is a pretty good deal.
Yeah. Well, especially because this deck, right, with that Academy Guide that apparently never dies, is never going to use any of the floating in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep,
you actually
true.
just has excess floating because if you can get an Academy Guide, you know, why do anything?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And just sitting back, deciding not to pay into the Terrafring, I think is kind of the big deal here.
Yeah.
Terrafring getting popped, so OnlyGoodman deciding, you know what, fine. I
I'm
can
good.
take a couple of turns.
Yeah.
I'll be okay.
Yeah.
We'll do it next turn.
Yeah. With that many shields, he's in a good spot. Here's another thing, too, that's interesting. You know, of course, on aggression, you can, of course, use the Atmos armor type Ares. But because OnlyGoodman now has its Displace in hand as well, if he's at any point where he feels he doesn't have enough Atmos shield tokens, displays the Ares, bring it back in, get 2 more.
Oh my god.
This is never going to end. Yes.
His wall just grows and grows.
Yes.
No wonder he's playing Wind. I wasn't really expecting like Wind Neos.
Yeah.
And seeing that combination, the suppresses in order to be able to get more shields at this end game stage, this feels insurmountable. I don't know how Fluffy Bunny's going to get over this wall.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly not seeing it with the cards he has in hand right now.
Yeah.
You know, Liu Bei can come in and crack maybe 1 shield. The Cheshire Cat can come in, maybe crack 1 shield. He could spend a durability off of that Inert Sword, crack the last shield, and then now all of your units are rested. And what are you doing? Not this turn. This turn isn't the turn. Maybe next turn, and maybe next turn is going to be after the Displace. And if he ever looks like he's going all in on a card, then, you know, Displace just shuts that down immediately.
Yeah.
So many defensive tools available for the OnlyGoodman right now.
Yeah. I think there's...
Whoa, going in. So that's sacrificing the Cheshire Cat in order to add range to Liu Bei.
Mm-hmm.
So Liu Bei now with range 6, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
This backstep coming down.
I wonder if we could have also maybe pursed, right? Because with purse, you can suppress an ally.
Mm-hmm.
Could you suppress the shield tokens? They don't come back in if you suppress them. Wouldn't that be another way to get rid of them?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, if Purse gets distant, can start chipping away at the shield tokens that way.
Especially if your play is just going to be backstepping. You might as well backstep the Purse, which gives the Obey the distance anyways, right? So now you can maybe remove almost 2 tokens per turn. That may have been the way to disassemble some of this shield. But like I was saying, you see what he's doing, right? This really scammy displace on that armor.
Yep.
He's just going to get 5 more, or up to 5 now when that comes back in. This is very, very annoying.
Also, the Imperious Galebind hitting the Candlelight Hourglass.
Yeah.
So playing a little cake buffet here,
Yeah.
suppressing the on-enter draw card Regalia,
Yeah.
and getting an extra card draw in addition to getting those extra shields. Oh my god, how
Yeah.
do you get through this?
Yeah.
What a huge
Oh,
hassle
boy.
to deal with.
Oh, boy.
And, you know, honestly, I think the biggest threat right now is the clock.
Yeah. Do you think OnlyGoodman runs out of shield tokens here?
I don't think
Okay,
OnlyGoodman
here we
runs
go.
out of shield tokens. I think OnlyGoodman runs out of time.
I think this is going to be it. With
Archon
Broadsword.
Broadsword. +1 damage for each token you control.
Yes.
Well, that may be it. That may be all she wrote here.
Yeah. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 9 tokens with the power cell as well, right?
Yep, and getting an additional sword,
10.
that's 1 more token. Why not?
So this is going to be a 12 damage swing.
Yep.
Another one here with the automaton, 11. That's 13 now.
Is huge.
I mean, honestly, the area is going to also swing in for 6 by itself too.
Right, yeah, with all those shield tokens built up.
Yeah.
This is looking pretty good for the TheOnlyGoodman. Of course, time running out right now, so starting on turns, but I think TheOnlyGoodman is only going to need one more turn here.
Yeah.
So it's probably all she wrote for Fluffy Bunny.
Yeah.
6 damage coming in with that Atmos type Ares, and Fluffy Bunny not thinking about doing
Boom.
anything with it. So here comes the Archon Broadsword attack.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Doing the math.
13 damage.
Yep.
Even if you're a level 3 champion, 25 is still lethal. Just
25
saying.
yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, man.
Fluffy Bunny kind of cruising through his hand
Yeah.
here.
He backstab.
All right. Still digging. There's potential.
Okay.
There's a possibility here of finding something he needs.
Fluffy does have a lot of cards that give distance and prevent damage. One,
It's
two.
true. It's true.
Yeah.
He needs to prevent 7. He needs to prevent 7 damage here in order to survive this turn.
Yeah.
That is a tall order. That is
Correct.
a lot to ask.
Correct.
So even with this card draw,
It's not really going to change a lot.
yeah, I'm not convinced that it's going to be
13.
enough.
He says,
Yeah.
how much is it going to be? 13. He's like, oh, okay, all right. Scoop. Scoop out.
Yep.
Wow. Tony win Tony. Man, that is a funny Tony.
That is a funny turn. Wait, what a showing, though.
Yeah.
Right? Getting to be able to play all those Neos cards, getting to flood the board with all of those tokens.
Yep.
That is exactly the kind of gameplay we've expected from Neos Tony.
Yeah.
And I love to see it happening.
A bit
You know?
of a revenge match as well, right? First game getting, hit in the dome for 27 damage, I believe.
Absolutely.
Of course, coming back, it's like, hey, you're looking at, for example, with the Blade of Creation, the one-of from Tony.
Right.
And then, of course, the other problem is also the second game here. It's just like, hey, we just play defense,
Yeah.
right? Let me build my Tony City. How are you going to get through it?
Yeah,
That was
I
crazy.
think
That was crazy.
maybe he wasn't quite prepared for the speed at which Game 1 moved.
Yeah.
But once
Yeah,
he got into Game 2 and 3, he was ready for everything. It was like, okay, well, we can take this a little bit slower,
Yeah.
and I'll just stall you.
Yeah.
And the deck is so good at stalling. The deck is so good at being like, next turn. You can try this again next turn.
Yep.
And then on that turn, not this turn.
Yeah.
You can try this again next turn.
It's-
what a rough game to play for Wakeup.
Yeah, it's the Atmos Shield tokens. I'm telling you, like, again, for those of you guys at home, right? If you've never played against this card, you're welcome. But if you have, you know exactly how I feel. You know exactly how Fluffy Bunny feels. I think when he read the card, when he thought, okay, this is going to be a problem, he realized what's happening. Especially then thinking, okay, we're dealing with wind. We're dealing with things like displace, right? Suppressing. Oh, boy. This is going to get really hard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Well, it's a well-fought victory
Yep.
for the TheOnlyGoodman.
Yep.
And I'm hearing that he's also the only Tony player in the entire tournament, which honestly makes sense. There's not a whole lot of Tony out there.
Yep.
But he's keeping it up for the side.
That's insane.
He's definitely putting on a good showing for all of the Tony enjoyers, and I hope you all from the stream appreciated that, because that was an amazing match to watch.
Yeah. Did he name himself the only Goodman to be able to draw the only Blade of Creation to represent the only Tony in here? Oh man, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
it definitely seems deliberate from here.
All right, we're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be back, I think, with more Grand Archive.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. You just saw round 2 of the action, and round 3 is probably coming up shortly. Until then, here's a Grand Archive lore tidbit. Did you know that the illustrations for the titular card Mortal Ambition from the set Mortal Ambition carry a lot of meaning? I don't speak Mandarin, by the way, so pardon my pronunciation. The first edition version of the card shows the character Yuan Shao, the crown general, commanding a large army. The Alter edition of this card instead shows the character Zhou Yu, the enlightened sage, who appears to be commanding a fleet of military boats. And this is not coincidental. What both of these characters have in common is that they're both highly ambitious, powerful military generals who unfortunately died of illness before getting to see their plans to full fruition. They are the literal representation of mortal ambition. Zhou Yu especially kicked the can quite young after being a key part of Sun Quan's military successes, but never did get to see his master ascend to the emperor's throne. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao had wanted to become the emperor herself and defeat her longtime rival and childhood friend, Cao Cao. I would like to thank my friend and TalkGA co-host, Mark from SolarGames, for enlightening me on this awesome tidbit. Speaking of Mark, I'd love to shout him out for being one of our incredible casting talents today, as well as everyone else who's making this event possible. He's joined today in the casting booth by JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the meta-focused podcast called The Korhazi Outlook. Definitely check them out. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, an amazing game store in Gold River, California, near Sacramento, that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. Coming up next is round 3. Until then,
Hey folks, welcome back to NorCal Regionals, brought to you by FinalCut TCG and streamed by TalkGA, your one and only. I'm your host, Mark from SolarGames, and my co-host is JimTheEternal. Yeah, we're going to be going right into game number 3. Round number 3 right here. Sounds like we're going to have a pretty interesting match. Jim, what do we have on deck?
Yeah, so we have a Water Merlin, the new Merlin, Sheen, as people have been calling her, versus an Astra Arisana. So yet another powerful level 3 deck up against, I think, a deck that I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing necessarily level 3 out of it, but I believe that's the direction that most of these Water Merlin decks go.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of those Crux tools, taking advantage of stuff like Labyrinth is a pretty nasty card coming out of this deck.
Yeah.
And yeah, Labyrinth immediately showing up at the bottom of that deck list.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
I will say, like, Water Sheen Merlin is one of the only decks that you can actually get real Sheen counters on. Pretty much, because I play a little bit like Sheen Fire Merlin, but that's just more of an aggro deck, right? It's honestly just a different way to do Xander Dagger shenanigans. The second reason why you want to run this into Crux is because Ghost of Pendragon.
Absolutely.
It really offers you a really nice top end. It's maybe one of the best advanced elements in the game, I think, still, maybe, cards that you can play. And so having those two available. But otherwise, like, the rest of the game plan is pretty much when you're low level, start going up to the higher levels, right? Gaining card advantage or not losing it effectively. And then, of course, once you get to 3, you have the ability to go pretty much pop off with all the Sheen you have collected so far.
Right, and of course the other deck is Astra Arisana, the kind of the bog standard, I think, Wind Astra Arisana here. All of those really powerful tools at level 3 and all of the defensive tools kind of on the way up, building up those herbs in order to get some extra card advantage out of Arisana level 2, and just going to the big Cosmic Bolt game plan powered by Polaris, powered by the soup.
What do you think about the matchup?
Ooh, that's a really difficult question. I'm inclined to believe that Astra Arisana has the defensive tools to keep Merlin at bay. But I think a lot of it is going to depend on how fast Merlin gets up and running. You know, there's some cards that are very important to the initial speed of Water Merlin. Quiet Refraction, I think, is the most important one. Something that lets you build up a lot of Sheen counters early and start moving up on levels quickly. I think Water Merlin, or this Sheenlin, has some of the similar pacing things that Tristan has going on with her prep counters. Wants to have a certain amount of Sheen built up before moving too fast up on the levels in order to make sure that she's getting full advantage of the power of her champion. And if you're not building up that Sheen as quickly, then you definitely have to move a little bit slower. You might have to use some materials in order to kind of keep your pace going.
Okay, we're going to start off with a very strong play, the Unmake Duality on the Looking Glass. This just says, hey, draw 2.
Yeah, almost the defining play of the meta right now. You know, so many decks just using Looking Glass as a Grand Crusader's Ring that doesn't need your material deck.
Correct.
And this is exactly the kind of start that we want to see off of our Water Merlin here. Quiet Refraction coming down. So building up the Sheen counters, or at least getting a head start on the Sheen counters here. No Sheen counters on enter because there's no Fractured Memories, but of course the level up is going to produce those extra 2 Sheen counters and really give Kinuryu a head start on the resource production that he's looking to develop.
And Arisana is laying out all the herbs here and then going to start rolling out the herbs. Oh, okay. Do we just get doubles on that? No. Okay. All right. Okay. They look similar, but yeah, it's not a double. It's not quite. Yeah. But like you were saying, yes, I agree with that. The level up. I mean, when I was playing this deck actually in Pantheon just last week, I was able to leverage this in Water Merlin to be able to get quite a bit of Sheen just off that one card. So yes, I mean, I agree with you. The ability to do this, you know, early on and be able to level up into it and just get extra Sheen is really, really strong, really, really powerful.
Yeah, and that's going to be so important to the early game pacing for Kinuryu here. A lot of this deck is going to be built around trying to produce the resources that you need at the upper levels, you know, and if that's a couple of prep counters or if that's a bunch of Sheen on your Fractured Memories, you really need to spend the effort to make sure that your level up process is smooth, that you're gaining the value that you need. And Quiet Refraction is really, really important to that game plan. But we're not seeing the level up here. We are seeing the backup charger first, building a little bit of influence first, especially knowing that you don't need to move turbo fast against Astra Arasana. Definitely one of the slower decks in the field, one of the more controlling decks in the format.
Yeah.
So not a lot of need to build up your defenses early on, although you might decide that you want to take an aggressive tack if your cards line up in that way.
Yeah. The other really interesting part about the Sheen Merlins, like, if you do decide to move a little bit faster on the level up in the beginning, at level 1, right, because you generate the Fracture Memories card, that has now the ability to watch for your opponent's recollection. So for every 3 cards recollected, your opponent has to put a Sheen counter on something. Because we're playing against Arasana, most of that Sheen counter will actually go to the actual champion, which then basically triggers the second part, which is if the Merlin is able to do damage onto the champion, you may remove all the Sheen counters on it. If you do, for every 3, if it's 3 or more, you're actually going to do 3 extra damage on that attack. So it's actually pretty strong, and that's one of the ways that Merlin is able to generate Sheen counter and move it onto the Fracture Memory.
Yeah, the built-in mechanics are actually pretty good for that, as long as you can have those attacks, as long as you can continue to get in with your attacks. And like you were saying, against Astra Arasana, no allies to spread those Sheen counters to.
Yeah.
So very easy kind of central focus for those Sheen counters to build up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's why, I mean, you do want to eventually get to Merlin 1 fairly quickly, because you don't want that Arasana to be recollecting all these cards for free, effectively. Yeah. So on level up, we're going to get 2 Sheen counters already on the Merlin, and the Merlin itself is going to get, we're going to generate the Fracture Memory, but also get the Memorite Blade. The Memorite Blade is interesting too, right? It's a 0/2, 0 attack, 2 durability blade, but you have to activate a spell card. And if you do, this then becomes a 1/2.
Yep.
And this is how you can start stripping some of those Sheen counters off of, for example, Arasana.
Yeah, this is actually something that I misread the first time.
Yeah.
The +1 damage is permanent. It's
Yes.
not just for that turn.
Yes.
So playing any spell turns the blade on and then gives you access to that card for the rest of the game.
Yeah. I will admit, I also misread this in the beginning when I first played this card. But yes, I played with enough Fire Merlin, this Fire Sheen Merlin, to understand how this blade is actually supposed to work. Yeah.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of aggression from kinuryu here. We're Sadie just coming in.
Yep.
Sadie, of course, an excellent way to produce prep counters.
Yeah.
But in terms of aggression, getting that 2 damage a turn, maybe not the biggest of deals. I think this is usually around to kind of stem the bleeding against an ally deck. And of course, it's very, very powerful under those circumstances.
Yeah, I think in this play, right, he has kinuryu has kind of like no, other particular ways to play the Sadie. I mean, obviously, like, there's no ally to remove here, so you never, but at the same time, though, putting those damage on the Arasana with basically nothing that Arasana can do until the Polaris comes out, that's going to be, something that he just keep getting advantage of, right? Again, it's a clock, right? So does Shane care about the 6 damage that's already on, and then maybe 2 more every turn from there on, just by having the Sadie out?
Right, yeah, no, that's the question. And in the meantime, kinuryu is going to keep asking questions, keep putting that damage onto Shane. Another 2 damage coming from Excalibur.
Yeah.
This sword, obviously, some damage, but more useful, I think, in terms of the resource production because of the on-destroy ability.
Yeah.
But moving on to Shane's next turn, we have gone up to Arasana level 2. So getting ready to start building up that extra, the extra card count from being able to sacrifice these herbs and get the draw at the end of the turn. In the meantime, though, not a whole lot happening, which is kind of typical for Astra Arasana. The dungeon guide, though, is exactly what Shane wants to see, moving straight into Astra and turning on the majority of the powerful cards in this deck.
Yeah, and 2 cards that I think Shane doesn't care to banish. One is 3 visits, and the other one is going to be the Cosmic Bolt. So I think that's the first bolt that we've seen. The Cosmic Bolt is one of those cards where, on surface it doesn't deal that much damage, but the whole point of the Cosmic Bolt is to kind of stack damage with every successive Cosmic Bolt. Basically, yeah, dealing 4 damage as a base, but being able to go from 4 to 6 to 8 to 10. And Shin hasn't even brought a Cauldron out, right? So
Not yet.
We're not even putting more Cosmic Bolts into the deck with something like a Cauldron.
Yeah, and that is definitely a thing that is going to happen at some point. Shane, I am sure, not content with the base 4 Cosmic Bolts in his deck. Although the next Cosmic Bolt, because of this banish, is now going to be already up at 6 damage, and that number is only going to increase.
Yeah. This is something that also happens to me a lot as a Merlin player. Because very few people play Sheen, I do have to oftentimes remind people that, you know, that you have to put a Sheen counter down on recollection. So, yeah.
So coming down the Prism Spire Scepter, I think, for Merlin here, and getting that duplicated. Yeah, getting the Prism Spire Scepter duplicated.
Exactly.
Oh, that's great. So yeah, the Excalibur on Destroy, coming in for the 2 damage, which is nice. Duplicating the Prism Spire Scepter, giving you an extra draw off of that pay.
Yeah, but also getting the 2 Sheen. This is actually really important, right? For a Sheen Merlin, you have to hit certain thresholds. I think usually around the 13 or 14 is where you start hitting a lot of payoffs. But to get to that number is actually quite difficult. So this is where Arsana currently has 5, right? Merlin can come in with a Blade for 2, and then if you want to strip off the Sheen counters, do extra damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you are stripping off at least 3 Sheen counters, you get 3 extra damage. And then any above 3 is kind of wasted, but you want to be at least at that threshold when you pull the Sheen counters in order to get at least the first hit of extra damage.
Yeah.
So not stripping off with that Excalibur hit, but the next weapon hit almost assuredly going to be stripping off that 5 Sheen counters in order to get the extra damage here.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, Polaris coming down for Shane, and of course this is a thing that had to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Interesting that it happens during the material phase here, rather than just being activated. I think that's a sign that Shane is a little bit worried that Kinuryu is going to have an answer to it. And that's definitely not a thing that he wants to let him do. You know, a Fracturize on this Polaris is going to set Shane's offense back by years. This is a very important card to keep active.
Yeah, and he's forcing Shane to basically pop the Polaris now for, what, 4 Cosmic Bolts, effectively, right? 4 damage and 4 Cosmic Bolts, minimizing the amount of Cosmic Bolts in the deck that Kinuryu has to deal with for this game.
Right,
Yeah.
and
5.
being able to pop all of these herbs in one turn, so not really giving Kinuryu a window to interact with Polaris, means that Shane F gets all of the Cosmic Bolts he's looking for. And 5 is a good number.
Yeah.
Honestly, as an Astra Arasana player,
5 is
you
pretty
want to
good.
be adding like 4 is sort of your baseline. That's what you expect to be able to do. You can work with a little bit less, but anything above 4 is pure gravy. Like this is a very comfortable position for Shane at this point.
Nice.
He's going to have a lot of glimpses available as part of the level 3 package for Arasana here, and every time he glimpses a Cosmic Bolt, that is just an ever-scaling amount of damage.
Yeah.
So this is quickly going to ramp up once he starts getting moving here.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a Lunar Conduit, for example, on his next Materialize to really start getting those glimpses ramped up. We also have the 3 visits still in the Banish.
Yeah.
So we could start glimpsing immediately, and a lot of it is going to depend on kind of how Shane wants to handle it. So all of this was in pre-rec, getting all of those Cosmic Bolts into the deck before drawing his next card.
Yeah.
Actually, I think getting a reshuffle too, which is the important part. So using that level 5 herb in order to put a card at the bottom and then being able to reshuffle it. That's really nice. It's a really nice feature of the Polaris.
Yeah. There's
But-
also a temporary level. What is that level leverage for in this Arsana's play?
So I believe that there is a nascent barrier potentially
Ooh,
available.
nice.
I don't think we're going to be seeing much that takes advantage of the level on his own turn. So the level counter for right now, I think, is not going to do a whole lot. But as a defensive tool,
Yeah.
it's pretty convenient.
Right. So basically, the reason I'm asking too is because there's a mnemonic charm still on board for Shane, which is also able to give more levels, right, through the Empower.
Right.
But like you said, Nascent Barrier would be a good use case to cash out the extra levels when that happens, to be able to prevent a little bit more damage, because that card, I think, prevents 1+ level damage, right? Yeah. So having higher level it gives you a bigger barrier, effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are now
Protect
seeing
her.
Kinu. Yeah, go for it.
Protect her at her all costs. This card is pretty cool. So you're going to be able to summon a Obelisk token with 2 Sheen counters on it, right? And then, of course, you can change the target attack to that token. But the key of what this is going to do is on the obelisk itself, it gets +1/+1 for each Sheen, up to 5 Sheen counters on it, so it can get pretty big. Remember, so it kind of enters as a 2/3. But on leave, that means even when it's banished, right? On death, or basically means banish or on death. Put all the put X Sheen counters from onto your fracture memory, where X is the amount of Sheen counters on the obelisk. So basically, what this is doing is also going to put 2 more or 4 more Sheen counters back onto the actual fracture memory when it eventually dies at some point. But otherwise, it's a beefy boy here with 4 Sheen counters on.
Yeah, and it looks like Kinu took advantage of some extra ability in order to put 2 Sheen counters on target unit. And the unit that was decided on was the Obelisk, which is a really, really nice way to get some extra damage out of those Sheen counters before putting them onto your factored memories. So with 7 Sheen, I think he's in a good place to be moving up to level 2. So I expect we'll see that on the next turn coming forward. But Shane is already moving forward with these Cosmic Bolts.
Yeah.
So that is a Cosmic Bolt, looks like another Cosmic Bolt in the Banish, and a Cosmic Bolt in the yard, potentially getting activated here, try to deal some damage to Kinu.
Yeah, so this looks like this Cosmic Bolt is going to be coming in for 8, right? Yeah.
And have a couple of defensive tricks available for our water player. What are we seeing here? Looks like Rain-Woven Chrysalis.
Yep.
So one of those exquisitely water cards. The next time damage will be dealt to your champion this turn, prevent all but 1 of that damage.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how big that bolt was, the actual damage dealt was 1.
Yep.
And the extra 2 Sheen counters is very nice to have here.
Yeah, it's really cool for water to have a lot of the cards that are kind of funny like this. They will say prevent all damage but 1. So they'll still let 1 through, which is important for things like, on champion hit or preventing foster, those kind of things. So it's kind of an interesting way that water prevents damage. Whereas, we often see prevent all damage or prevent the next attack. Water sometimes will say prevent all but 1. Yeah.
And here comes that dungeon guide for Kinu. So moving up to Merlin level 3 here. We're going to start seeing some of these powerful Crux cards hitting the table.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Does he have any Crux cards in hand? I haven't really seen them.
Yeah, I don't think he
so
has
far.
a whole lot handy at the moment.
Yeah.
But of course, here you can see all of the beautiful text from Merlin Brilliant Vestige. Tell us how this card works, Mark.
Yeah, so basically on enter, right? So this is why you have to wait a little bit before you go to level 3, because your first option here is that on enter, it's going to be requires 8 Sheen. So until then, you really don't want to go to 3. Because now you can banish a Regalia card from your material deck. You're going to be able to draw a card for that and get a prep counter on your champion. Yeah. So this is pretty important here because the way that this deck is going to work is there's this card. There's also the ability to basically lay out something like Labyrinth pretty late in the game, which really cares about the amount of Sheen counters that's going to be on your fractured memory.
Yeah, and Labyrinth, of course, the sort of capstone card for this deck. Just a huge variety of effects, scaling with your Sheen, and if you get your Sheen all the way up to level 36, you basically win the game.
That's right. Yeah, especially with Spirit Blade Terminus, right? It deals damage based on, I think it's how many Sheens on your target, and then with I think it's a divider around down number there. Yes, for every 4 Sheen. So exactly. So basically, you want to have as many Sheen as possible, right? But then for every 4 Sheen, it does +1 extra damage. And then if you prep it, and this is why we need the prep counter. For that prep, you can continuously do this. So then it goes, I believe, into memory. Yeah. So prep, of course, doubles the amount of Sheen counters on your fracture memory, right? And then put it back into your memory. So your next hit is going to just literally do double damage. Well, it's a little bit less than that, but yeah. About.
Pretty good way to scale your Sheen, pretty good way to scale your damage, and definitely the kind of end game that Kinu is going to want to build towards here, assuming that he gets the chance to get it off.
Yeah.
But at this stage of the game, he's looking pretty good, has a decent board set up, has pretty low damage already marked on himself.
Yep.
So has a lot of room to kind of play here.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of those prep counters with the Mercenary Blade and Ghost of Pendragon. This is definitely one of the interactions that people were saying is sort of ban-worthy. One of the things that people were really, really worried about with Ghost of Pendragon in an Assassin deck. And it's powerful. You know, every single prep counter allows you to bring out that Mercenary Blade and then put it back with the Ghost of Pendragon to draw an extra 2 cards, which is lovely.
Yeah.
Passing the turn now after the damage has gone through. Sheen is bringing out that Lunar Conduit, so we're going to see some glimpses here. We are ready to enact our game plan.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? One of the things I hate or I'm afraid of the most is actually is a Astral Seal, right? My Pendragon. That, you know, kinuryu did what he did at that point because he knew there was no Astral Seal possibility there. So be able to lay down the Pendragon and really get that in play. And of course, I believe, let's see, what is this?
Oh, this isn't Lunar Conduit.
Yeah. Something Cosmos. What's that card called? Orbiting Cosmos.
I don't think I've seen this card before.
Yeah. Basically, it's similar, right? So if you would glimpse, you glimpse X instead, where X is that amount plus 1. Yeah. So basically, similar idea here. You just want to be able to glimpse quite a bit. Yeah. Again, with, like you said, so many cosmic bolts in the deck, Shane's just going to want to, like, at some point layer on the damage. Because here's another problem with this Merlin. Every turn that you give this Merlin, with more and more Sheen counters on, if you recall what I said about Sheen in general, you're going to get to a point where, and I don't know if we'll ever get this far in this game, but with 24 plus counters on that Merlin is basically going to force you to play a certain card every turn. And if you don't, that card goes away.
Yeah, that's there's a lot of inevitability to Merlin here. The way those Sheen counters pile up, the extra abilities that turn on as time progresses, as you get more and more resources, it really makes the end game for this Sheen Merlin seem very, very powerful, very difficult to fight. So while Astra Arasana is known for having very good late game, he's definitely going to want to get some of that damage in and close this game out before Kinu's real big abilities turn on. Of course, in the meantime, we're going to see what's going to happen. An Unmake Duality coming down for Kinu. So far later in the game, but the same play that Sheen did on turn 1, trading in that Looking Glass for 2 extra cards. So no distortions, I think, available for either players.
No.
So both of these Looking Glasses.
They're running it exactly for that purpose.
Yeah.
It's just a GCR that you don't actually have to materialize at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, pure card advantage here,
Correct.
which is always nice. That's a thing that you love to have in your deck.
Yeah.
And the Safeguard Amulet
the
also
Labyrinth.
down. Ooh, and here comes the Labyrinth. Yeah, this is a massive card. As it stands right now, with 13 Sheen, we've already got the second ability for Labyrinth turned on, which is an extra card every turn.
No. You're talking about the Spell Shroud.
Is it 18?
I think the
It's 18,
extra
my
card is
mistake.
actually
Yeah.
18. Yeah.
But so at Sheen 10, your champion has Spell Shroud and Stealth as long as they're awake, and as long as your opponent has
6 or less cards.
In their memory. Yes.
It's a really weird way to say the things you want to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically your opponent has to not have too many things in memory. But if so, yeah, Stealth and Spell Shroud is insanely good.
Yeah, so we're having some responses from Sheen here. I think Sheen wants to make sure that he tries to get something in before this Labyrinth turns on. An Astrocyte chaining into a Comet Fall. So getting rid of some of the extra units on the board, the Dungeon Guide and the Ghost of Pendragon now going into the graveyard. And Kinu's kind of got... Kinu still has board control after all that. You know, the Comet Fall goes down, but that 4/5 Obelith is still hitting for a truckload of damage.
Yeah.
Shane F has actually got his work cut out for him here.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to have to try to figure out a way through that Spell Shroud if he wants to deal any actual damage. And he's got to survive this Obelith coming in turn after turn. It's not really looking good for our Astra player.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, if Shane has to put cards into memory to be able to even do damage to the Merlin at this point, right? But putting cards into memory also makes Shane actually have to put Sheen counters on champion because there's no other ally that Sheen could be putting this on, right? Which also means that the more Sheen counters you put on a champion, the more damage the champion's going to take.
Yep.
So and that again feeds back into the Sheen playstyle over on Kinyuryu's side, where he's saying, okay, well I want to have more Sheen because at 18, like you said earlier, Kinyuryu's going to start drawing cards at end phase, and that card advantage once enabled, it's going to be very hard to kind of claw back from.
Yeah, and the other problem is Sheen needs to have the cards to put into memory in order to be able to break through that spell shroud.
That's the whole card. Everything about this this Merlin kind of works together. Yes, yeah, and that's the point. So like if you don't play any cards down, sure you're not going to get Sheened, but you literally can't comment bolt.
Yeah, the casual smirk and head shake coming out from Sheen. I think he sees the position he's in and he's not happy about it.
Is this Merc Blade going to be another Pendragon?
Oh, that's definitely another Pendragon.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah,
not a whole lot left in the materials, though, so...
I see another... yeah, there's definitely a Pendragon here. But he can draw into another one, too. So this is going to get really annoying really fast.
Yeah, this is spectacular.
Yeah.
So Sheen kind of along for the ride at this point. At some point, Sheen either figures a way through the Spell Shroud and throws a massive Cosmic Bolt at Kinu, or Sheen kind of accepts the situation he's in and moves on to game 2. But that's entirely dependent on how fast Kinu can close the game out, or if Sheen wants to end his suffering early and concede, which is, that is a skill on its own.
Yeah.
But Kinu just kind of running away with it at the moment. Goes to Pendragon coming down, drawing the extra 2 cards, now attacking for 7 this turn, even without any weapon attacks, which might still happen. Only 1 Sheen on Ari, so the weapon attack actually isn't lethal. He's only got 1 damage from the weapon, doesn't actually have the extra damage from pulling the Sheen off. Very close to just killing Sheen here. I'm not really sure what Sheen has in his back pocket that might pull through.
Does Sheen even have enough cards to put into memory to remove the Spell Shroud?
I think suspect not at this point.
He's holding 5, right? So there's not many ways to do that. I mean, I guess the Thurible is one way to do it. You can lay down X, but again, even if you do that, then now you have no cards to respond and actually do your turn.
Yeah. Arisana, as a control deck, typically does its control with reactive cards.
Yeah.
So you see stuff like Astral Seal, which is a great way to deal with this Labyrinth, assuming it hasn't hit the board yet. Now that it's hit the board, kind of looking through the deck and looking through the cards that Sheen has available, there is Imperious Galebind. So potentially a way to get rid of the Labyrinth for 1 turn and give himself a window that way.
Yeah.
But I think that's his only option.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't have that handy, then he basically can't get through this shield without investing way too many other resources.
Yeah.
The Thurible on the board is actually kind of convenient because it lets him put cards in memory without spending a card.
Yep.
So potentially he could get into this point where he sees a Cosmic Bolt and puts all of his cards down, or puts enough cards down with a Thurible in order to be able to activate it.
Yeah.
But that is entirely dependent on him seeing cards in the right order.
Well, I mean, the Cosmic Bolt's going to come in, next one's going to come in for 10, right? So that is lethal.
Yeah, if he actually gets 10 damage off of the next Cosmic Bolt, if Kinu doesn't have any more of those, the Chrysalis or some other kind of defensive trick, then he's actually got potentially enough with that next Cosmic Bolt.
There is a Safeguard Amulet, which is going to help for sure, right? But, I mean, the Safeguard Amulet is going to prevent, like, death, but it will put Kinu at 20. So this game is still very, very much, like, possible.
Yeah, Sheen needs
so.
to find a little bit of extra damage this turn, because if he lets the turn pass back to Kinu, I don't think he has what he needs in order to keep himself alive through the 7 damage that's currently on the board.
Yeah. So Shane's going to Thurible now for 5, because I think the other problem is also I don't know if he has a turn on the back end.
Yeah, so 5 getting him 1 extra card in memory,
Yep.
and Shane realizing that actually the
You
way
need
that
7.
card is worded, you need 7,
need
not
7.
6. That is a miserable. I made
need
the
7.
exact same mistake the first time I played against this card.
This is so annoying.
It's
But
such a mess.
Here's a trick, guys. So if you ever not sure how many, just look at the cost of Labyrinth. You basically have to have that many cards in your memory for the first part of the card to basically nullify.
Yeah,
or if Merlin's actually rested. So that's the second part. If Merlin is rested, the Spell Shroud and Stealth is no longer there.
That's true. If there was a Merlin attack, that does give Shane a window.
Correct.
Kinu has correctly not rested Merlin ever since putting out the Labyrinth. So, yeah, just not leaving himself open. And Shane's digging. Shane's trying to figure this out.
Yep.
Does he have a way to get that extra card in memory in order to shoot that bolt? No, he does not.
Yeah.
And he's picking up the
Says
cards
you're good.
because he sees the writing on the wall here.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, here we go. So we just had a defensive Tony last round, and now we're going to have defensive Merlin here. You know, today we're going to have a lot of defending. That Labyrinth is a maze to navigate through, right? So it is what it is. Should we kind of talk a little bit about sideboard?
Yeah, let's talk about the sideboard. So I'm already looking at the Astra Arasana sideboard here, and I am seeing 3 Scatter Essence.
Oh.
And as you already know, Labyrinth is a Fantasia.
Yeah.
So these are almost assuredly going to be coming in. He definitely does not want to be stuck in the same situation he was just stuck in now.
Yeah.
The other cards, maybe he brings in Stolen Chance. Stolen Chance being fast means he potentially has the ability to take advantage of it. But a lot of the time, we're going to see those prep counters go onto Merlin and then immediately be turned into a Mercblade.
Yeah.
So maybe not as many opportunities to take advantage of that as he wants.
Yeah.
Viridian Protective Trinket, also a potential include, although we didn't see that many reactions from Merlin, right? Most of the reactions we saw from Merlin were Norm, in fact, instead of Water. Although this does make the Chrysalis a little bit harder to play around.
Yeah.
So that's potentially something that he could bring in as well. Arrow Trap, obviously something that's better for ally heavy decks.
Yep.
Nullifying Lantern, good against water generally, but only against the decks that care about the water in their graveyard, and this is not that deck.
This is not that deck, yeah. And then looking at the Merlin side here a little bit, the one card I see in the sideboard that I really like is that Heavenly Guide. I think in most cases that Merlin's going to be leveling up slower than the Arasana, right? So you instantly slot in the Heavenly Guide. You may even, easy one is replace the Dungeon Guide, but this time you might actually just slot in extra.
That's
right? In addition, because that Heavenly Guide, look, if you get it, you're just now going to say, I'm going to go level up effectively for free on the fact that you're probably going to, Dungeon Guide to 3.
Absolutely. Yeah, we could see Expel the Departed come in order to try and deal with those Fertile Grounds,
Yep.
depending on whether or not our Merlin player feels like those Fertile Grounds are worth spending a card on.
Yeah.
Also, Topsy Decree, probably a great include here. That extra hit of Spell Shroud, just to negate one of those Cosmic Bolts, is probably another kind of defensive card that I think would do well in this deck, kind of the reactive way that he has approached this game so far. It seems like it fits in very well with his game plan.
Exactly. And then, basically if you think about what's going to happen here, right, that Topsy can be played pretty early in the game, especially if you're facing down something like a Gentle Respite. And then, of course, late game too, just like you said, the Spell Shroud. If you want to go in with Merlin for something, that Topsy Decree is actually going to save you against further Cosmic Bolts. So looks like players are making their final decisions and shuffling up. Yeah, that was a really interesting game. Honestly, I think with Sheen Merlin, it's all about that building that inevitability, before. And as you can see, it's going to be a little slower, right? So, hey, I can take a couple turns off. I don't really need to go to level 2, level 3 right away. Whereas Arasana, obviously going to level 3, starting to get those free Star Calling is actually where you're going to be able to accelerate the deck, right? The Glimpses, the Star Calling, and then getting your Cosmic Bolts into the deck. Yeah,
I think this Sheen Merlin is a really interesting choice here, not only because of the inevitability on it and the kind of interaction that it plays, but also because it seems to be the kind of deck that not that many people are familiar with.
Right.
And Shane is running into that exact wall, kind of a little bit of jokes at his own expense, like, oh, okay, I guess that's what the deck does. So, trying to learn this deck on the fly and find out what its weak points are, and that's a difficult position to be in when the deck is playing this reactive, when the deck has so many different answers to all of the different things that you're trying to do.
Yeah. Oof. I'm actually kind of excited. I really want to see Sheen Merlin, but as you can see, right, the 18. and sorry, the 24 and even the 18 Sheen kind of like thresholds are barely hit. But again,
Right.
once you hit that 10, it's feeling pretty good for a Sheen Merlin. I think usually what I see is people get around that 10, 12. I think of 14 as the number, and then and then don't forget the Obelisk, right? That's another one of them too, where you can just do a lot more with it on the board. It is a very strong ally by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this match I think really kind of showed off the way the deck works.
Yeah.
And I hope for Kinu's sake that we can see a repeat performance.
Yeah.
Because this deck doesn't always move that smoothly. And this is the complaints that I've heard from other Water Merlin players, is that if you don't get that start with the quiet refractions, things are so much worse for your pace of play.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll see kind of what this start looks like, how Kinu ends up moving across those levels, whether or not he can keep that pace up and keep up the keep pace with Shane, right? Because he needs to have those reactions in time.
Yeah.
Because Shane's deck is definitely going to be a little bit more aggressive than Kinu's.
Yeah, talk about keeping pace here. I mean, Unmake Duality turn 1, Gentle Respite in response to that too. I mean, this is a lot. He's running fast. Does Kinu have an Unmake on his side?
Man, what a great start. Yeah, this is so good. Setting up the float, getting the extra cards.
Yeah.
What a great start for Shane.
Yeah.
Kinu taking a little bit of time on his first turn here. I guess maybe he sees this as an opening and is sort of rethinking his initial strategy. Is he going to try to get some offense started here, or is he just going to be setting up for the first few turns?
Yeah, maybe it's a Sadie just like last time, right? Put some damage on, really get the Arsana closer to death and make it easier for yourself. But there you go. Arsana level 1, pretty easy, pretty straightforward.
Yep. Going second for Kinu this time means that he can start off with those attacks at the beginning.
Yeah.
But we'll see what direction the rest of this takes. It looks like he's setting up for a backup charger, so moving a little bit slowly. No quiet refraction, unfortunately, so that might actually hurt the speed at which he moves.
Yeah.
But we'll see whether or not him and Shane end up in some of the same places that they did in the previous game.
Yeah. In this matchup, I actually kind of like going to level 1 a little bit early. As you saw like previously too, you'll notice that Shane's going to have quite a bit of cards in memory early on and not so much in late game, right? Because a lot of that happens in glimpsing. So having your level 1 Merlin be there to basically gatekeep that memory. For every 3 memory, put a Sheen counter on your champion. You can actually get quite a bit of value before Shane gets to level 3.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of, like you said, a lot of Arasana's card playing happens in the early parts of the game.
Yeah.
And then once you get to the late game, there's a lot of glimpses, not as much cards going into memory for sure. But we have our Arasana going to level 1. Ooh. Mandate of Honor.
Honor, yes. Wow, this is going to keep the hand size down. Basically, it's going to prevent the Shane to get above, I think, what, 8 influence. Yeah, so with 8 more influence, you just can't draw more cards.
Wow. Okay, so that's definitely going to hurt Shane a little bit in the early game.
Yeah.
In the late game, I don't think his influence is going to be building up quite that high.
Yeah.
I think we saw Shane dying at the point where he hit 8 influence, which is always a recovery point, right? Once you've leveled all the way up, you then have to recover your influence back up. Shane is definitely working on getting up to that point, and it looks like he's doing it in almost a smoother way than he did in the previous game, right? We're getting that floating memory off of the Gentle Respite. We have the Calming Breeze now coming down in order to help go to level 2. Meanwhile, Kinu has Excalibur coming down, so potentially making some copies of useful Regalia.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be that Scepter again. The Scepter is a really powerful Regalia for Merlin. It's basically the backup charger for the Sheen Merlin.
Right.
It does, however, require Merlin to be level 1. But, well, you have to materialize Merlin to get the Merlin bonus for the uninter, right, for the extra Sheen counter. So usually you don't get the Scepter before your Merlin's in. Yeah.
Little bit of a mishap here, rolling 2 dice instead of the 1 die for the ingredient pouch. But Shane getting 1 more herb off of this ingredient pouch, building up a little bit of value here before moving on to level 2.
Yeah.
Now at that magical 8 influence, and going to have to start spending his cards if he wants to keep drawing any more.
Yeah, and he's spending them, right? So, putting things like the Calming Breeze into Graveyard against a Sadie. So get a little extra value, but also just, again, keep that hand down below 8. So far, this mandate hasn't really, I guess, done much because I believe all these cards that Shane has played he would have played them regardless.
I think so, yeah. So far, it hasn't really influenced, I think, the pace of the play or whether or not cards are getting played. But that might change going forward as Sheen is really bumping up against that edge. And Arasana 2 is, of course, something that he's going to want to be getting extra cards from. So if he doesn't manage that, that's going to be pretty rough for him.
Yeah. Did Kinuryu recall the Sadie?
Yep, Sadie came back for the prep counter, and we are also seeing a backup charger come out for the materialize.
Okay.
Not taking advantage of backup charger with Excalibur, so not trying to copy the backup charger in order to get extra cards that way.
Yeah.
But Sadie coming back out, of course, got to keep that Mandate of Honor turned on while your opponent is at high influence. So coming in for another 2 damage here, and we'll see what else this turn brings.
Should the Spirit have 1 prep counter on it now?
The Spirit should have 1 prep counter, yeah, I'm not sure.
Probably just something needs to be marked. Maybe Kinu is moving pretty fast, but yes.
And looks like after Sadie comes in for the attack, that's going to be the end of his turn. So moving on to Shane's next turn, I'm expecting to see Arasana level 2 here. And, leaving the float in the yard. So not taking advantage of the Calming Breeze, burning the 2 cards out of hand in order to be able to keep drawing cards through that Mandate, I think. I think this is a deliberate decision in order to leave that Mandate on.
So that Mandate
really
is doing some work. Yeah. Now, in this matchup, when does Shane actually bring out the Polaris?
So I think much like last time, we're probably not going to see the Polaris until he's level 3.
Right.
And I think it's going to be another one of those situations where he materializes the Polaris rather than activating it out of his material deck in order to avoid giving Kinu a window to fracturize it or something similar. Although, does Kinu even run Fracturize? I think the joke is...
He does.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've seen decks like this that don't run Fracturize, and I was like, wow, that's real greedy.
No, I think if you Polaris into a water deck like this, you are just asking for trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. So my expectations, we're not going to see it until level 3 because there's not really a board that Shane needs to keep in check.
It's just Sadie, right? So, and honestly, 3 might be better because now you're hitting Pendragons, now you're hitting other bigger allies, right?
Absolutely.
That will when Kinu goes to 3 himself, he will want Pendragons. So you could just expect Pendragons to be on the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Pendragon is one of the most powerful cards available to this deck.
Yeah, correct. I see another Calming Breeze in hand too, by the way. But Dungeon Guide's gonna come in. Ooh, hey. This is enabling that Heavenly Guide route I was talking about earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. I hope we see the Heavenly Guide from Kinu. That would be sick.
I was actually really afraid that Shane was just going to normal level up and make me look like, make me look bad here. But it does look like Dungeon Guide and goes to Arasana 3 now.
Yep, and of course with that Dungeon Guide, his influence has dropped precipitously.
Yeah.
So down to, looks like 3 or
total.
4 influence for Shane, yeah.
I think it's 3 total,
I think you're right, I think it's 3. And that definitely opens the way for some card draws.
Yep.
So no worries about Mandate of Honor here.
No, he's good.
Which means that Kinu only needs to be worried about his own Mandate of Honor, which is, I suspect, why we're seeing... yet another reason for Sadie to come back to hand is without the unique ally on board, Mandate of Honor's symmetric effect is turned off.
Yep.
So that's a really cool technique.
Yeah, and again, at this point, obviously we are at a point where Shane doesn't have quite a lot of influence now. So, unfortunately, that also means that Kinu is not going to be getting a lot of fractured memories.
Yeah. Well, moving on to level 1, and Kinu looking pensively at his memory. I think he has 7 in memory and 1 in hand.
Yep.
So, needing to rest the Fractal in order to get the extra reserve cost to bring Sadie back to hand and get that extra draw.
Exactly. Yeah.
Tough position to be in. Mandate of Honor, what a card. The effect is symmetrical.
Yep.
But Kinu now moving forward with his turn, ready to crack that Excalibur for an extra... Oh, what is he going to copy here? Is he going to get a Memorite Blade out of it?
Guess he's copying Mandate of Honor?
Yeah, he's getting a second Mandate of Honor. I guess that's yet another regalia that you can take advantage of for...
Pendragon.
Yep.
Correct.
Very cool. So here comes Sadie for another 2 damage. Oh, clearing out the... Dungeon Guy. Where did the extra... Oh. From Merlin. Merlin attacked.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
Yes.
And that gives the agility 3, which is nice. And here comes the Heavenly Guy.
Yes,
oh,
sir.
Perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
for free.
For
That must
free,
feel good.
yeah.
That must
But
feel
no Sheen anywhere.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, is he not doing it? Or is he... No, he's only level 1.
He's only level 1.
Oh, so he doesn't get the on-enter from the Heavenly Guy because it's level 2.
Correct.
Oh.
Yes, and here's the worst part. I think also Shane said something like, I think I realized I have Astra Seals or something. So I wonder if there was also like a negate that was going to happen. So yeah, this is not a good position for Kinuryu. Who's probably, I mean, honestly, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking, oh, you just Heavenly Guide. But no, that's Heavenly Guide is only for level 2 to 3.
Yeah. You can't use it to go to level 2.
Yeah.
Well, that's a rough position for Kinuryu for sure.
Yeah. And Shane is like, okay, yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, well, there you go. Heavenly Guide, 3 for 1/3. That does nothing. This is that sucks.
Kinuryu still has a fair amount of advantages in this game.
Yeah, no,
right?
especially for Merlin that has no like fracture memory, right? He must be feeling like pretty bad about this right now. So yeah, but look, it's okay, right? Because again, Merlin has things like Pendragon. Merlin has the ways and abilities to be able to kind of like slowly gain there, get to 3. But yeah, this is a hard position to come back from, because I think, with Polaris coming in, right? Is this time?
I don't think that this is going to be the game this turn, but this
Okay.
Polaris is almost assuredly popping this turn.
Okay.
And that looks like he has the potential to get 8 more Cosmic Bolts in his deck.
Yeah.
Which means that Kinu's somewhat slower pace this game. No quiet refractions means not leveling up as quickly. So no Labyrinth on the board, no real solid Spell Shroud defenses here.
Yeah.
Which means Shane kind of has free reign here. Shane has the ability to send in some Cosmic Bolts, and I suspect that's what we're going to see.
Yeah. So I think I see what you're saying here, like, which is if this Merlin, right, the Sheen Merlin doesn't quite get the right draws, doesn't get the ability to build up Sheen, it does feel pretty hard to play, right? And like cards like Labyrinth is exalted, so you also have to be level 3.
Yeah,
Which again,
absolutely.
you don't want to go to level 3 without activating your Sheen plus 8. So there's a lot of places where this is going to be a problem. Yeah, and then again, burning cards from memory to be able to even go to level 2. Yeah.
Not only to be able to go to level 2, but also to draw more cards. Like, he's still stuck with this Sadie and the Mandate of Honor.
Yep.
He does have enough cards that he could pull the Sadie back if he really wanted to, but definitely needs to go to level 2 sooner rather than later. He can't stay at level 1 this whole game.
Yeah. It's also interesting that he burned 2 Spirit Blade Terminus to level up. I wonder if there was 3 in that, in the memory for this level up. And the reason I'm saying that is because I think, obviously Spirit Blade Terminus is a very game-ending card, but you have to get the game to that point to be able to end the game.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't end the game quickly.
No, you have to have enough Sheen to even do damage, right? And you have to have the prep counter to even then put it back into memory. This card is hard to actually use, basically, unless you're level 3. So unfortunately, even with Heavenly Guide correctly sideboard in, looks like Kinuryu has to actually do a Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, it's definitely a funny state of affairs to see the Heavenly Guide on the board and then the Dungeon Guide come down afterwards.
And there's the Astra Seal. So unfortunately, it's actually free, because Astra Seal will check for Dungeon Guides in anyone's banishment. So because there's a Dungeon Guide in Shane's banishment, it's actually just free.
Yep, actually just free.
Actually
wow,
just free.
What a solid play for Shane.
Yeah.
And this is I think really going to close the door against Kinuryu. I think Kinuryu has not a whole lot of action here. Ooh, seeing an Incapacitate on the Astral Seal, though. That is a great find.
It's interesting. Yeah. And we often forget, but a Sheen Merlin is an assassin, so Incap is only going to cost 2.
It does mean he doesn't have quite as much control over what cards get banished. A few more cards needing to go into the memory in order to pay for that Incapacitate.
Exactly. And what card did he banish? The Pendragon.
And a Topsy.
Yeah, and that can't feel good.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. What's the card in hand, though? Is that another Pendragon? Because, I mean, this game could really come back if he's holding the other Pendragon.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he has. Most likely, he still has another Pendragon. Like, hard to imagine a situation where he's putting the Pendragon into memory without, still having another one in hand.
Yeah, especially given this current situation where probably very likely kinuryu wants to be able to regain all the influence here, right? But yeah, Polaris gets popped for 7.
Nice. That is a big Polaris. And the Sadie gets killed from it, too, because Kinu's so far down on influence. Only 1 card left in hand. No ability to return it.
Yep.
But and 7 Cosmic Bolts going into the deck. Shane is definitely in a much better position this game.
And we haven't seen a single Cosmic Bolt, right? Either in Banish or in the Graveyard?
No, not yet.
Okay. Wow. So there are actually now 11 Cosmic Bolts in the deck, right? I think Shane's going to want to probably get some, either the Orbiting Cosmos or, the Lunar Conduit to be able to start just glimpsing like crazy and then start, start doing crazy stuff. I think there is 3 visits, though, both in hand and I think in banishment, actually.
Yep, starting this off with Orbiting Cosmos to give a little bit more reach to those glimpses.
Yeah.
Definitely digging, definitely looking to get those Cosmic Bolts sooner rather than later.
Yeah. In the Fertile Ground, giving even more value to every single ingredient pouch, turn.
Yeah,
That's
between
just,
Ingredient Pouch and Fertile Ground, that is an extra card from Arasana 2 every turn.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Oh, man. That smile. I've had a couple of those smiles in games that Kinu has had. That's not a happy smile.
No. That is I see what happened here.
Yeah. We're going to sit back. Yeah. I think the right choice. Oh, man. This is actually really key. So remember, Kinu has a game, right? Shane has 0. If they try to play out this really slow Arasana game, he's going to go to time. But Kinu says, okay, look, rather than basically drawing with you guaranteed, I'm going to try to go for the win. And the only way I can do this is by going to game 3. So I was actually kind of curious when he would decide to scoop. I would have probably maybe potentially scooped on the Heavenly Guide play there. But yeah, and again, just not having the Sheen counters really early, right?
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, this is good because the other thing that Kinu has probably learned, right? This is the fracture memory, right? Us Merlin players, what are we doing? We're learning how to play the game, okay? We're also building and compounding our experience to be able to then go to game 3, understanding, for example, maybe like Mandate is not the right play there, and adjusting some of that play. The backup charger, I think, would have been a really good option there, too.
Yeah, I think looking to build up the influence is definitely important. Mandate of Honor definitely resulted in a little bit of a workaround from Shane, but I suspect it was more awkward on Kinu's side than it was on Shane's side.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a rough position to be in for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that game, right, had he maybe forget the backup charger, I would have just gone for level 1 Merlin. You burn 1, but guess what? You're going to be sitting there. Every single time he puts 6 memory down, you're getting Sheen counters.
Yeah.
Right?
And we'll see if he makes that adjustment here. Maybe Kinu goes for Merlin earlier this time. Maybe he goes for Prism Spire earlier this time in order to take advantage of that Excalibur crack instead of copying the Mandate of Honor.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different directions that his strategy could evolve here. The deck is full of options, really a lot of things that he could try here. Yeah. Whereas Shane's strategy is really linear. We sort of know what Shane is going to be doing game in, game out, because Astra Arasana kind of always works the same way. So I think a lot of this is going to be dependent on whether or not Kinu finds the cards he's looking for, whether or not Kinu has the kind of early game that he wants to put together in order to build himself up to the late game that he's trying to achieve. And I think you have the right of it. We're just immediately going into Merlin level 1.
Yeah. Again, just this Merlin level 1, by the way, in my opinion, feels almost like our old Merlin, the Merlin level 2. Sometimes when I play Merlin like that, I would actually go to 2 and just sit there. The reason, and I would even dungeon guide to Merlin 2 sometimes, because sometimes just holding and making their turn really awkward is really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're seeing the floating memory from Shane going immediately to level 1. It's a pretty nice first turn here, and not putting enough cards into his memory in order to enable the Sheen from Merlin level 1. So still no extra bonus for Kinu, but that definitely won't last. He's going to be playing cards, especially these first few turns.
Yeah.
There's a lot of important build-up that he's going to need to do.
Exactly, and even if you do something like backup charger on Shane's side, that's when you backup charger, it's not just a card to you; it's a Sheen counter to your opponent.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's at a minimum. Yeah. sometimes that backup charger, the one extra card you draw into memory, sometimes completes actually the 2 Sheen counter. You get 6 total, for example. Yeah. Sadie comes down, makes sense, right?
Yep. The ever-present Sadie, another 2 damage into Sheen. That chip damage starting to build up, right?
Yeah.
This was kind of always the plan. Is a little bit of chip here and there, and then eventually you can close the game out with your bigger allies or maybe a giant Terminus.
Put it back to your hand.
Oh.
Ooh. Well, no Sadie for you, I suppose.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Recollection.
Okay, Pouch is coming in. So he puts 1 down, and look at that. Oh, hey, you put 3 in your memory? That's going to be a Sheen counter. See, and Kinuryu was so ready. He had the dice in hand. He was just going to lay it down the moment Recollection happens. It's so funny, actually. But yeah, so now, right, this is going to make it really kind of a little bit more awkward for Sheen, because Sheen has to think about, okay, what can I actually put down, and how do I get to 3 in this situation? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, very good question.
So now see Scepter gets played and gets banished. The Scepter is going to add 2 more Sheen to the Arasana. This allows Kinuryu to get 3 Sheen counters on Arasana. Now when Merlin comes in for an attack, I don't know if the blade is active yet.
Not yet.
It hasn't been, no spell has been played. So no, the Merlin's blade is not active. But when it does, or a separate blade is played, Merlin's going to be able to come in and do 4 damage total to the Arasana just on that attack. Yeah,
Well,
backup charger.
Yeah,
One extra Sheen.
not a whole lot of offense for Kinuryu yet, right?
Yeah.
The Sadie coming in for 2 damage, that's about it. No additional weapons, no Excalibur here. Sheen playing the backup charger, like you just said, and just kind of moving on with his game plan, sort of not really impacted by the situation. And, you know, once again, it's kind of up to Kinuryu to figure out a way to set his own pace in this matchup.
Ooh,
And
Kinu's going to go to 2.
Ooh, this is early.
Yeah.
This is an early 2, right?
It's early 2, but it actually doesn't really matter too much, because if you think about it, he still has Thronekeeper Bullfrog in hand, and that card does absolutely nothing against Sheen. So might as well just burn it and go to 2, and then start building again more Sheen. So the other reason why you go to 2 is because for the ability to do the Sheen things that you want to do. Now.
So 2 Sheen now on the Fractured Memory has the ability to pull in a lot more off of Sheen. 6 Sheen counters stacked up on Arasana. So this seems pretty worthwhile. Quiet Refraction coming down. So a bunch of Sheen all at once. This actually makes this is a good Merlin 2 turn actually.
And you see the 8, that's the key number, because now 8 means I can go to 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So getting the prep counter and card draw off of Merlin 2's ability, which is 9 discounted by your Sheen.
Yep.
So jumping that Sheen so much immediately is really, really good at this point.
Yep. Yeah, and of course, you know, Arasana would have to take more damage because pulling the Sheen off, you know, helps a lot there. Arrow Trap comes in again.
Second Arrow Trap. Once again, Sadie going back to hand. This poor Sadie bouncing back and forth.
Go to level 2.
But, of course, pulling those Sheen counters did get a little bit of extra damage. So 1 from the blade, 3 more from the Sheen counters. Sheen now at 6 damage to Kinu's Stone Cold 0.
Yeah, and Sheen knows. Honestly, this is Shane's game to lose, right? Sheen
Yeah,
at this
it really
point is probably not going to be able to kind of blitz out a game win, but it's more for playing for the draw. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Kinuryu was maybe a little bit on the back foot, a little bit like kind of not as into this game, but now sitting on that 8 Sheen counters, he looks a lot better. He looks in a much better position.
Yeah.
Quiet Refraction, just such a huge deal.
Yeah.
Not going to level 3 immediately. We've got the Safeguard coming down. Maybe he's waiting for the Heavenly Guide opportunity, since Shane's still at level 2 now, has not gone up to 3 yet.
And Sheen does have a Dungeon Guide in hand. I think it's the 3rd card from the left there. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Kinuryu says, I'm going to go Dungeon Guide. I don't really care.
Kinu's tired of waiting.
Yeah.
And this could very well be the thing that Sheen was waiting for. Okay, you DG up first so I don't get Heavenly Guide.
That's right. Yeah, so toss that Mandate. That Mandate that did nothing for me last game. Just throw it in the banishment there. Draw the card, get the prep counter, and start doing Merlin things.
Yep, and both of them need to move quick here. You know, if they are looking to close this game out without another draw, they're really going to need to step up the pace and make sure that their game plan happens on time.
Kinu's hand is actually quite good. Kinu has the Pendragon now already, right? But also Kinu's hand has a Labyrinth as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So yeah, potentially a pretty big deal here. I think it's Sheen 10 to really start taking advantage of Labyrinth.
Correct. That's the first one. But here's the thing. He's going to go aggressive, actually. Terminus.
Oh, yeah. With that 10, oh, yeah, currently 10 Sheen. So here comes the Terminus. This is going to hit for 2 extra damage this turn.
So it's 4 total, right? But it's going to, the more important part is it's going to double the amount of Sheen.
Right, yeah. Getting that double, moving up to 20 Sheen, which means the next Terminus is going to hit for 5 extra.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big hit.
And this is the thing. This doubling only happens on hit. So he actually has to deal damage, otherwise it doesn't work.
And the barrier coming down and the incapacitate immediately coming down.
Kinu knows.
No
Kinu
thought.
knows.
He knows
says,
exactly what he needs to do.
I need to get the damage in. There's no way. No shot. Yeah. There you go. Look at that Sheen counter now.
Yeah, 20 Sheen counters. That is a threatening Sheen total.
Yeah.
This turns on some of the level 3 abilities, right?
At 18, Kinu's gonna be able to draw the card at the end phase. At I think 36 is the game ender one.
Yeah, from the Labyrinth, sure.
That's right. But usually you don't see 36. Honestly, getting to 18 or above 18 is just so much value. It's kind of like a sliding scale at that point. I mean, because if you start pulling in things like Pendragon, right, you're in a really good position to be able to do damage. Yeah, but it looks like the Pendragon is probably going to get cleared this turn by the Polaris. The Polaris is definitely going to pop, and this is actually probably why Kinu pulled in the Safeguard, because while you're not expecting the turn that the Polaris pop to be the most dangerous turn. However, that being a threat, right? Arsan to be able to go to 3 right the turn after, or maybe even DG in the same turn and start glimpsing. That could represent quite a bit of damage already.
Yeah, that was actually a point that I wanted to bring up. Is this is the first time the Polaris has come out before going to level 3.
Okay, yep.
Dungeon Guide now, of course, meaning level 3 on the Polaris turn anyway.
Yeah.
Which is pretty important. Like, this is what he's looking for. He's trying to get those bolts into his deck and be able to take advantage of them at the same time.
Yeah.
No, I need it for the call.
We have run out of giant dice. Oh, no, we still have more. I thought we were out of giant dices.
Yeah, nice
Die.
dice.
He needed more than
So not a lot of doubles on these herbs. So difficult to potentially take advantage of the card draw. But it looks like he had 1 double on the 3s.
Man, if he's pulling back the Looking Glass, he has another Pendragon, right?
Oh,
That's gotta
yeah,
be it.
definitely. That's got or an unmake.
Oh, well, first let's get the Labyrinth out.
Yep.
Labyrinth is good.
That is a
Labyrinth
big
is
deal.
good is something that Shane did say.
But I think I see a Scatterescence in his hand, so I think he's not that worried about it.
Yeah.
Unless there was a 3rd in cap in Kinu's hand.
Here's the Terminus. This is the problem. So now this is 20, right? This is 5 extra damage, so it's coming in for 7.
Yeah, that's a big hit.
Yep.
That's a really big hit.
Okay.
We're
gonna
going to
do
see
some
what we
glimpsing
get
now.
out of this glimpse.
Boom, boom, boom.
And this is still before firing off the Polaris, so there's not going to be a whole lot of Cosmic Bolts. He's going to be looking for something else here.
7?
Getting the recovery, which is nice.
Yep.
And just glimpsing 2 to the bottom, so none of this is what he was looking for.
Well, I was saying it. I've never seen a Labyrinth hit above 38. Was it number?
36?
We're at 40 now for the Sheen.
Ooh.
So 36. So 36 is gonna happen.
All right. Well, so that combined with, I believe the card is Scintillating something or other?
Scintillating
Infinite
Installation.
Scintillation.
Infinite Scintillation.
Yeah, so being able to move all 40 Sheen counters
Yep.
to your opponent,
Yep.
and then Infinite Scintillation allows you to pull all of those Sheen counters back and deal 1 damage for each one.
Correct.
So 36 Sheen does actually read win the game.
Yes.
As long as you have the card to take advantage of.
Kinu has the card in hand.
Oh, yeah, so this is...
Get Cosmos.
This might already be over. I think he's waiting for an opportunity here, so hoping that Shane puts more cards down, hoping that Shane kind of opens the door, I think, to Infinite Scintillation coming in, because an Astral Seal is still a problem for him here,
Yeah.
right? So Astral Seal will stop any card activation from hand cold. And it doesn't look like Kinu has the 3rd Incapacitate handy.
Yeah.
So letting Shane play his game, but we are in overtime. So this is turn 0 here for Shane.
Yeah. And honestly, like, I mean, Kinu actually can also go back to turn and just do another Terminus.
Scatter.
That's true.
Yeah. But Scatter Essence come in.
There goes the Labyrinth. So
I would, yeah, activate it. He's going to activate it?
Yeah.
He's not going to activate it.
Where I die.
Okay, he did.
Oh,
he
no,
did
he did,
activate.
yeah,
he did
okay.
activate. Yeah. So I was wondering what he
Yep.
was waiting for. I guess it's to lay down cards to avoid the Astra Seal, right?
Yeah,
he-
waiting for the cards to go down in order to open the window.
Did he think there was Astra Seal? Because I mean, he did see the Pendragon, resolve, right? So my thinking is, if you let the Pendragon resolve, you very likely don't have Astra Seal, unless maybe he was.
No, I think he's not worried about the Pendragon. 3 damage doesn't make a difference.
It's more about the draw 2 cards, though.
The draw 2 cards is potentially threatening, but at that point, Shane is more concerned about his own game plan because he needs to get his stuff together, right? So he wants to prevent you from interacting with his Cosmic Bolts, but the Ghost of Pendragon lets you get your game plan going. But if he has the Astral Seal, then there's like very specific cards that you're using for your own game plan. I don't know. I'm not an expert with the Sheen Merlin, and this matchup specifically is 2 sort of more esoteric decks. So really interesting to see it play out the way it played out.
I mean,
and congratulations to our Merlin player. That was a really big victory.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Basically, obviously, laying down the Labyrinth, and you can see the difference, right? So game 2, slowing down the Merlin, level 1, caused him to not have enough fractal memories. And game 3, that instant adjustment. I mean, the thing is, like, look, Merlin players, we all think alike. In fact, I probably channeled some. We had a meeting real quick in our hive mind.
There you go.
And then it was all about, hey, we got to get that Merlin going, right?
So is the Merlin hive mind, is that outside interference? Is that?
Oh, I mean, I'm more of the mage Merlin, but we do have some external relationships with the assassin Merlins too. Just making sure everyone's happy.
Well,
But
I'm sure that's perfectly legal. I'm sure all that is all on the up and up.
Yeah, but you can, as you can see, right, the big difference. Going Merlin really fast, you can see how many Sheens you can just build up, even without the Artisan of recollecting a bunch, even without the ability to put 2 Sheen counters on level up. You can actually stack quite a bit of Sheen counter. Obviously, getting to 3, as long as you have 8, you're able to do the things that you do at level 3, and then at that point, Spirit Blade.
Yeah.
Right, you have enough prep counters. You can just do that a couple times, get your Sheen counters up to like 20 something. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Spirit Blade Terminus, an absolutely huge hit. On the heels of that match, I think we are going into the lunch break soon. So from there, we're going to be moving on to round 4 after lunch. So I think we have, an hour or something?
Yeah, it's going to be about an hour, I think. Yeah, and then obviously, we'll be back here on the stream, but the casters are also probably going to go get some lunch too.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
All right, cool. All right, we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. And that concludes round 3. Up next is a lunch break, so feel free to enjoy a nice break as well. But first, we'll leave you with a Grand Archive lore tidbit. Let's talk a little bit about the 3 major organizations we know within the lore and their intentions towards something called World Seeds. Worlds have world seeds, which are essentially the heart of the realm and source of mana energy, and if destroyed, would mean calamity for these worlds. The Grand Archive needs this mana energy from various worlds to survive, and so they send champions out to these realms in order to save them from ruin. On the other hand, our favorite villainesses Merlin and, recently confirmed, Tristan are trying to destroy these world seeds on behalf of something called the Proto-Archive. Not much yet has been explicitly revealed about the Proto-Archive, though apparently they are a big focus in the upcoming set Radiant Origins, which is extremely exciting. For now, we might assume that they are an early prototype of the Grand Archive that has been abandoned, and are now acting out of bitter envy, trying to drain the Grand Archive of mana energy by destroying the worlds they're trying to save. Finally, the 3rd major organization we know of so far is the Obliviate, which is spearheaded by Vanitas. This group neither wants to save the World Seed nor destroy it. They're trying to wield its power for their own goals, perhaps to save the world they come from, which has seen its own World Seed obliterated. They're quoted as wanting to snatch the World Seed in Azoth, but lack the knowledge to understand how, and Vanitas refers to the World Seed's power as its gifts that aren't meant to be wasted. Hopefully we'll find out more soon. It seems like Proto-Archive lore is just around the corner though with RDO. Before I leave you, I'd love to shout out everyone out here running this event. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, a fantastic game store in Gold River, California near Sacramento that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA, of course with the casting talents of JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the meta-focused podcast, The Korhazi Outlook, Check them out. And Mark from SolarGames, one of our TalkGA hosts. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. We'll be going on our lunch break now, and we'll see you back here afterwards. Stay hydrated and rested. Catch you in a bit for round 4 of the NorCal Regional.
And welcome back to NorCal Regionals. After a quick lunch break, we're going to be getting right into round 4. But before we do that, I am Mark from SolarGames, and my co-caster here is JimTheEternal.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Do you have a good lunch? Jinx.
As if on cue.
Jinx. You owe me like 6 or 7 sodas.
Wow, what a start. Just off to a banging start. No, I had a great lunch, and I am, psyched, refreshed, ready for more matches.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, we had some really interesting decks so far. I'm actually kind of curious what's in store for us coming up soon. Yeah.
Is there anything that in particular that you're hoping to see?
I know that there's Genbu. I know that there's Fractals. We just haven't seen them. So, but here's what it looks like for the top 8. Wow. Okay. Actually, Mucus, Water Deanna.
Wow, look at all that water. 5 water in the top 8.
Yeah.
Oh, no wind either. Especially after seeing that initial graphic with like the even split on the elements.
Yeah.
5 water, 3 fire in the top 8. Wow,
yeah.
that is a shift.
Yeah. Of course, like Fire Deanna, Water Deanna, Water Deanna, Water Deanna. Diao-chan, Luxem Goja is going to be your Seiryu.
He is the Genbu.
Genbu, yep. And of course, Crux Flooring.
Yeah,
yep.
This is a great set of people in the top 8. So I'm actually really excited. There's a lot of Water Diana.
Yep.
I think this is maybe, based on the amount of Diana that we saw in the beginning, I think I expected it, but that's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we're moving straight into gameplay for round 4.
Yep.
We have a Fire Ciel here. Along with, who's the other match?
It's going to be a Vanitas.
Ooh, Horse and Taxes. Okay. Great. So my expectation then, based on what I know of these two players, is Duckhats is on Ciel and 0TP is on Vanitas.
Yeah.
And I can see the wind in his hand. So there it is. A great initial start. We have the Stalwart Shieldmate getting turned into CL level 1 for Duckhats, and on 0TB's side, we have the 3 of Hearts, potentially enabling a similar play on his side. It looks like I see a liminal guide in hand. That's definitely going into the yard.
Yeah, and I think Duckhats actually opened with a cremated witch, so that's pretty fun.
Yeah, big hits, lots of influence. That's a really good start.
Yeah. Oh, devastating.
Wow.
Why not?
Just ready to devastate, huh?
Yeah, why not?
Appreciate that.
Exactly.
So, did that go to face then?
I believe.
Okay.
It was the 3 of Hearts, yeah.
Right, and then activating the ability in response. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. You got to clear that board. You don't want to take too much more damage.
Yeah.
And especially, I'm not sure if Duckhats knows what he's playing against yet.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But that definitely looks like he's reading it as an aggressive deck and really wants to keep that board in check.
Well, now he knows. He sees the Vanitas.
Yeah, once Vanitas comes down, it's very obvious.
Right away, we're going to imbue that Topsy. Let's take a look and see what you got.
So this is a huge hit, knocking out an influence from 0TB and getting rid of the liminal guide, which is going to be another influence that he would have potentially gotten. This might turn off his fundamental turn.
Yeah.
If he no longer has 7 cards in hand, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think?
6. He
can't go to 3 this turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, Duckhats knows this matchup.
He knows.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a great time Topsy as well because, again, with that liminal in the yard, right? It's like, I already have the juicy target I want. I just need to see what you're going to be doing, and we know. Okay, Serum of Wisdom is the card that's being played here.
What a cool-looking promo card.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, again, draw, glimpse 3, draw a card into memory. I think it's basically similar to what you're saying, right? If I don't have 7 cards, I get turned off, so why don't I go to 7 cards, and then we'll kind of live another day.
Yeah, so this being an influence neutral play is important. It gets 2 cards down so that he can go to level 2 without spending like a dungeon guide for it.
Yeah.
And that'll give him just enough cards, I think, to go to level 3 on that same turn, activating Vanitas 3, or maybe dungeon guiding even to Vanitas 3.
Yeah.
Which would be a lot easier given the amount of time that it's taken to get this far.
Do you normally DG to the 3, or you just activate it with the ability?
So the normal line for this deck, I guess it's turning this into a Horse and Taxes primer.
Yeah.
The normal line for this deck is you place enough cards down, you go to DG to level 2.
Yep.
and then you have 1 card in memory.
Right.
And then you play anything that costs 2. Now you have 3 cards in memory, and you can burn them all in order to go to level 3. But that requires 5 cards in memory total and 2 cards played, so 7 total.
7 total.
Getting him down to 6 slows that down by a turn, which is a big deal.
Yep.
And now we're, in fact, seeing exactly that. So moving up to level 2 first, and I'm expecting to see a DG to 3 here, because getting to 3 is the most important part of this deck.
And Zero does have a DG already. And, because the red hair was banished, I think he's going to maybe keep the red hair there and just, be able to use it.
Duck Hat's, meanwhile, playing somewhat defensively, keeping that Library Witch here, and also just building influence, right? We have the backup charger on the board, so building up the omens over time and kind of keeping pace, I think, right now.
Yeah.
Dilu coming in to clear out the Witch, and of course Vanitas coming in for that extra 3 damage, and starting that taxation that is really the namesake. Whoa, this is such a good play.
Duck Hats knows. He just says, resolute stand. I'm not going to stand for this. Yeah,
that is perfect. This is exactly the kind of tempo shift that he needs in order to stay in this game.
Yeah, this is really important because Vanitas' ability has on-champion hit, so it actually has to hit. Just because you're attacking a champion doesn't mean you're going to hit him. If you attack a champion and deal 0 damage, it does not count as hit. So that ability does not activate.
Yep, exactly.
Or
so
trigger.
No taxation on this level 2 to Ciel, and then the on-enter ability allowing 2 discards because of the amount of cards that are in the omens.
Yep.
So pretty good build-up for Duck Hats. Mostly putting just some chaff in the yard, not really taking advantage of any floating memory or anything like that. And now the DG up to 3, immediately going there. Oh, this is so strong. Not a lot of influence here, but getting up to this level 3 really puts him in a good position to start dealing some extra damage and cleaning up this board.
Yeah, and we're about to get in tax season here, but this is Duck Hat saying, "You can't tax me. I spent all my money."
Yep, exactly right. And this is where the taxes start to not matter as much.
Yeah.
If all you're doing is materializing specific utility cards or materializing things for like an influence gain, like a Grand Crusader's ring or equivalent, then the taxes, you don't really want to materialize into it, but you're not losing a whole lot by not materializing into it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of fun, right? So if Vanitas does have the tax on Ciel, the Lost Providence would actually still not be taxed, right? Because you're activating it from material.
Right, yeah.
Rather
Lost
than
Providence
materializing it.
Exactly.
Okay, that's
yep,
very
you understand
interesting.
completely.
Yeah.
The game continues to move forward. We have a Terrafring coming up for 0TB. I was kind of expecting to see a little bit more of an aggressive materialize here. There are some options for materializing damage instead of defense. But 0TB not taking advantage of that, relying on Dilu, relying on the 3 in from the champion to get a little bit of damage here. Keeping the Dungeon Guide alive, which is kind of unusual. Usually you want to clear those allies. But just generally sending in those attacks and maybe trying to slow Duck Hats down enough that he can get a little bit more damage, a little bit more taxation, and keep him slowed for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and Duck Hats obviously taking damage, I think, declined to materialize anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah, with that taxation, this is absolutely the correct play.
And this is the and this basically allowed, for example, the ability for basically Duck Hats is not going to be able to do much right here until he can get out of the materialization. Yeah, Lost Providence gets activated here, be able to draw the card, and of course now we're going to Buck-Island Coop the Dilu. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is like exactly what Zero wanted to avoid with the Terrafring, wanted to try and protect his own allies. So that makes sense to leave the Dungeon Guide up in that situation. If you're spending 2 in order to attack with a Dungeon Guide, that's not really going to do much. But unfortunately, the attack here comes in with a Beguiling Coup, and that's doable on fairly low influence in order to get that damage in order to clear that ally, and start protecting Duck Hats' precious life total.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Duck Hats just honestly had the right response to the beginning. I mean, he obviously knowing the lines, but also having the cards to be able to do those things really helped, I think, in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these players playing this very well, right?
Yeah.
You're seeing exactly the right kinds of interactions in order to protect their game plan. So the Terrafring, in order to keep the Dilu alive, didn't quite work because Duck Hats had the Beguiling Coup, but otherwise a really solid plan. And Duck Hats, of course, with the defensive tricks exactly where he needs them.
Yeah.
And just really showing off kind of how to defend yourself against this deck. There is definitely a lot of damage going forward, you know, damage on both sides.
Yeah.
And with both of these champions, you have huge health pools, right?
Yeah.
30 for Duck Hats, 25 for Zero. So it's going to be a while before we see a victor here, but Duck Hats very much has this game in hand. It's going to be hard for Zero to bring up that much damage in the amount of time that he probably has left. And Vanitas, while having a few defensive tricks, is definitely a lot more gas pedal than it is brakes.
Yeah, here's another Beguiling Coup, but this one is going to turn into a devastating blow for, I believe, 7 damage.
Yep, that is a massive hit on top of the 2 from the Omens, as well as the bonus damage from the Beguiling Coup itself while it's in the Omens. And another Omened devastating blow, putting in another 2 damage on Zero TB because of Ciel's level 3 ability. And Zero TB looks like he's not long for this world.
Yeah. This is definitely not the position that he wants to be in, right? Because
for sure not.
At this point, normally what I would see is the Vanitas has like a bunch of horse allies on board that's very threatening, and not so much on the opponent's side. But in this case, I would say Duck Hats is actually okay with not materializing anything if he can keep drawing attack cards. Yeah.
Yeah, and they immediately move to the next game.
Scoop.
Yeah, Zero TB sees the situation he's in. So this is really rough.
Yeah.
Vanitas is an aggressive deck at heart. So if you have the right defenses, you can stall it long enough to get your own game plan online, and Duck Hats has played into this deck enough to really understand the way this game works.
Yeah.
That said, Zero TB is no slouch. You know, he's one of the co-creators of this deck alongside Pickle Sword from Chess Club. So somebody who has a lot of experience with these lines and the ways to conversely slow their opponent down and try and come in between the cracks.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at Vanitas' sideboard here, we have some adjustments I think we can make here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the extortion scheme. Oh, I thought that was going to be Eternal Magistrate. My mistake.
Yeah. I think Infernal Vessel, maybe, right? Because, again, just because you're playing against a Ciel, Ciel can heal. It could be something that could get out of your range if, for example, a Ciel brings out a Carter and this cleaves the board for, micro heals. The Vessel is going to be able to say, hey, if you're going to heal less than 3, you heal 0 instead.
Yeah, unfortunately, nothing else in this sideboard really good in this particular matchup.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of key allies that you're going to want to Dream Fairy out.
Right.
There's not really anything that Extortion Scheme is really going to hit of value. I think that's mostly there for like the Seryu deck or against Genbu or something like that.
Yeah.
So
maybe Tristan's.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But moving on to Duck Hats' deck.
Yep. So we see a Heavenly Guide, which is actually really interesting again. I think a lot of players are starting to get kind of interested in this card because, again, as you can see against this matchup here, very likely the Vanitas is going to run to 3. So being able to pull out your Heavenly Guide, honestly, I believe Heavenly Guide is actually available to be utilized even when if you leverage Vanitas' level 3 ability, right? Because you're getting a materialization. Yeah.
Let me double check the wording on that just to make sure.
But otherwise, I mean, like, Carter's interesting against this in this matchup because you can cleave and clear board. Let's say they have, 2 or 3 horses out there, getting rid of all of them for one of them, and then, by eating your DG that you're going to use for level 3 is pretty useful. Yep.
I think Carter as a source to clear the board, like you said. Also, the recovery on it is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
The Under Fire potentially really useful in order to prevent the taxation from coming through, even if it's more damage against you.
Yeah.
And Serene Fire definitely coming in on the draw here because he's going to need that extra life buffer when he's playing from behind.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, looking at the wording on Heavenly Guide, it cares if a champion was played, which activated counts.
Okay.
So I think if you're activating it out of the materials, it doesn't work. But if you dungeon guide it, obviously it does.
Okay.
Well, we're moving straight into Game 2 now. The players have both sideboarded to their preferences. Zero TB taking the first turn here. And we'll see whether or not this works out. The lines on Vanitas are very tight, right? Needing exactly that 7 influence on your second turn. So he needs to find either an influence neutral play this turn or a play that gets him float or liminal guide into the graveyard, or else he's not going to be able to get that real aggression on turn 2.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Duck Hats knows that, and it wouldn't surprise me at all to see another Topsy come out on this critical turn 2 for Vanitas and slow it down. So a lot of it is going to depend on the plays that Zero TB has available.
Okay.
Okay.
I see where we are.
Syrian Rebuke, it gets played. This is obviously not the best option here, but just getting some cards into memory to be able to level up.
It's true. Sometimes you just need to get your cards into memory in order to get that level up.
Yeah.
And this is really suboptimal. It's not influence neutral. All it does is get rid of your cards and let you take that level up. So we're probably aiming at a level 2 naturally, and then DG up to 3, instead of the usual DG to 2 and then activate 3, which is unfortunately a turn slower. But a lot of that is also going to depend on what Zero has available on his next turn. If he's still stuck with cards like Searing, I see a Beseech in his hand that he could potentially play here, but I don't think he wants to Beseech up to 2 without also being able to go up to 3, and his influence doesn't let him.
Yeah. And doesn't the Beseech work the same way as a DG in this deck? Basically, whether you have a DG or Beseech, it helps you to kind of accelerate that level up, right? To level 2, then to level 3 for on the same turn, effectively.
That is exactly right. Beseech the wins is Dungeon Guide 5 and 6.
Got it.
So Ciel moving along with his preferred game plan, keeping the cards in hand. I think this makes a lot of sense for Duck Hats. The goal now is not to be proactive. The goal is to make sure that Zero doesn't lock you out of the game early.
Yeah, exactly. And holding that many cards in hand, and I do see a Resolute Stand. He's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he's in a great place here. Zero bringing out the Thurible just for the extra card, so not even getting any particular advantage here. But now has the cards in hand to be able to Beseech up to 2 and then activate 3 out of the materials. So probably has like another horse to play here, either a red hair or a second Dilu.
I think the Dilu comes, right? Because, the red hair it gets played.
I think both are defensible. The benefit of Dilu obviously is the extra health.
Okay, that's fair.
So having a 3/4 versus a 3/3 is nice to have, especially against a deck like this, which likely has sources of 3 damage, but is maybe going to struggle a little bit in order to get a source of 4 damage.
Yeah. Yep. All these things get banished as expected. Okay, comes in for the 3 damage. Duck Hats immediately goes for the Resolute Stand.
There you go. What a card.
And Zero's like, oh man, he has it again. Come on.
Yeah, and this is picture perfect play from Duck Hats. Protecting his ability to continue to level up, protecting his ability to continue to materialize on time, get his own game plan running. Yeah, I think we're going straight into level 2 here.
Especially because also Duck Hats has a Dungeon Guide in hand, so I think we're going to be looking at something very similar to Game 1, where probably Dungeon Guide 3, right, before this gets out of hand.
Yeah, definitely get a Dungeon Guide here. That extra health pool is just a huge deal, right? Yeah. Especially against an aggressive deck, which Horse and Taxes very much is. Horse and Taxes is trying to kill its opponent before its opponent gets the game plan online. And that's not what's happening here. Duck Hats had all of the right moves in the right order at exactly the right times. And here we are at level 3, Lost Providence out, Dungeon Guide coming in for a point, and those Omens are just going to build up and up and up.
Yeah, and does the 2 damage on the Omen as well. So that's just extra value at level 3. When you get those Omens, you're going to be able to do 2 damage to any target.
Yep. And now Duck Hats has a little bit of a longer road to hoe here in terms of building influence back up and starting to enable his own game plan. But Zero is a ways away from dealing any kind of lethal damage. Dilu coming in, clearing the Dungeon Guide, learned his lesson with the Tariff Ring. Still clearing that Dungeon Guide ahead of time, and then making sure to get the 3 damage in and start the taxes up. Tariff Ring, of course, coming down because Zero needs to protect that Dilu. He needs allies on the board in order to have any kind of clock at all. And last game, that definitely caused a problem for him.
Duck Hats basically just says, yeah, you know what? I don't have enough cards either. I'm just going to go and Omen and do 2 damage to you.
Yeah, this is, kind of the slower pace of this game compared to Game 1. But both of them, I think, they understand what's going on. Duck Hats is still pretty much in control of this game. His life total's fairly high. And Zero just really needs to push forward as much damage as he can.
Yeah. And I don't know if he was expecting this, Zero was expecting this, but Duck Hats does have a Carter in hand as well. So that last turn, if Zero didn't remove the Dungeon Guide, that cleave could have come in very handy.
Yeah, absolutely. That could have cleaned out the Dilu. I wouldn't surprise me at all to see that happening sooner rather than later now that there are 2 horses on the board.
Yeah.
Because this is representing a lot of damage. Of course, one of the interactions that we saw just now, the reduce to ash on the hammer is a big play. That is going to save Ducats quite a bit of damage and even lets him get the extra damage onto 0 from the attack with the hammer first.
Yep.
So a really, really great include there and perfectly timed.
Yeah. I think Carter's still going to come down, although Carter, unfortunately, now cannot kill both horses, but the Omen should be able to shoot one of the horses down. So, yeah, still good. Still good.
Yep. Yeah, that's a huge attack, still cleaving in for 2, so 2 damage to 0 as well.
Yep.
And just like you said, the Omen dealing the extra 2 damage to the Dilu, clearing out one of the horses and moving us in the direction that he wants to move for sure.
And this is really important. You notice how, like, the Carter is, in addition to, of course, clearing the board, has the ability to, heal. So Christian was actually at 13, but because of at 12, but because of the clear, was able to recover 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and was about to
pretty good.
recover another one until the Infernal Vessel came out.
Yep, just like you said, Infernal Vessel coming in from the board, and that's a nice trick here. Getting that extra point of damage, and being able to materialize even 1 point of damage is really strong for this deck. This deck wants to push out damage as much as it can at this point, and it's very limited at its pace of damage by the allies that it can produce. So being able to materialize damage is very, very good. Any kind of acceleration is good.
Yeah, exactly. For any aggro deck, right, Infernal Vessel is a really important card to be able to be there to just, again, prevent damage, prevent healing, because all that work you've already put on your opponent, you definitely don't want them to gain it back.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we are seeing the Grande Sonnerie come out for Ducats. I love this card. This is such a big hitter, too. And with all of the cards in the Omens, this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 5. So every attack with his Grande Sonnerie is going to be an extra card draw for Ducats as well.
Yeah.
It's just very firmly exactly where he wants to be. A high damage total, unfortunately, but definitely setting up to be able to kill 0 first.
Yeah. Now, it is more damage. It is more cards, but Zero's also not sleeping here. A Beast Soul Visage put onto the red hair. Now this red hair can do 5 damage. The Pride 3, who cares? I'm already level 3.
So this is the other source of materializable damage for the Horse and Taxes deck. Beast Soul Visage alongside the Infernal Hammer, which each of them a source of 2 damage on the turn, and potentially more than that if it's allowed to live for more than 1 turn.
Yeah. So this is looking pretty scary.
This is looking pretty scary, but that's also everything. Yeah, that's all the tricks. So at this point, Grande Sonnerie comes in for 4 damage, plus the extra 3 from the Omens, which is exactly lethal.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's really interesting too, right? I mean, honestly, I think it's fun because I think Game 1 actually Zero had a more optimal draw, but Game 2, I think Duck Hats. So both Game 1, Game 2, Duck Hats had the perfect defense in that situation, right?
Absolutely.
So as soon as he saw the Vanitas, he was like, okay, cool, great. I have my Resolute. I'm gonna hold it, and this is gonna do all that work for me.
Yeah, man, just a absolute clinic put on, honestly, by both of these players.
Yeah.
Zero to be kind of fighting from behind with the interaction that Duck Hats was putting forward and dealt with it beautifully because that you really need to know the lines in order to get to that point.
Yeah, and he knew exactly, right? So it was very simply, I know I'm going to get taxed, so let's, again, spend all my money, right? Resolute Stand to hold against the first tax, and then, of course, instant level up to level 2 and Dungeon Guide to 3.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Duck Hats knew exactly when to play and what to play and really put himself in the right position that he needed to be. Getting those level ups on time and being able to have the Resolute Stand in order to save him the extra taxation for when he was moving up to the levels. And then once he gets to level 3, like, he can take a few hits at that point. The materializations stop mattering nearly as much.
Yeah.
But getting to level 3, definitely most important for his game plan, and getting the defenses early on in order to get you there, absolutely critical.
Yeah, and honestly, on the Vanitas side, I feel like he could have probably drawn a little bit better too. This is obviously, we are playing a card game. There is RNG built into this inherently.
Absolutely.
So there are going to be times when you just don't draw the right hand. But of course, making the right decisions, seeing that it's Ciel, seeing that it's Umbra, seeing that Umbra can heal. I'm going to lay down some anti-healing here just to prevent any shenanigans from that Carter. And that kill on DG, I thought it was a really great call out, right? Because again, game one, the funny thing about game one was although Zero didn't target the TG, I don't think Christian had a Carter either, so it kind of balanced out okay. Game two, however, Christian actually had the Carter in hand. That was definitely going to be the play until, of course, DG got killed, which turned into a draw pass.
Right. And I think a lot of that was noting how much influence Christian had, right? So when Duckhats is sitting on 3 cards, if you Tariff Ring, he's not going to be able to swing with that Carter. With Duckhats is sitting on 5 cards, if you Tariff Ring, he's still going to be able to swing with that Carter. You got to get that DG out of the way.
You got to get it out of the way.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, fantastic play by both of these players.
Very quick, too.
Yeah. And that is generally how this deck works.
Yeah.
So here we are with the top 16 ranking. This is still from this is not accounting for the wins that have happened in this round.
Right.
So this is top 16 as of the round 3 results.
Correct. The beginning of round 4.
Beginning of round 4, yep. So Duckhats and Zero in 15th and 16th. So still almost all fire and water. We are finally seeing the wind come in here. We have 2 Stereo decks as well as a Astra Arasana deck at 14th.
Yeah. Oh, and Fragmented Wind. I really like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of options in terms of which wind spirit you play for Arasana.
Yeah.
I think there's believers in Fragmented Wind, there's believers in Serene Wind, and there's even Standard Wind Truthers. All of them are pretty viable. You can kind of do whatever you want with that deck.
Yeah, and I just want to give a quick shout out. There are actually 2 Ciel on this list here in the top. Oh, 3 Ciels. Oh my goodness! Look at all these NorCal boys playing Ciel today.
Yeah, a lot of CL coming out. This is really interesting to me. I feel like this is sort of the rock, paper, scissors of the format establishing itself.
Yeah.
The power of Windseryu kind of drew all these CLs out of the field.
Yep.
And then now we've started seeing Genbus creep back in. And maybe with the Genbus coming in, there's not as many Seryus. And that means that CL can come back in and start stomping over the top of these water decks.
That's right. Yeah. And then here, looking at the top 8 here again, really interesting. Of course, a lot of Water Dianas. I mean,
a lot of Water
I'm assuming those are going to be like the low-level Water Diana, very aggressive that we've seen earlier already.
Absolutely, yes. Almost all of these are likely to be the Aetherwing Water Diana that has been popularized lately. Carp Song Coda, of course, a mainstay in this deck, and just a solid, I think people have been calling it the Blue Fire deck. Very, very aggressive water deck here.
I guess it does feel kind of like a fireball, right? Yeah. How does a water player get that toad into the graveyard, actually?
So the easiest way is milling. When you hit with the Aqua Mirage Whisper, you have the setup, you have the glimpse, and it also comes with a mill. So the easiest way to get it into the graveyard, that's there. Bauble of Scarcity is also a card that has been creeping its way into the material decks of these Aetherwing decks.
Yeah.
And that's another good way to get a card out of your hand if that's what's important to you.
Oh, so basically you can just Bauble Scarcity, discard your toad, and then you can Carp Song Coda for 6, right?
Exactly. And then your influence doesn't matter if they're already dead.
See, water players, you have a fireball too, or water ball. Water
Gotta
cannon.
love water ball.
Water canyon.
So a fascinating top 16. For all of the wind that we have at this tournament, there are 3 wind in the top 16, and all of them are below top 8. A lot of Diana, a decent amount of fire, a lot of Ciel, which is somewhat of a new development, I think.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this as like a picture of the metagame? What does this look like to you?
I think it's also reflective of like the region. I know, for example, there's a couple names on there, but one of the names for the CL player on that list currently at number 9th, he is a he really prefers CL. He's been playing CL pretty much for, I would say, almost 2 seasons now, and this is definitely his go-to deck.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me to see a few champion diehards on this list. People who know their champion inside and out and really have their favorite that they always want to bring. There is a particular Astra Arasana player that I think didn't crack the top 16, but also is one of those people that's like Arasana every day. It doesn't matter whether Arasana is good in the meta, bad in the meta, it's always Arasana.
Is this the person with like the 106 cards deck?
No, not Excalibur. Or Excelia?
Excelia,
yeah. No, Fruitcake, actually, who had a decent performance at the last NorCal Regionals.
Oh, cool. I'm aware of Fruitcake, but it looks like we have our winner from last round coming to join us for a quick interview.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be sitting down. And We'll check it out.
Welcome to the table, Duck Hats.
Oh, hello.
How are you feeling after that victory?
I don't know. Felt kind of hollow. Like, the matchup just kind of evolves into us slugging each other, and whoever gets a better start usually wins. So.
That's very fair. So that was actually kind of the next question I wanted to ask you is, how do you feel about that matchup into Horse and Taxes? Is that something that you're afraid of, or you feel like you have a handle on it?
I feel pretty good in Horse and Taxes. Like, obviously, their high roll where they plus 1-2 cards and immediately go into multiple horses is a lot of tempo. Like, if you notice in game 2, I wasn't too concerned when he had just the horse and Vanitas, but when he played the second horse, okay, now I actually have to address his board.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Ciel's clock and also my natural bulk just give me more of a buffer room. Yeah, like his clock on me is going to be a lot longer than mine on him because my attack card is going to start punching him for 10, and he's going to melt. So. Yeah,
well, you definitely showed off how to defend against the deck. I think you did a bang-up job about just having the right cards at the right timing, so that was pretty good.
Yeah. The top seed in game 1 helped a lot. Just hitting their influence at all and making sure they can't plus makes it a lot easier for me to play the game. As long as I'm not getting taxed, I just need to hit 3. Once I hit 3, everything's smooth sailing.
Yeah, great.
Yep. And I noticed even when you hit 3, like basically at that point you didn't really care to materialize. Game 1, there was a lot of skip materialization.
Yeah.
You could just keep swinging for victory there.
Yeah, I made a mistake of getting backup charger. It should have been terrifying. I'm sorry. I thought I'd have time, and I realized, no, I actually do not have time to crack this ever.
Yeah, that's a difficult position against an aggressive deck. So tell me about Ciel as a choice into the meta. I think this is a deck that we haven't seen that much lately. It's kind of been chased away. So what inspired you to bring this back? It looks like there's a lot of Ciel actually in the top 16.
There's like ultimately, I guess, 3 versions running around. Like this is the kind of the 3rd version. The first one is like your bulky, serene, more control list, really focusing on Pastiche, Copy, Regal Inquisition. The other list is Ablation. The 3rd one is kind of like in between, where I'm using the Dublo pressure. I'm trying to use Dublo plus Foe Awakening and try and kill as fast as possible. And just utilizing Ciel's natural bulk to get there. I can play the slower control game if I need to, but it's not really what I want to be doing.
Yeah, and I noticed that you were dishing out quite a bit of damage with your devastating blow.
Yeah.
And then the beguiling coup.
You didn't even get to the part where I start spamming Foe Awakening.
Wow, no, we sure
didn't even see the card yet.
It's something Ablation does as well. They that's why we're on Lost Providence, because we play Foe Awakening. Once Lost Providence is ready, we get our Manstorm Armor. Foe Awakening, shoot them for 4. Omen it, shoot them for 2. We have no cards left in hand. We use Lost Providence, draw a card, swap it with the closet, Foe Awakening again. If we found a second one in there, we can lineage release again. It's like 16 burst points of damage for basically free.
Wow.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, incredible combos. Cool.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for the interview. Thank you for the great game.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay. Yeah.
We are actually going to have a secondary interview as well with Zero, who is one of the creators of Horse and Taxes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, co-creator with Pickle Sword.
Yeah.
So definitely great to have his voice input here. Kind of talk about the deck. I'd love to hear it.
I would love to hear versions and the iterations, but yeah.
How are you doing?
Sure.
Hey, Zero.
Not too bad. I just got blasted.
Yeah, I did in fact notice that.
To be fair, Christian also did say that this deck is really about who has the better opening, and then it's kind of like, and it's just a race from there. So yes.
Yep, I think the whole Horse and Taxes deck in general is just a giant race to see if you can tax them and beat them down before they stabilize.
Yeah.
Yeah, and going second game 1 and having kind of a bricky start in game 2 definitely didn't do you any favors.
Yeah, I mean, the moment I saw my opening hand, I was like, I'm losing this game. But it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, that's the risk you take.
Yeah.
So tell us about Horse and Taxes. I know that this deck occupied a very specific point in the metagame where it did extremely well at a specific ascent.
Yep.
And how has it evolved since then? Where is it now?
Okay, so originally we started out with just the 3 horses, like the Windtrotter, Dilu, and the Red Hair. And then over time, Ryle got banned, and then we added replacements. I personally added Serum of Wisdom that you saw in game number 1, I believe.
1, yes.
And then other members of our team use Idle Thoughts or other ways to just like supplement it. And then this format, we got Unmake Duality, so we just use that. I use Serum of Wisdom because I don't trust my luck also on top of it. As you saw with game 2, I have pretty bad luck. And then we added the Lava Soul Tiger this format too, just because it's a really hard threat to get rid of. And then it helps in the water matchups when we know that our bodies will constantly be negated. So we just try to stick it turn 1 immediately after an Unmake Duality. And then they have to answer it immediately, or they just risk getting hit by 5 every turn.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good point. how do you feel about its position in the metagame? Does it have a lot of good matches? Do you feel like it's kind of playing from behind sometimes?
I think it's in a decent spot right now. It's not amazing, but it has a pretty polarizing matchup spread, but it's great against Frackles and Water Diana,
Yeah.
which is a major reason to run it, but it's pretty bad against Genbu. Like I lost a Genbu game earlier, despite siding in Trinket and Lantern.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, obviously in the current, this today, I think we have a really strong Diana representation. So, yeah, hoping you have some better luck in future games, and hoping you face some nice matchups for yourself.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for the interview.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, there you have it. I mean, that's, probably, I think so far that's probably the fastest match we've had on stream so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
this is what happens when you have an aggressive deck like Horse and Taxes paired into a deck with, honestly, the perfect defenses. I think, it cannot be understated how important the relative draws are.
Yeah.
The Horse and Taxes deck drawing kind of poorly, and the Ciel deck drawing near perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, I was just thinking about this too. Christian actually had game 1, 2 Resolute Sands in main board. So he had that in hand pretty quick. In game 2, even if he slotted the third one in, your chance of opening a hand of 7 cards without Serene with Resolute in hand is not that high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
it's
I
higher
think he was still playing on regular Spirit, actually. I don't
Correct.
think he switched over to Serene.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't even switch to Serene.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it's really reducing your chance of getting that ensuring you have the Resolute. Obviously, probably swapping in and getting the Underfire there as well, just as another option. But, yeah, like, having that card, I mean, that is the right answer. Having that card or the Underfire, those are the answer for Vanitas. So, it's actually, honestly, a pretty nice, like, situation there for Christian. And, like he said, just going to be a slugfest from there. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be going on to a break from here until round 5. I think we have about a half hour in the round. So take some time, stretch your legs, get some water, and we'll see you folks then.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. I hope you enjoyed round 4. Before we get to round 5, please allow me to share a Grand Archive lore tidbit. Though, this one is more of an Alice in Wonderland random fact. I just want to share it. Did you know why the Mad Hatter and March Hare have those names? These characters are present at the Mad Tea Party both in the original Alice in Wonderland story and in the Grand Archive lore. Mad as a March hare is a phrase referring to the animal hares and how they behave overexcitedly, or often get into fights even, during their breeding season, which peaks in March. Very quirky, I guess? But the origin of the Mad Hatter is much sadder, as hatters, people who made hats, were often victims of mercury poisoning due to the curing of felt used in hats. And unfortunately, health science wasn't as advanced back then, so they didn't know. This would then tragically lead to neurological disorders, and thus they were called mad. And I guess willing to banish a card randomly from their material decks? Okay, great. And on that note, I hope you're having a grand time watching Grand Archive gameplay today. Yippee! Now, I would love to shout out everyone who's out here working hard to make this event possible. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, an amazing game store in Gold River, California, near Sacramento, that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA, of course with the casting talents of JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the Meta-Focus podcast, The Korhazi Outlook, check them out, and Mark from SolarGames, one of our TalkGA hosts. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. Coming up next is round 5. We will see you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome back to NorCal Regionals, hosted by FinalCut TCG, stream brought to you by TalkGA. I'm your host, Mark from SolarGames, and joining me is JimTheEternal.
Yep, happy to be here.
Yep, we're at round 5 now. Looks like all the players are kind of sitting down, but we have probably a quick update on the top 16 as it stands right now. So, of course, Water Deanna.
Wow, really cleaning up
Really
Water
well.
Deanna.
Yeah, Water Deanna is doing super well. We have still, of course, second up is going to be the Fire Crux Lorraine. I took a peek at this deck. I believe this is actually just Crux Knight. And of course, we have, as expected, Dragon Guojia, right?
Yep, the Seiryu deck's moving on up the ranks.
And then Fire Ciel. What about like 9th to 16? Yeah, there's the Fractal player still there. But honestly, I thought the Fractal representation would be higher than expected, but not there. But also, we have a really interesting deck, the Wind Nico, which, if I'm not wrong, that's what we're going to be bringing to the stream.
I believe so, yeah. We've got Wind Nico coming up here. This is neat. So I haven't run into this deck specifically before. Taking a look at it, it does seem like it has a lot of the sort of wind shenanigans that you expect to see. The recruitment officer here, we're seeing it again.
That's
so
right.
Guardian tricks in wind, you love to see that. Baby Green is kind of an interesting standout here. Maybe looking for some extra card draw or some extra interaction. And then, of course, the water here in the main deck is pretty light, mostly just the Ravishing Finale. But you also have Magebane Lash and Sablemere in the materials. So the expectation is you can go to level 2 and get the Magebane Lash, build up your Lash counters with the Sablemere, and get some really huge attacks while keeping your board relatively safe with all of your wind tricks.
Yeah. I mean, Wind Nico, it's not something that you see every day, but the ability to do 2 elements, really fun. Kind of hopping over here to our second player on the match is going to be a Fire Aetherwing Diana. So same aggression as the Water Diana, but slightly different in that this is running the Fire variant.
Yeah, absolutely. This deck is a little bit more all-in on the ether charges. I think the Water Aetherwing Diana tends to have a few more allies, a few more options. You see a lot of the swords. This deck also has the swords, but is very reliant on Ignition Draw and getting these extra ether charges, especially the ether charges that deal extra damage, like Mana Flare Barrage, Infernal Mana Streak, Charge the Soul, getting a lot of damage from spells, in addition to loading up the Trivariate Dream, mostly, for the extra attack power.
Yeah. And I see like the Staggering Strike in main board. Is that 4 damage, or is that suggesting maybe a meta call there?
That sounds like a meta call to me. Most of the time, this deck is able to attack without needing extra attacks in the main. But Staggering Strike there, I guess that looks pretty good on top of, say, the Palver Sword or something like that. But yeah, I suspect that is a little bit of a meta call.
Yeah, I guess one thing that it can deal with is maybe an opponent's Cheshire Cat, right? So that 3 damage with a True Sight really makes a big difference in getting in there and killing something like a cat.
Yeah, 100%. Well, this deck is not exactly a mainstay of the format, but has definitely been around for a while now in various iterations. It's I think a lot of people, when they first saw Diana come out, they were like, "Oh, what kind of aggressive deck can I put together with this?"
I was thinking level 3 and Astra and glimpsing like the way that the cards are written.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you can play level 3, but why would you?
When you could win at level 1.
When you can win at level 1.
That's right.
So this deck, I think, in mostly the same sort of card choice has been around since the beginning of the DTR format. And then Ignition Draw breathed some new life into it because it allows you, it's essentially a +1, right? Which the deck was sorely lacking in. Mostly the deck goes down in influence. So having a way to go up in influence, to chain in with all of the influence neutral ether charges and the ether charges that deal you extra damage has really turned out to be a very aggressive deck, something that's kind of hard to deal with some decks.
Okay, so should we expect like maybe the Diana to load up the Aetherwing and really just kind of punch really hard each time?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a very all-in deck. If things go right, this will win on turn 2, and not a like, oh, your opponent is out of the game on turn 2. Like, your opponent is dead on turn 2.
Holy crap, that's a lot of damage. So yeah, and there you go. It looks like maybe Nida has already played Ignition Draw just now, and then went in and loaded that Aether charge as expected.
Yeah, so this is actually a somewhat interesting position. Junba looks like he is reacting to Nida's second turn at this point. So if Nida went first, that makes a lot of sense. We've already got that materialized. Junba drawing a few cards here, trying to figure out how to respond to these ether charges that are coming down. But for sure, Nida. Okay, moving out of the recollection now with a Trivariate Dream on the board and 1 ether charge into it. With 2 more ether charges, you get that extra +3 power on attack from the Diana class bonus. So you will shoot for 8 on top of any spell damage that you've already been doing.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This card looks so crazy.
It is absolutely, yeah. This is exactly what we're doing. So prudent knock, influence neutral, loading up the Aetherwing. This is the Infernal Mana Streak, so
And
another
then
3
that's a
damage
3?
direct.
Okay.
And then loading up the Trivariate Dream, and now the Expeditious Opening.
Looks like maybe the baby green, right?
No!
Yeah. Okay. All right. So it looks like going on enter and then target the actual Aetherwing.
Yeah.
So the entire the guns or the bow, the Aetherwing's gonna get
The
suppressed.
Aetherwing, yeah.
And I guess because these are in intent.
No, so these are loaded, and
Loaded.
anything in the loaded zone gets cleaned up whenever the object leaves play.
Okay. When they clean up, they go to the graveyard.
They go to the graveyard.
They don't
exactly.
get stuck like bullets in a gun on Fracturize.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
But it if you fracturized the Aetherwing, it would work the same way.
Same way.
They would get stuck there.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess it's really this is very important because I think a lot of those Aetherwing cards also have Aether Charge cards. I guess they are also have like floating memory, right? So you don't.
Yeah,
really
there's
want
a
them
couple
stuck.
of floating memory cards. This deck also runs a fair amount of Kindle.
Okay.
So it's looking to use those fire cards
Yeah.
in the yard.
Yeah.
And we'll probably be seeing. I'm not sure if this deck runs it, but every once in a while you have the deck that runs the Ether Charge that pulls other Ether Charges from the yard as well.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, right? So Windmill Engineer revealed the recruitment officer, and of course, recruitment officer has a class bonus, right, Foster, which is maybe a big signal to Nida what Jumba is playing, that this is a wind and some sort of guardian.
Yeah, so if I'm in Nida's shoes and I see recruitment officer, first off, what the heck is recruitment officer?
Yes.
But second, I'm probably expecting Tony.
Tony, yeah, exactly. And maybe if you really, really, up on the metagame, you were expecting maybe something like a Ciel, but I don't think he's going to be expecting a Nico.
Yeah, win Nico I think is going to be a surprise, and that's
Yeah.
really exciting.
This is a really funny deck for sure. Yeah.
So Charge the Soul coming down, trying to deal a point of damage to the baby green, not succeeding,
Instantly
but getting loaded
reclaimed.
instead.
Yeah, instantly reclaimed as well. So now we can pay 1, and is this where...
This is actually an interesting interaction. I'm not sure that it actually gets loaded, because without the target, I believe that it fizzles.
Oh, right, because you can't... The second part of the card basically doesn't work.
Yeah, because that's the only target, so the loading doesn't follow up. The same way that you don't get like the card draw out of backstep.
Yeah, but Nida gets the floating memory earlier. It's
That's
fine.
true. So a little bit of a trade-off there.
Yeah.
I think he definitely wanted the Ether Charge loaded up, though. He is really behind on damage right now. I think he expected Janba to be at 11 or 13 at this point.
Goodness. Yeah, this
So,
deck is insane then.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage really quickly. No distant right now, so not really taking advantage of the Ranger Strides, but burning a float anyway in order to get the Ranger Strides out, which is a free card draw, so that's nice. And here we see the burning. I'm trying to remember
the
this
Kindle,
card.
right? The
Yeah,
flickering
the Kindle
cinder?
Ether Charge.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's a very powerful. It's a free Ether Charge, which is sort of the biggest deal here. Yeah, burning Ether Charge. Okay, and that also has a little bit of extra damage attacked onto it. So we have the 2 damage on Janba and loading the Ether Charge. So you see how this damage stacks up really, really fast, right?
Yeah.
If every other card that you're playing is 2 damage, 3 damage to the champion, and then you're shooting them for 8 off of the Trivariate Dream, it's a lot to deal with.
It's really interesting. A lot of these cards, they read like they do 1 damage, but they're actually all 3s.
Yeah, all of them. 3s and 4s. It's wild.
Oh, wow. 4s. That's a lot, yeah. Okay, well, there you go. It's,
yep,
it's
cat's out of the
revealed.
bag.
It's revealed. I actually really like where how Jumba played the Thurible, right? because again, it's the whole idea of controlling that graveyard, right? So he, instead of materializing early, he actually grabbed the Thurible and waited a little bit more because he knew that he was going to throw a bunch of Aether Charges into the graveyard, and then right there getting the Thurible to activate, throwing a bunch of those cards, including the ones with floating memory, into banish for no extra value.
Yeah, very powerful. One of the really strong things about Wind right now is the presence of Purifying Thurible.
Yeah.
The fact that you can control people's graveyards like that and still get cards out of it. You know, the fact that this is a plus materialize in addition to dealing with your opponent's graveyard, very, very powerful.
Yeah.
As is Unmake Duality, very, very powerful.
This is definitely the flavor of the month, right? I just see this card all the time now, and there's only one target, is that mirror. It's literally in the artwork. The card's artwork tells you how to play this card. Yeah.
Yeah, Unmake Duality, very strong, source of positive influence. And we're seeing the baby green come back down for Janba, once again putting paid to Nida's plans to shoot that Aetherwing. Still no shot, still 3 durability on the Trivariate Dream. Cannot get 3 Aether Charges together for the life of him.
Dude, that is crazy that he's been able to do this. Every time he loads up any amount of Aether Charges, that Aetherwing just gets suppressed and then loses everything. And then you have to start all over again.
Yeah, and that is exactly what you have to do here. You cannot let Nida get a shot off, you know? And Nida is sort of the sniper in this case. If you let him set up, if you let him position himself, he'll do massive damage with just one shot.
Yeah, that's actually, I love that analogy with the way you said it too. It's like you load the three bullets, set it up. I think he's getting frustrated, so he's just swinging with an empty Aetherwing for 1 damage.
I think that's the sword. Yeah, Inert Sword came in.
Inert Sword. Oh, with the sword. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, get a little more damage on that one. Yeah.
Probably looking for a distance source. I think he wants to be able to swing with that, with the Ranger Strides. He wants to take advantage of that.
Right.
But for now, with the Inert Sword getting some damage, with the Cheshire Cat getting a little bit more damage, I think with the Inert Sword hit, did that go into the baby green or? Yeah, the baby green went to the graveyard, so great.
Yeah.
Cheshire Cat getting stalled out by a Calming Breeze.
That's right. And there's Temptations Facade. This allows Nico to basically uninterred draw a card, right? This is really important.
Yeah,
but at some point, if you want to direct a target activation that targets your another non-champion object, you can redirect it to the Facade. So things like that would destroy, things that would suppress, etc. You can send it to the Facade instead.
Yeah, and the Temptations Facade is sort of a blade of armor for any of the weapons that you put out or any other important regalia is really, really neat here.
Yeah.
Ooh. Jamba just taking apart Nida's offense. Every single time Nida gets something together, Jamba just completely deals with it. The suppressions on the Aetherwing, the Dream Fairy coming down here, putting the Cheshire Cat back in Nida's memory.
Yeah.
1 damage coming in from the Dream Fairy. A little bit of chip damage here and there. Not a whole lot of offense yet. Oh, but this is going to be a whole lot of offense if he decides to go that way.
Ace-in Windmill.
The old Wind special.
Yeah.
Leaving it upright, which makes sense. I think leaving the Ace Protector awake here is maybe him signifying I don't have a whole lot of ways to deal with whatever your next attack is going to be, so let's keep something back for defense because the last thing he wants to do is take, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage from an unblocked shot.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what he's thinking too, right? He knows how fast this deck can load the gun, load the Aetherwing. It's going to get me for all day. And then so being afraid of that, right? Just saying, hey, like I can probably out tempo you or outvalue you. I just need to kind of push this game a little bit further before we do that, right? So like you said, right, every single time, as you can see, Nida's making the move and Jamba's responding to it, right, with either the Expresses, with the Dream Fairies, and the things like that. Yeah. But, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Nida actually has a lot of ways to deal with stealth, right, because of all these direct damage Aether Charge spells. They can do 2 damage to units. They can do 2 damage, in this case, to all units. Can really help to clear this board. So obviously having the ASIN on there is not great, but now we can, so we can actually do a Blazing Throw on the Quick Draw Piercer. And the purpose of this is because Quick Draw Piercer on leave draws the card. Unlike a lot of other weapons, it's more on enter. The Blazing Throw, I believe, was targeted to Jamba for extra damage. Yeah.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Blazing Throw, one of the ways that you can get 15 damage on turn 2, that extra 4 damage, very important. And the quick draw Piercer there, I think, solely for the Blazing Throw.
Yeah.
I think there's no bullets here, but definitely a source of damage with the Blazing Throw.
Yeah.
Mana Flare Barrage coming down, dealing 3 damage to all units besides Diana. And the Calming Breeze coming down, a pretty effective bonus here to prevent some of the damage coming in. But only firing off with 2. So this is a little unfortunate. The way that Trivariate Dream works, you only get the extra attack if you're fully loaded up, if you have the full 3 ether charges. You don't get partial benefit. So this damage is purely whatever he had on the Aetherwing.
Yeah.
And because of the distant, that ends up being 4 damage just over that Calming Breeze threshold.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy because right now, I mean, as you can see, Jumpa's at 16. I know Nico is a 20 health champion, right? However, Jumpa, with all that defense, with the ASIN clearing the board, doing all the suppression, it's already at 16. That's quite a bit of damage.
Oh, yeah. Even with all of Jumpa's defense, 16, we're still at 16 now. Coming out with Sablemere, so setting up for potentially a really big attack next turn. I would expect to see Sablemere getting popped in the Recollection and the Magebane Lash coming out and potentially a big hit coming.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what he needs. You know, Nida keeps putting damage on him. The damage just keeps coming forward. It's really hard to stop this Aetherwing Diana.
Yeah.
At all points, it can just throw 3 damage from hand or send in an attack for 3, even if it's not getting the huge shots that it's getting with other stuff.
Yeah, and all this was done without even, again, being distant. Had Nida been distant, this would have actually been, I guess, even tougher, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, getting that distant... It's interesting because I think he was distant last round, which is what got the Trivariate Dream over the hump in terms of dealing that damage over the Calming Breeze.
I see.
But decided not to use the Ranger Strides to try and go for lethal, which I think is an interesting choice. Or unless Jumpa's already at 2?
No, Jumpa's still at 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'm not exactly sure what interaction happened there, but yeah. But here we are, going distant. So the Flickering Cinder coming down. This is a source of damage as well as a distant enabler. So Janba's going to take the damage here. Knight is going to go distant and potentially able to swing with the Inert Sword and hit with that Ranger Strides.
Yeah.
And Janba realizing, I don't want to take any damage, not even the one from Flickering Cinder, and immediately going into a Veiling Breeze.
This is actually a really important turn to Veiling, or important point. I don't think he can take any damage. So yeah, reveal as many wind cards as you can, and then just prevent as much damage as possible.
Yep, so 4 reveal to the Veiling Breeze, which means a 4 damage shield on any source of incoming damage for the rest of the turn. Knight is going to be in a tough position if he wants to try and hit over that.
Yeah.
In addition to the rest of the cards in Janba's hand, like there could very well be another Veiling Breeze waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that's true.
So Nida in a very difficult position here. Not too many cards in hand either, so not a whole lot of options. You know, Veiling Breeze coming down is kind of like, well, I guess that's the end of my turn. Because once that resolves, you know, if you have one more card play, that's not really going to get you very far.
All right, so Jumpa's going to materialize the Magebane Lash, and then at this point, we can start putting the Lash counters on Nico, right?
Yeah, 1,
and
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Lash counters coming down off of that Sablemere.
And he's going to mirror it so that now the Lash counter is just going to give way more damage for the Magebane Lash, which also basically gets him into a really nice position for that Ice-bound
Oh, it's
slam.
3 plus X. That's my mistake. Okay, so 3 additional Lash counters by paying 6. Which means 4 Lash counters on top of the damage of the Magebane Lash means 5 damage attack off of this incredibly high durability weapon. Nida backstepping here in order to be able to take advantage of the Flash Grenade. Doesn't want to take more damage here. Nida, no plans to ever go past level 1.
Yeah.
So this 19 health is all that he's working with, and probably doesn't want to take too much more damage if he can possibly avoid it.
Looks like no Flash Grenade here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Flash Grenade got popped. Okay. So just backstepping in response to the attack, just to see what options he has available.
Right.
And Jamba going in with that huge hit, and then holding cards in hand and thinking, passing the turn. Where are we here?
He's probably thinking about different ways that, I mean, he has a whole grip of cards, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of options here. Some of them are maybe potentially representing, a path to lethal. With Windmill Engineer, though, right? He's probably just looking to get a little bit more influence and then get closer. I originally thought, you can just Icebound Slime, but I realized his deck actually probably doesn't run that much water, so you can't really slam for the extra damage. Guarantee. You probably want to have a couple more water cards in graveyard before you even attempt it, because you could just end up milling a bunch of wind cards, and your slam is effectively just a 3 attack.
Yeah, I think looking at the deck list, there are 8 water cards, even less.
Less than that.
5. Wow, I didn't realize the count was so low. Yeah, 5 water cards, so probably never going to actually get the extra damage off of the Icebound Slam. Instead, Sable Mirror is here for the Lash counters and for the pseudo card draw of adding a card to your hand.
Correct. Yeah. I think it's exactly it. It's for the Lash counter, so you can leverage Mage Wing Lash. Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, no huge path to aggression found for Janba here, just coming in with a Windmill Engineer for 1 more point of damage and leaving his options open as he passes the turn to Nida, which makes a lot of sense. Nida, I mean, even with all of the defenses that Janba has put up, Nida still has a lot of ways to push damage through.
Yeah. So Ranger boots get popped now. So that's a range 5, I believe. Aetherwing is going to be 6 and then 7 damage total.
Yeah, looks like 7 damage total with this attack. If he's attacking with the Aetherwing, might be attacking with the Inert Sword, in which case it's still 7.
Ooh, Innervate Agility, huh?
Innervate Agility.
So we're going to level down. We're going to be able to...
Too bad he didn't use that Staggering Strike. But yeah, this is a massive hit. Barely dodged by Janba here. Janba leveling down, which means no longer a Guardian for anything that cares about the Guardian class bonus.
Yep.
But getting the stealth here, yeah.
Yeah. And then be able to just say, yep, I'm not going to take any damage on this. Yeah.
Yeah, once again, another turn stalled out. It's so funny to see these sort of more mid-rangey decks or more controlling decks against these like very strongly focused aggro decks. And it's always, you know what? Not that attack. Not that. Next one. Try the next one, but not that attack.
Yeah.
And this just turn over turn. Like, do you keep finding a defense? Do you keep finding a way to interact?
Yeah. Exactly. I think you're a good call out on the Staggering Strike too. Had that been the attack, that actually would have been very, very, very good. But now Nida actually knows, right? Nida understands this is a possible line of defense as well. So maybe on a lethal turn, go for a Staggering Strike.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, you can sidestep this entire problem by just chucking yet another weapon at your opponent. Blazing Throw coming down, throwing the Seeker's Aetherwing at Janba's face. That 4 damage going to 15 exactly. Just enough to kill the spirit that he is on after that Innervate.
Yeah, you're right. This deck is incredibly aggressive. Without any allies, I actually was very surprised to kind of see the amount of damage you can dish out with just attack cards and spells, basically. Yeah,
well, when every single card that supports your attack is also dealing an additional 3 damage, and then your attack comes in for 8, that total reaches the numbers you want very quickly. Yeah, this deck is remarkably aggressive, and if you don't see this coming, if you take your first turn, you just take the turn off, that could just be it. That could just be over.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the Win Nico deck here. What are we looking at in terms of sideboard options?
I think first thing is maybe Nullifying Lantern. Being able to deny the Kindle could be interesting. I don't think there's too many Kindle cards, but I think there's an option there. But one of the challenges with this matchup here too is, I mean, was there any free materialization? I mean, I felt like Jumbo really had to spend the materializations wisely. So unless the Nullifying Lantern can really disable a big part of it, I mean, yes, I'll probably put it in the sideboard, but really, like, what am I going to get out of it, right?
Yeah, it's tough to use. It's tough to find the appropriate window for it. But it definitely does help against some of those Kindle cards. So it can very much slow your opponent down, cost them potentially a play in a given turn, and sometimes that one play is what makes the difference. So I think the Nullifying Lantern makes a lot of sense. Probably not a lot else in terms of options for that deck.
Yeah, you have like Tempest Downfall, maybe the only other one. I mean, otherwise the other cards are really not against basically what Knight is running here.
Meanwhile, from Nida's side, not a whole lot of options in the sideboard, although we could see an Infernal Vessel, given that recovery is part of the cost of cards like Innervate Agility. So with an Infernal Vessel out, It's going to be. I mean, he'll still be able to do it, right? Recover.
Yeah.
He'll still recover
Yeah.
2.
Yeah,
But that's
exactly.
a huge hit when
Yes.
you're de-leveling.
Unless Inferno Vessel literally says your champion now has like 0 damage counters, then yes. Or
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It's not can't recover, which
Correct.
is
Yeah,
a different effect.
Yeah. No, but it's still. I think it's still going to be. It's still going to be interesting, right? Because Mage Bane Lash has a whenever your champion is dealt non-combat damage, recover 2.
Right.
So normally, if the Mage Bane's Lash is out and you are Nico, a lot of these Aetherwing spell damages basically doesn't do anything because if you're going to do 2 damage to me and I recover 2, it does 0. But with a with the Flaming Tea basically out there. Infernal Vessel, then you now have the ability to actually burn with the Aetherwing Aether Charge spell cards as well.
Yep.
So that is definitely useful for sure.
I think so, yeah. Not a lot of other cards in the board, but we have finished sideboarding already and moving directly into Game 2. Nida on the draw here, so Janba getting the first play, and immediately going Unmake Duality. Again, the reason Looking Glass is in this deck, trying to draw cards.
Is Unmake Duality just the new Library Cremation? I mean, I feel like this is something that everyone's just going to play and then draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's Cremation Ritual that doesn't require you to play an ally.
Yeah. Well, I guess you draw 1 less card technically.
Technically, yeah.
But no, you're still losing the Library Witch. You're playing 2 cards to draw 3. In this case, you're playing 1 card to draw 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Well-
actually I've done the math. It's strictly better.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. Nida, of course, passing the turn, setting up for the Distant into Diana 1 materialize on his next turn. Janba now moving into his first materialize and going straight to level 1.
Yeah. I think he's realized how important that Mage Bane Lash is. Just to be able to have it out there and prevent a lot of the damage, right, would be really helpful.
Not only the Mage Bane Lash, but just having that bigger health pool.
Yeah.
Nida's deck can, not reliably, but frequently,
Yeah.
do 15 on turn 2.
Yeah.
So getting that extra health pool right now, if you're not confident in your ability to interact with the threats that Nida's presenting, that may be your best bet to survive until your own turn 3. So we're seeing the Distant Enabler this time is Flickering Cinder, which means it comes with a damage instead of a float.
Whoa, Ignition Draw here.
Ignition Draw, what a card. So Ignition Draw, of course, lets you set aside 2 Ether Charges from the top 6 cards of your deck, and then for the rest of the turn, you can play them from Banish, which means that it is essentially a +2.
Yeah.
Only finding 1 Ether
That
Charge
is
here, that's
unfortunate,
rough.
right?
That's
Yeah,
real
because
rough.
normally you should be able to hit for 2 almost always, because 6 cards in this deck that's full of Aether Chargers. Yeah.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. However, he found a good one. So going to be smacking Jamba for 3 with this Mana Flare Barrage, along with whatever other Ether Charges he can scrounge up from his hand,
Yeah.
which he might have been kind of trying to look at his hand and see what kind of Ether Charges he has available. He might have been sort of relying on getting this hit. Prudent not coming down, drawing an extra card into his memory here during the Recollection, moving into his main phase, and looking for 2 more Ether Charges, one of which he already has available, tucked away on the side there.
Yeah.
That Mana Flare Barrage is definitely going to cause problems.
And he could just play that anytime. Is it this turn or forever?
This turn.
Okay, this turn, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that immediately comes out 3 damage to Janba and 3 damage to the Windmill Engineer.
Yep.
Janba deciding, no, we're going to save the Engineer's life at the expense of my own. Reclaim coming down, Engineer going back to hand.
Yeah, well, that just makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you're going to reclaim the Engineer anyways. Might as well do it and then, get value now. And
Yeah,
save
absolutely.
your Engineer. Yeah.
And this looks like an Ash Wound shot with the other free Ether Charge.
Oh, wow. And it's in immediate response, fracturizing on the weapon itself.
Yeah, because you can't wait at that point. You
Yeah.
can't wait until it gets charged up because Nida retains opportunity at that point and can attack with it.
Yeah.
So you gotta fire off that fracturize first thing
Yep.
before the attack can come in. And this freezes the 2 Ether Charges that were loaded, so
Yeah.
they're stuck underneath the fractal. And this is the worst case for Nida.
Oh, is it? Okay. So in this case, what's Nida's best plan? Is he going to be looking for another gun?
So he does have another Ether Wand or Ether Wing in his materials.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether or not we'll be seeing it because there's also other ways to attack.
Okay.
But if he wants to take advantage of the Ether Charges that he has, then that's definitely his best and only bet.
Yeah, and this is what the use case for the Baby Green is too. You can just press a lot of your unentered draw 1 cards.
Yeah,
this one.
Temptation's Facade is Guardian Cake, I guess?
Yeah, Guardian Cake, but you're always guaranteed it because it's in your material deck.
Mm.
You don't even need to draw it. You always have it.
Yeah, so this is yet another reason to go to level 1 as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Access to those water cards, being able to fracturize the Aetherwing is a huge deal.
Yeah.
This is not something you usually see against Water Diana because Aqua Mirage Whisper has Spell Shroud.
Right.
The Trivariate Dream is exceptionally fragile. It does not have Spell Shroud, does not have any defensive keywords on it. It's all attack all the time.
The Seeker's Aetherwing does have Spell Shroud, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Spell Shroud and True Sight.
Okay. Well, that's the one he did actually materialize. So this, I guess, is one of the other options to do more damage with, right?
Yep, this doesn't have any aggressive
Capabilities.
yeah, and any aggressive text on it is the thing, I think. So you're not going to get the extra power that you would from the Trivariate Dream,
Yeah.
but it is a place to put your Ether Charges. It is a place that you can put that extra sources of damage when you want to just throw spells at your opponent anyway.
Yeah.
And Charge the Soul, I think, immediately getting loaded here. So Nida charging up for the attack. Probably not going to be a huge one, although there is Distant here, so there's the opportunity potentially to get some extra damage. Maybe we'll see an Ignition draw here, or maybe we'll just get the one extra damage from the ranged, and that's as much value as we're going to get.
Okay. I can see how this deck kind of like basically combos into itself, right? We're going to be spending a lot of time, a lot of these Aether Charges that all cantrip into other Aether Charges, which then you can load the gun. This is where you're going to get that 3 load, I think. You were
absolutely.
talking about before. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, and of course the 3 count is specifically a lot more relevant for Trivariate Dream. Seeker's Aetherwing is going to deal the damage that it deals regardless of how much you have it loaded up.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the other really cool part about Temptation's Facade is that you can actually redirect maybe some of those Aetherwing damage as well, right?
Temptation's Facade isn't a legal target, I don't think, for something like Charge the Soul.
Okay.
Because it's not an ally, it's not a unit.
So for changing the target, you have to actually change it to a legal target.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah. If something could legally target Temptation's Facade, then you can change its target to Temptation's Facade.
Okay, cool.
So really great for stuff like suppresses.
Yeah.
Maybe not so great for stuff like damage.
Yeah, actually, it's even better for suppresses because you get to draw a card on the way back. It's awesome. Yeah.
Which I think is really interesting when you're coming in with like a fully loaded Magebane Lash.
Yeah, and then basically Magebane Lash can actually get what's it called? Get saved right by the Facade.
Right. You're gonna fracturize my Magebane Lash? No, you're not.
Yeah, I get a free fractal instead.
Yeah, especially with the on enter draw from Temptation's Facade, it's beautiful. It's what a great card.
Yep. Jumba actually Fairy Whispered for a Baby Green Slime. Again, this card is going to be really powerful because it's going to give Jumba the option to do some more suppressing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see another Expeditious Opening here, which would really mess up Nida's plans. Nida already doesn't have as much damage as he wants on Jumba at this late stage of the game. I say late stage of the game, it's turn 4. But, you know, the damage output has been really light so far.
Yeah.
So anything else that kind of interacts and messes with his plan is really going to cause some problems here.
Yeah. Escape the Wreckage. In response, we're going to try to do some damage to the Baby Green. And yeah.
That's a really nice play for Nida. So going distant, as well as denying the extra card draw from Escape the Wreckage, very, very strong.
Yeah, exactly.
Being able to kind of hit below the belt here and mess with Janba's influence is not something that this Fire deck usually has the opportunity to do.
Okay,
Ooh,
Snow White.
Snow White came in. So, this keeps the champion rested.
Yes.
No attacks. No attacks. Oh, poor Nida. My heart goes out to you.
Yeah, this is actually really good against in this deck, right? Be able to keep the champion rested, not waking up. And then
Can't wake up.
How do you, I mean, you have to, I guess you can burn through it, right? Because Nida does have a lot of deal 1 damage to our unit, deal 2. So you can burn through this. It's not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like Snow White staying in play is going to cause Nida much of a problem. Since Snow White's, the real power here is Snow White's on enter.
Yeah.
So he's not concerned about being able to level up more because this deck is definitely not going to level 2.
Yeah.
So the real damage is done via the on enter. And Nida definitely doesn't want that to repeat. So if there's like a Reclaim or Escape the Wreckage in the offing, Nida definitely wants to get rid of that Snow White before that happens.
Yeah.
But I'm still expecting damage to go to face before it goes to the Snow White, unless he sees specifically an opportunity like he did with the Baby Green.
Yeah, well, given that there's no no way to output damage right now, I think we have to maybe drop some allies. So is this going to be a cat turn?
Yeah, I mean, if a cat's available, this seems like a good time to put a cat out, especially with the Inert Sword already out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's actually probably the reason why he put the Inert Sword out in the first place.
Yeah, I fully believe that. So 3 damage coming in. I think this is going straight to John, but I would be surprised if he was trying to hit the Snow White here. Is this a Calming Breeze?
Yeah,
That
Calming
is
Breeze.
a Calming Breeze. Get that float in the graveyard, prevent all the damage. Jonba's sitting pretty this time.
Jonba just always has the answer, it seems like.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a deck full of defensive tricks, right? It's doing wind things. These are all of the wind things.
Yes.
So it's working out pretty well for him so far.
Yeah, and here's the Mage Wing Lash. Yeah.
And this means that any additional spell damage, which is going to be Nida's main sources of damage while the Aetherwings are locked down like this, is all kind of reduced by the recovery from the Magebane Lash.
Yep.
So probably going to see the Infernal Vessel come out here. I think Nida definitely is going to want some red hot tea in order to deal with this recovery.
I think so, yeah.
But otherwise, Nida doesn't have that much of a plan anymore. You know, with Snow White keeping the champion locked down, we'll see if another Snow White or some sort of equivalent comes down here. That would be an absolute mess.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's just Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
That's a terrible place to be.
Yeah. It's definitely slowed down a deck that wants to be very, very fast. But you know, it's still possible, right? Because even Chester Cat's going to get Snow Varied. That was maybe expected.
Yeah, there's only so many allies in this Fire Aetherwing deck. I think it might just be Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Jonba had much to trade the Dream Fairies out for. So Dream Fairies just kind of sitting in their hand, probably not doing a whole lot. But now with the Cheshire Cat, that's the only target for Dream Fairy, I think.
Yeah. We're going to Aether Calibration here, glimpsing 4, and revealing a top card and for a Aether Charge card. And then put that into memory. And this allows it to, like, I guess, load into the Seeker's Aetherwing as well. So, I mean, we're going to start maybe dishing out damage finally that the Deanna can wake up this turn.
Yeah, this is a pretty key component. Much like Prudent Knock, it's a way to load up a little bit of damage while staying influence neutral.
Right.
So especially on the first couple of turns, you want to be able to do something like this during your Recollection in order to load up your Aetherwings, start accruing that damage while still keeping your influence high enough that you have more things that you can do.
Oh, Power Sword. Okay, I think this is the first time we've seen, maybe the second time we've seen Power Sword this tournament. But it's a great card, right? On enter, you're going to banish all the cards in the target player's graveyard face down. But really, we're overpowering this cat.
Yeah, so if the cat gets to come down again, which,
This is
this the Mana Streak? Yeah, this is the Infernal Mana Streak. So this is targeted 3 damage. Trying to get rid of that Dream Fairy. I think again it doesn't load, like the Charge the Soul. I'm not sure if they'll catch that because of the Reclaim.
Yeah, I think you're right, because there's no target here. And, of course, now the cat's going to come down. I think he's still going to pop out the cat. And then
You definitely still play the cat. Because that's 5 damage.
Punch
Absolutely.
damage in,
You know, if he's just going to Dream Fairy it again, he's just going to Dream Fairy it again.
Yeah.
But make him play it, right?
Yeah.
Make him have it.
Yeah, for sure.
And where else are you going to find 5 damage with your champion, you know, kind of being held back by Snow Fairy, etc.?
Right. And we should be able to, I think we're going to try to stop this before, I guess, the Aetherwing gets attack goes through. But yeah. Yeah,
it looked like they're going to get that pointed out.
Okay, good.
Of course, in the meantime, Jonba's still trying to decide what to do about this 5/3 Cheshire Cat. What a massive attacker.
Yeah.
Of course, stuff like Veiling Wind is still going to be, or Veiling Breeze rather, is still going to be pretty effective here. Calming Breeze, unfortunately, not going to be the best choice at this point.
Yeah, cool. There we go. It's unloaded now. It goes in the graveyard as it should. Pretty good. Nice catch. Okay, but Veiling Breeze is going to be here.
There it is. Yeah, this is absolutely the best defensive option that he has available at this point.
He shows 5. Yeah, he shows 5.
Yeah, 0 damage.
Because he really can't take any damage. I mean, given how much damage this this champion can do, this deck can do, you really don't want to be doing anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very concerning. There is a lot of damage that can happen.
Yeah.
You know, and on top of stuff like Blazing Throws and Infernal Mana Streaks and Mana Flare Barrages, all of this stuff that at fast speed or very cheaply does, 3 or 4 damage straight to the champion without even needing to go through an attack.
Yeah, exactly. And then be able to get the Mare out now. And then I think he's, of course, yeah, that's first Dream Fairy, the threats on the board. But, you know, has the ability to get a lot more lash counters on the next turn, basically, on the beginning of next turn.
Yeah, potentially in a situation here where he can sort of supercharge his attacks for the future.
Yeah.
I think with 4 influence, he's probably not going to get that many lash counters, right? 4 influence gets
Will
you
be one?
1 lash counter, I think? Yeah.
3 plus X.
But here comes that Infernal Vessel, so Nida realizing exactly what kind of threat Mage Bane Lash poses here, and not going to let him get it.
Yeah. He has to. I mean,
Absolutely.
honestly, without that, I mean, his, you know, not having his other Aetherwing weapon, right, already, it's really going to be tough to punch any damage into this Nico using just a Seeker's Aetherwing.
Janba pointing at the Mage Bane Lash, getting the recovery off of the Burning Ether Charge. Nida pointing at the Infernal Vessel, saying, no, you don't.
Yeah.
And 2 damage marked on Janba's champion
That's
here.
right. You're drinking some hot tea here. It's too hot to recover.
Yeah, so Burning Ether Charge with the Kindle, so that's effectively a free play. Nice to see 2 extra damage onto the champion and then loading it up, so effectively a 3 damage play.
Okay. Another prune knock.
Yep, keeping that influence up while loading up that Seeker's Aetherwing. This is pretty good. This is some decent offense.
So that's going to go, I think if he attacks with a Deanna, that's going to be 4 damage, right? Because there's 3 Aether Charge and 1 from the Aetherwing.
Yep,
Okay.
4 damage there. No distance, so we're not getting the extra range damage.
No.
But the Seeker's Aetherwing hits for 1 plus the amount of charges.
Yeah.
Janba taking a second here, trying to decide maybe we're going to see another Fracturize, or with 4 cards in hand, not really room to Expeditious a Baby Green or anything like that.
Can't do any of that stuff, right? Because there's Spell Shroud on this Seeker's Aetherwing.
That's also true, yeah. So Fracturize isn't going to work. Baby Green still would, but that's going to require a lot more influence than Janba has at the moment. So Prudent Knock goes through, the load completes an extra card into Nida's memory, and now looking for his next aggressive option. Unfortunately, that Cheshire Cat's still stuck there.
Yep.
Can't play a Cheshire Cat here.
Can't
Although
do it.
with the Seeker's Aetherwing, he might decide to just attack the Dream Fairy directly.
Oh.
But it looks like he's building up to do like a really big hit directly to Janba.
Yeah. We're going to charge the soul again. That's going to be 1 extra damage.
Ooh. Oh, that's so mean. That's so mean. So this is a displace on Snow White, which
boy.
rests the champion. So after this Ether Charge loads up, Diana can't attack.
Oh, man. See, this is why I think, you know, maybe we were talking about a couple of turns earlier. I think you just killed the Snow White. You got to kill the Snow White, right?
You know
Otherwise,
what?
this is
I'm
going to happen
coming around.
over and over again.
I'm coming around. I'm starting to agree. I'm starting to understand.
See, but it's interesting, right? Because these are kind of like the elemental interactions we don't normally see. Like, what is the possibility of a wind and a water together is this. And, man, Enfeebling Orb, what a nasty card. This card basically says, hey, guess what? Put 2 cards down. Because I think Janba's positioning for something big here.
Oh, yeah. Well, so first off, Nida's ability to interact with anything that Janba does is real low.
Yeah.
This is a deck that is all gas, no brakes. Everything in the deck is focused on being aggressive, and at most you can interact with the board by dealing some damage to it.
So we're going to do is that 7 for Mare? Yeah.
Whoa.
No, yeah, 7.
Yeah, 7. Plus 4 lash counters. So
Yep.
this Mage Bane Lash is going to come in for a
6.
sweet 6 damage.
Yep. That's a lot.
Absolutely.
But his hand is all down, though. So it is going to be tricky.
Yep. Nida going for the Flash Grenade here. Maybe the only defensive option that really exists in this deck. Entirely dependent on having distant, though.
Yeah.
So, but of course, this deck does run a lot of sources of distance since almost all of its initial damage is based on being able to go distant when you bring out Diana.
Yeah. And I now see, you know, exactly. Oh man, this is going to be very interesting. So yeah, I mean, obviously having making sure Deanna's rested for last turn allows Janba to basically go for a very, very greedy turn and not get punished at all. Knowing that there's, no allies in basically Nida's deck, and the one ally that Nida does have, it has been Dream Fairy and continues to also take a nap. So everybody on Nida's side is just resting.
Yeah, Nida's got really no aggressive options with the way that Diana keeps getting rested by this Snow White. It's so painful.
Yeah. And Jamba also just did a enfeebling orb as well, forcing Nida to put down a bunch of cards. So, yeah.
Yeah, Nida going distant first off of that backstep, and now using this Charge the Soul to continue to load up and getting rid of that Snow White, just to make sure that the thing that happened before can't happen again.
Well, I mean, right now he's trying to not die this turn.
That
so
is
any
also
amount of
true,
damage
yeah.
he can prevent, it would be useful. Nico coming in now for another 6. Of course, with the Flash Grenade, though, we're going to prevent 3 of that, so it's really going to hit for 3.
Leaving Nida 2 damage short of death. So if we can get a 5 damage hit from Jamba, that would be it. But he does have to work around this Flash Grenade.
Yeah, I mean, he does have an Icebound Slam. So I was thinking, why doesn't he just slam in this case? Right? The extra damage would have punched through. So
yeah, the extra damage would have been helpful.
Okay, so we're
I
going to
think
go
it
level
might have
2
been
instead.
it might have been an influence problem, because Icebound Slam is very expensive.
Not if you're Guardian.
It's 5. Okay.
He definitely had enough cards in hand. It wasn't like he was going to play anything else. I think he's going to actually pass with, 4 in hand right now, and he just banished 2. So, yeah, he had enough.
5 in hand, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, isn't it 6? It's -2 for Icebound Slam Guardian bonus. Yeah? Am I wrong? We're going to take a look at that.
Yeah, regardless, I think he had enough to play this card.
It did look like that, yeah.
Yeah. 7 -2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 5. My mistake.
Okay. We're going to, is that the barrage?
This looks like
No,
the...
this is
this
the
is
one
targeted
target for
yeah,
3.
Infernal Mana Streak. So targeted for 3 damage, and 3 damage directly to Jamba isn't going to do a whole lot here. But 3 damage to the Dream Fairy might actually be kind of what he's looking for.
I think that's the target, because I think Jamba's trying to figure out if there's a way to prevent this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3,
6,
4, 5, 6,
7 damage on the Aetherwing.
8 because of ranged.
8, yeah.
So that's
also
20.
boots for 4 more, right? So 12.
Ooh, yeah, the Cheshire Cat is exactly lethal if
And
there's
the
no
Cheshire Cat-
interaction.
Oh my gosh.
So the Cheshire Cat will hit for 5 here because of Palvor's Sword and the Inert.
Yes. So that's
So
going to
if-
put him at 17. And then, I mean, doesn't the Ranger Boot really overkill here?
Oh.
Okay. Big Innervate Agility here?
Yeah, big
Okay.
Innervate. But the Seeker's Aetherwing still has True Sight. So he can still come in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
12.
He actually gains nothing because he's going to lose. He's going to recover 5, but also lose 5 HP. Because Nico 2 has 25.
Yeah.
You're
So
going
if
to go
this
back
comes
to
in
20.
for 12, that's it.
It's the same.
Oh, shit, yeah.
I think he's also realized it
Yep,
too.
he just realized it.
Yeah, and he pops the boots for the range. This is going to be overkill. But yeah.
Yeah. Sacrificing the cat for additional boots power. So +8 on top of his existing ranged.
He's just
Coming
going to
for-
show him what the max damage for this deck could be.
Hitting for 16 here.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Would have killed even through level 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, what a huge hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this attack is going to come in. 7, right?
Yep.
Plus
now
4,
now
plus
they get
4.
to do the math. I'm excited for this.
So it's 18, 15, 16 damage.
Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
a baby
And
cat.
there it is. There's the fist. Congratulations to Nida, fighting through all of the wind tricks from this Wind Guardian deck, this Wind Nico deck with all of the answers, and still finding a way through it.
I know.
That
it's
is incredible.
Really impressive, too, right? Because like, there were so many
Yeah.
different interactions that you normally don't even see because of the way that, water and wind is available. I'm honestly, Jamba having the fracturize super early to be able to, fracturize the Aetherwing, that was really big, too.
Yeah, that's usually the kind of play that just ends games.
Yeah.
So really surprising to me that this deck has the longevity to
I'm playing
still
this
stick
deck.
through it and
Yeah.
deal
Didn't
that
know what
much
I played
damage. It
for this.
really
Yeah.
shows
Yeah.
how
You see
much
what-
this deck has been
you see what it
improved by
is?
PTM.
Yeah.
The extra cards, the
my friend,
Kindling
he
Ether
just
Charge,
says, like,
and the Ignition Draw, and all of the extra sources of damage. This deck is
Yeah.
very
Actually,
finely
this
tuned at
deck
this
is
point
funny.
and doing a lot
This
of
deck's pretty
work.
funny.
That's another thing I noticed, right? A lot of fire aggro decks, right? When you play play them, you are going to start going in low influence pretty fast because you're sacrificing influence for damage, right? This deck, it almost feels like you can keep up with damage. It's not going to be as high as the Purifier aggros, right? However, I mean, your cards are replacing each other.
Yeah.
Right? Deal 3 damage, or sorry, deal 2 damage, lock in a Aether charge. I can draw another Aether charge, and then do it again, and do it again. This is why this deck is just unrelenting. I mean, you saw, like, getting your weapon fracturized, having the 2 Aether charges stuck in there.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I'm just going to load 7.
Right?
And then double Ranger Boots. Okay. I mean, also the answer for Dream Fairy. I think a lot of other decks, unfortunately, right, they don't have a way to deal with stealth, but this deck is all spell damage.
Yeah.
So it's insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I love how I love how consistent the deck feels.
Yeah.
Right? This is, like you were saying, the problem with Fire Aggro, spending your cards for damage means you don't have any influence left over.
Yeah.
And somehow this deck just keeps having more things to do.
Yeah.
And everything that it does hits for that much more.
Exactly.
Even fighting through all of the neat Guardian tricks that Jamba had available, Mage Bane Lash for the recovery off of the spell damage, all of the Veiling Breezes, Calming Breezes, everything. And it still wasn't enough. Wow, what a wild matchup.
It's a lot. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a quick look at the top 16 again from the beginning of this round. I mean, we were looking at for a couple things. Number one, I mean, I see that the Fire Crux Goja, that's, by the way, just so you understand, that deck is actually going to be a Goja level 1, but straight into Nico. Merlin. I'm too Nico brain right now. Everything
is Nico.
Everything's
yeah,
Nico.
This is that's actually a really cool deck. I think it's using Byakko of all of the different Shenju that are available.
Yeah.
And then going to level 3 Merlin, kind of the same like Fire Crux Merlin that we all know and love.
Yeah.
But with this extra suppress available.
Correct. I think the way that you play that is that Byakko can help you. I mean, obviously, once you are no longer Goja, right, you can't Byakko suppress anymore. So what you're supposed to do, I think, is you go to Goja at 1, you activate Dungeon Guide. With Dungeon Guides uninter on the stack, you Byakko suppress the Dungeon Guide, which triggers it twice effectively. now you can go to Merlin 3 right away.
Yeah, seems pretty strong getting the turbo up to level 3 like that.
Yeah. You can actually, with that setup, you can actually do it in a way where you can get, I think, level 2 in, and then tap the Merlin to eat a floating memory, and then go to level 3. So it could actually have almost the perfect Merlin level up all in one go. Yeah. But it does cost quite a bit to do that. It costs 4 for the Byakko suppress, and then of course 3 more for the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, you really have to have the influence in order to make that work.
Exactly. Also, I think it would be kind of funny. I think way earlier when we first started the stream, there was a question in chat for us. I don't know if you're ready to answer this question.
I've been thinking about it. I've been turning it over in my head.
All right, so let me read the question to everybody so that everyone can get caught up. It was a question from a viewer named King Okaze, who wanted to ask, I want to ask the announcers, if they could design an advanced element or class of their own, what would they make? I'm assuming also like the part of the question is like, it's not just like I say an element, I'm done, right? I have to tell you what the element does. There's like a little bit more to it. But yeah, anything. Be kind of fun. What do you think, Jim? What would you design?
I would love to see, I think I would want to design an advanced element.
Yeah.
But there's so many options for the way that advanced elements work,
Yeah.
right? If you think about the basic elements, wind, fire, water, those are kind of very straightforward, the classical elements.
Yeah.
If you look at the advanced elements, it's stuff like light
Yeah.
or spirits
Yeah.
or earth, right? And it's a bunch of kind of the advanced elements, right? That makes a lot of sense. I would like to see something that sort of, I think like the way that Neos represents the spirit of progress, and Terra represents sort of the spirit of earth and nature. I would like to see something that represents metal.
Okay.
And this would be, it has some sharp edges, but it has support for a lot of structure.
Okay.
So this is something that you could build off of. This is, in my mind at least, an engine building element. Something that has a lot of pieces that can interlock together, as well as something that you can use to sort of fight off anything that's encroaching against you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think my answer, this is a little bit cheating, I think. A little bit. I'm going to design a class, right? I've been kind of thinking about this a little bit. We have warriors. We also have guardians. What we don't have is basically something like a Berserker. I think that Berserker, I mean, we do have Jin and Exia, right?
Exia, yeah.
It's the advanced element that enables Berserker, but I want it like a level 1 Berserker. I think it would be really cool.
Yeah,
Anyways.
can you imagine a Berserker champion then moving on into Exia? That would be very cool.
Oh, that's my champion right there. All right, looks like we have a interview with our winner from last match.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Nida. Welcome.
Hello.
Congratulations on your
Thank you,
victory.
thank you.
I gotta ask,
Yes.
facing a Wind Guardian deck like this, with all of the defensive tricks that he had, did you think you were going to be able to power through it this easily?
No, I think my opponent did a great job. The baby green was a pain.
Yeah.
The Snow White put in a lot of work. But it was a beautiful game. I think mistakes were made on both sides.
Sure.
I'm sure you probably caught me whispering, "Oh, I missed lethal." But yeah, wind, water. I thought I was about to get IBS by the Icebound Slam, and that just never came out. And when I saw it go vanish, I was like, "Ooh!" I thought he was about to hit me for a lot. But yeah, unfortunately, I got there at the end.
Yeah, so you ended up getting over the top. Very impressive with how kind of consistent your deck ended up being. A lot of people usually look at these aggressive fire decks. They usually just trade their influence for damage, and you traded your influence for more influence and also damage.
Yeah.
So it worked out pretty well for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your deck kind of playing it this far? You've done pretty well for yourself, right? 4-1 now.
4-1 now, yeah. I'm surprised at how well I'm doing so far. The stream pressure was a bit much, but thankfully I did get there. And yeah, it's all thanks to all my locals that have been grinding and training, and yeah, getting better overall.
So
Excellent.
I'm kind of curious, right? I'm looking at the top list. There's quite a few Water Dianas at this tournament today.
Yes.
And you seem to be the only Fire Diana in the top 16. I don't know if there's other ones in the field. Why did you choose this one over the water version?
To be honest, I brought both Water Diana and Fire Diana up here, and I was thinking, you know what, Water's got more tools,
Yeah.
its mid-game and long game is better, but my locals were like, yo, you've been playing reps into the Fire Diana, you know that back matchup better, and I gotta shout out my buddy Devin. He's the basically we came up with this deck together, and he piloted it really well, and he gave me this list, and I was like, okay, let's go for this.
Wow.
So I'm representing San Diego, and so shout out to all my friends back there.
Nice.
That's the reason why I'm playing fire. Is like, hey, everyone's playing water. I want to go fast. I want to save the mental, and that's probably why I'm doing so well.
Okay.
I love that attitude. I also love it that you're representing your friend here. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 2 more rounds left to go. Anything in particular that you want to avoid, or anything particular that you want to play into?
Water Diana.
Yeah.
I don't want to face another Water Diana. The one match I had, I went a little too much, hands down, and I got to fix that tempo. Hopefully I don't play into that again. But don't want to see that. Ideally, I see another aggro deck so that I could go faster and just don't have to worry about it and just take the win.
Yeah. Yeah, you are running really fast. So
Yeah.
that was really fun to watch on stream. I'm sure the audience also were really happy to see that too. So
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Well, thank you for joining us for the interview. Congratulations on your win,
Thank
and
you.
good luck for the future rounds.
Thank you.
cool. All right, see ya. All right, guys. Man, what a matchup, right? And
No
what
joke.
what a great way to see kind of like a different Diana. And I wasn't sure, but I'm actually kind of happy how he answered the question about the fire and water Diana. Seems like, of course, yeah, we can play the meta, but man, you know what? This is my deck. This is the one that me and my friend came up with. This is how we represent San Diego. I mean, yeah, this is how you represent San Diego.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got to stay true to yourself, you know?
Yeah, for
I
sure.
love it.
All right. We're going to be going into a break in a bit to kind of like wait out and have the rest of the round finish, and then we'll be back. But don't miss out on another Eva tidbit and Lord tidbit. All right. We'll see you soon.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. And that was round 5. We're starting to get to the final rounds of this tournament. While we're waiting, here's your regularly scheduled Grand Archive lore tidbit. Those who read the 3rd chapter of Diana's story would know this, but if you didn't read it, did you know that the gun Shadow's twin was made for Diana by Arasana and Rose? Diana was previously using the Gloamspire Lance, which caused her to burn out by amplifying her negative emotions. That's how it seems the Umbra element works. It either preys on or enhances your emotions, but makes you sharper and hungrier in battle. Her friends were looking out by presenting her a new weapon that plays more to her strengths. Although Shadow's Twin is an Umbra element weapon, Arasana managed to incorporate an astral shard into it as its scope lens, and in terms of visual design, we see some star motifs on it, which is reminiscent of its creator. It's literally, how would an Astra girly design an Umbra weapon? But maybe it's this combination of Umbra with Astra that allows Shadow's Twin to be a healthier weapon of choice for Diana. One that doesn't cause her to lose her warmth and humanity. Before I go, these are the lovely folks who've been working hard for this regional and stream. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, an amazing game store in Gold River, California near Sacramento that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA, of course with the casting talents of JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the meta-focused podcast, The Korhazi Outlook, check them out, and Mark from SolarGames, one of our TalkGA hosts. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. Coming up next is round 6. See you soon!
and welcome back to NorCal Regionals, brought to you by FinalCut TCG and streamed by TalkGA. I'm Mark. You're Jim.
I am Jim.
That's right.
That's me.
We're just gonna do. I'm trying to like shorten it down. If you are still watching from this morning, I appreciate it. Thank you for being here with us all day. But if you're joining us just new, we're on round 6. This tournament is expected to have just 7 rounds, but we can. We're actually only have 2 undefeated so far left in this tournament, which is Anthony and Show, Water Deanna and Fire Crux Lorraine.
So this is a pretty neat matchup. Yeah. I'm not too familiar with exactly like the pairings of this matchup. I feel like both of these decks are fairly aggressive.
Yeah.
Fire Crux Lorraine, a little bit more mid-rangey, maybe a few more defensive options, maybe something that can deal with other people. But of course, we're not here to talk about that matchup. Instead, we are here to talk about Water Terra. So we've got Water Terra as one of the first decks in the feature match, piloted by Arc and Black here. And this is really interesting. This is not a deck that I have a lot of personal experience with, but I am excited to see it come down. Obviously, it's doing the Kongming thing. It's got Hydro Guard Retainer, which is exactly what you'd expect to see here. Coriolis Ward, very powerful, kind of tools leveling up on the way. But the big innovation here is a lot of the time at sort of this top end, you see the Bagua Vital Demise, right? You see the sort of SPO-focused approach. And instead, what we have is Dongzhou, which is a wild inclusion, alongside Lubu and Sempiternal Sage. Also, the Sempiternal Sage is the Eternal Sage, so that's always here.
Yeah.
But some really powerful allies at the top end instead of powerful spells. What's your take on this?
Yeah, no, I actually think it's kind of interesting, right? I think Leeching Bolt is still going to be pretty aggressive as well. But yeah, I agree with you. Lubu is a very, very aggressive ally, just being there. And Dongzhou actually, I've always thought, building a deck with Dongzhou, because I think Dongzhou is actually kind of interesting, right? The empower and also the defensive plays. There's a lot of different ways you can use it. So yeah. Arcane Black is, of course, the pilot of this Water Terra Kongming deck. And Dark Flame Master here is going to be on our fire decks here. Fire Ciel, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
This is one of the other sort of local legends, the NorCal boys, piloting Ciel here and potentially doing some very cool things. So starting off with the Library Witch, pretty good here.
But no cremation, right?
Not yet, yeah. Saw the Hydro Guard Retainer coming down for Arc and Black. Yeah. So that is a very powerful start. This is almost exactly where you want to be with Kongming. The real power of Kongming is, I think, primarily centered in Hydro Guard Retainer, letting you get that extra card draw every other turn or every turn if you're particularly focused.
Yeah. This Kongming is also a fragmented Kongming, right? Am I reading this correctly? Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that looks like fragmented.
I don't see a
spirit token?
Spirit shard, but okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll fix that soon, or maybe this is a fail to find.
Yeah, this is a suspiciously Terra-heavy hand for Arc and Black here. 3 Terra cards, 2 Fracturizes, and a Coriolis Ward. Not a lot of action.
Yeah.
So I think a lot is going to depend on whether or not this Hydro Guard Retainer stays alive and produces some value.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy backup charger, fracturize your power cell, and then use the fracturize to level up to Kongming 1, right?
Yeah, and that gets a couple extra cards in your hand. That gets you the level up off of floating memory, so pretty convenient start.
But it also enables the actual retainer, because the retainer, I think, gets all the extra cards by having the shifting currents point to west. It's actually interesting. I think it's the only card that has that aggressive line for the west direction. Usually you want the aggression line is out on the east direction. I think about like Conduit, which of course Arc and Black is not running. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I see. My familiarity with Kongming is entirely from Razorgale.
Okay. Yeah.
So Razorgale, you journey to the west, you never come back.
That's right. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I mean, obviously, I'm also not very familiar with Water Kongming, but I did play quite a bit of Fire Terra Kongming, which was one of my favorite Kongming actually variants. It has a lot of really cool options there.
Well, there is a lot of action going on here for nothing but Hydro Guard Retainer on the board. We've got a Topsy decree coming down from Dark Flame Master here. Really going to be hurting Arc and Black's options. Planning on getting the Fracturize here. Now that's not going to happen anymore without the cards in hand in order to do it. But still going to level 1.
Yeah.
And off of. Did he find? How did he get to level 1 here?
So basically what happened here is he was about to go to level 1. I mean, Dark Flame Master. I think he's just literally putting this name down so he wants me to say it on stream for him. But Dark Flame Master played the Topsy in response to the Fracturize, which basically banishes that Fracturize into banishment, right? So now you no longer have the floating, so Arcanum Black actually had to pay for the level up with an extra card from memory, which actually happened to be
the other
second Fracturize, which actually, yeah, it's fine, I guess. It turned out okay for him. Yeah.
So a pretty good pull, actually, hitting the extra float, leaving Arcan Black with almost nothing but Terra cards in hand, which seems like not the best of positions to be in.
Yeah.
At the very least, though, getting the mnemonic down to get an extra card into memory, so a little bit of velocity.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dark Flame Master here, moving up to Ciel level 1 and starting that Omen train, putting the Topsy Decree into the Omens here.
Go to level 2.
Yep. And we're going
Arcan
to go
Black
to level
moving
2.
Straight to level 2.
Is this the one that's... This is just a normal level 2, right? It's not the one that's like 4 directions, get 4 cards. Yeah.
No. Which level 2 is this? No, this is the regular level 2.
This is the regular one, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So this one is able to basically... Shifting Current basically goes from north to south, draw a card. So he has the ability to go from north to west with Hydro Guard to draw a card, and north to south also draws a card.
Yep. Yeah, a second Hydro Guard Retainer, of course, would be amazing for him, being able to go from north to west and draw 2 cards.
Correct.
But even with just the one, having that extra defense up is nice to have. This Liminal Guide actually played from Dark Flame Master's hand, so not ethereal. And if it ever goes to the graveyard, it has the potential to come back off of the level up, the way the Liminal Guide usually does.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Dark Flame Master is actually putting off his level ups just to see if the Liminal Guide dies. We saw the Manxum Armoire come down this turn, and then just move again straight into Omens, full grip of cards, ready to react to whatever Arcan Black is doing.
Yeah, Quicksilver Grail goes down, and underneath is going to be the standard Covenant of Thorns, which he's not able to activate just now, but it will be ready when Arcan Black does go to level 3 and becomes Terra.
So Covenant of Thorns absolutely makes sense here. Did you see what went under it, or is this because it could easily be Wand of Frost is another very good card for this.
He actually
flashed it to the camera.
Flashed it to the camera. Well, yeah, I saw it. It's Covenant of Thorns. Yes.
Well, good job, Arcan Black.
Yes.
Way to play to the feature match.
That's right. Thank you so much for showing your hand to the casters.
That's much appreciated.
Yeah. All right, Lantern's going to come out. Is he afraid of...
Yeah, it actually doesn't seem like the Lantern is going to hit a whole lot here. There's not a lot that I think will really get hit by this. But anytime you see water, I think you want to bring out Lantern, especially if you don't have any other materialize that you're really aiming for, right? Dark Flame Master could just be waiting to build up the Omens a little bit in order to get extra value out of CL level 2. And especially if he's not seeing anything threatening from his opponent, he doesn't really need to go up that quickly.
Yeah. Okay, so basically at this point, I mean, I think Arcan Black's strategy in play right here is really as soon as possible get to Coming 3, but because, again, only because his hand is full of Terra cards, normally you can actually take a little bit of time off here because, you know, you have the ability for the Shifting Current to draw you a card every other turn. Yeah. But it does look like Dark Flame Master is going to be activating a Dungeon Guide and then seeing what he's going to go to 3 with.
This is interesting. So instead of materializing level 2 kind of normally, I guess he didn't have the speedy card plays, the fast card plays that he was looking for in order to get the cards into memory. Now Dungeon Guiding up to level 2 after bringing out the Lantern, which is an interesting position to be in. Not saving this Dungeon Guide for level 3, but still getting power off of this this level 2, right? So dropping, looks like a Gentle Respite into the yard, some extra float, that's always going to be nice. And potentially setting up for at least another Omen here.
Yeah.
And looks like also a lot of Umbra in Dark Flame Master's hand. So maybe Arcan Black and Dark Flame Master both kind of sitting on a bunch of advanced elements and not a whole lot of action.
Yeah, yeah, quite a few cards that basically he can't play. Obviously the Regal as well. So, and then the Foe Awakening. So, yep. Looks like Foe's going to go directly into the Omens.
Wow, opening that out of the hand.
Yep.
So that actually, I think, is setting up for the combo turn, right? We have the Armor out already, so when he goes to level 3, he could be, will definitely be getting the Lost Providence out, and could be in a position to do the 16 damage combo with Foe Awakening, Maximum Armor, and Lost Providence to draw the extra card to allow you to use the Maximum Armor.
Yep.
I will crack the Spirit Shard to draw.
All right, so we're going to be level 3, cracking a Spirit Shard to draw.
It's fine. We did this for a reason.
And then, of course, finds a dungeon guide, but, you know, it is what it is.
That's the rule, right? The moment you go to level 3, you draw a dungeon guide.
And now here's the fun stuff, right? Terrasite is going to be able to turn the winds in cardinal directions whenever a spell is activated. This is a special ability of the Coming level 3. So you can start doing things like Terrasite, go north. Terrasite, go west. Draw 1, draw 1. So you on the second Terrasite actually draws 2 cards.
Yeah, because the Hydro Guard retainer, very cool.
And Terrasite goes into the deck preserved. This serves as 2 purposes. Obviously, with preserved, you can just get it out. This is almost like a Grand Crusader's Ring. Oh, 3 Terrasite.
Wow,
Draw
so
again.
many card draws. This is so cool.
This is why I love Coming. So once you get to 3, if you have the amount of cards that are very low cost cantripy cards, you can actually go really fast and be able to draw a bunch of cards before. Even if you go to level 3 with very low influence, you can recover your influence quite big. All right. Lu Bu is now
here
out.
we go. So these are the big hitters. Lu Bu coming in for 4 damage. Are we going to see the 2 reserve in order to get the extra attack with him?
I have 3 in hand.
And he has 3 in hand. He's yes. I think yes.
The grin on Darkflake Master's face, like, wow, you're playing this card.
Yeah.
Yes. Targeting. Okay, no.
But I'm not sure whether or not that's positive or negative there, you know? Does he feel like, oh, I could beat this card? Or does he feel like, wow, I am in trouble?
Yeah.
Lu Bu will wake up.
Okay, we're going to go Instep, Vigor, and Wake Up, and we're going to go back north. North is, in general, the direction you want to stay, because in Arcanum Black's build for this Terracoming, having north as the starting position allows you to draw whenever you go west. So being able to, for example, pull a Terrasite out of Materialize, activate Terrasite, go west, draw 2 is a very, very strong opener for his next turn.
Yeah, speaking of strong next plays, Darkflame Master burning the 2 float and 1 card out of his hand in order to go to level 3. So we have Ciel online at level 3. Any additional omens is going to be 2 damage. So that's potentially some big hits. Lost Providence, of course, coming out. And potentially setting up for a really, really big turn.
I think the Regal comes out now, right?
Oh, probably. I mean, why else are you going to have it?
Just check it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the problem is, I think, does he know that actually Arcanum Black's hand is not that great?
Well, I mean, if he regals, he'll see it.
Okay.
And if he knows that Arcan Black has not a lot of interaction with what he's planning on doing, then, you know, he can keep it.
Yep.
Of course, 16 damage right now isn't actually going to win the game, so he can't just jump immediately into the Foe Awakening combo. But looks like he's kind of thinking about what to do in the meantime.
Yeah.
Because he does need to find at least a couple of sources of chip damage. He does need to get a little bit of damage through, and with Lu Bu up, that's going to be hard. That's not going to be an easy thing to do.
Yes. It is, yeah, that 4/4, man.
Right?
That
4/4 taunt Vigor.
Taunt, yeah.
What a card.
I mean, a lot of people say, oh, you know, Lu Bu is such a meme card, you're not really going to be able to do anything with it. But people kind of forget, you know, that you can just kind of play the ally. The ally is fine.
Yeah. Just because you're never going to be at 32 damage doesn't mean 4/4 isn't good.
All right, so we're going to Rising Tide, putting 2 card down, draw a card into memory, and then get floating memory on this as well. Go west, draw a card.
And I think this is in response to the Regal Inquisition that Darkflame Master just played.
So I'm going to show everything here.
Yeah. All right, well, here we go. Take a look at these cards.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 defensive options there, right? So those can go. Hydro Guard is actually kind of annoying because a second one could also mean that you're drawing 2 cards whenever you go from northwest.
Yeah, a second Hydro Guard definitely feels like it would be a problem. The backup Lu Bu feels like it would be a problem if you're worried about kind of the ally presence on Arcan Block's board.
The challenge and the problem with this is if you discard any one of those, Arcane Black can draw into much better tarot cards, and that could actually be even worse.
That's
So-
true. The last thing you want to do is see a Sempiternal Sage come down on this side of the board.
Yeah.
And then, you know, already at 0 health right now.
Yeah.
Wow, Dark Flame Master deep in the tank, looking at these cards, really unsure what to do, trying to work through all of the different permutations here. What is going to cause problems? What is going to be something that Arcane Black even wants to keep? Like, there's so many cards there that could just be chaff. But holding
Looks like-
on to the second Lubu and that Hydro Guard Retainer.
Yeah. I think he's not going to care about the Spell Shield Terra. Is it that one preserves X? You know, where whatever X, where X is the amount of damage, prevented. So, looks like 3 are chucked in for harmonizing. Is it harmonized mana?
That was a Coriolis word.
Harmonious Mantra.
Ah, that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Fracturize and also what's the third one? It's going to be a Dredging
Streams, yeah.
Dredging Streams.
So a little bit of graveyard management and a whole lot of recovery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, all the Arcane Black has a lot of defense.
Yep.
Wow, this deck is really ready to deal with aggression.
Yep.
And Dark Flame Master does not have a lot of sources of damage right now. With only 3 in the Omens, he's not really taking advantage of attack cards at the moment. Very far away from Foe Awakening clearing the game out. Yeah, now the Liminal Guide goes to the graveyard.
Should go to the banishment, but yes.
It wasn't ethereal.
Oh, it was not ethereal.
Yeah, that was hard played.
Hard cast it. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna dredge it out anyways.
No regals in the Omens. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You don't want to let Ciel start pastiching the regals. That's a bad sign.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, 2 damage into Lubu, and then the Omen to finish off with 2 more damage. All right.
So kind of taking a look at the options available to Dark Flame Master, the way he's planning to close out this game, is this looks like it's kind of the more controlling build.
Yep.
So we have 3 Grim Pastiches available, 3 Beguiling Coups to go with those devastating blows,
Yep.
and some number of Carters and some number of Abnegations to kind of keep control of the board and keep him recovered, right? Keep him healthy. But otherwise, it's some chip damage and then the Foe Awakening combo, and that feels like the direction that he's going.
Yeah.
But none of that chip damage is getting through. You know, Arcane Black is fully taunted up. Arcane Black has some recovery in hand already and 3 dungeon guides. So he's really in a decent defensive position. No damage marked on his champion at the moment. Like, how does Dark Flame Master get the damage he needs in order to be able to combo off? Is this going to be one of those games that goes to like 40 minutes and ends up with, you know, the Regal pastiche for the mill out win?
I guess it could. Coming does draw quite a bit of cards, so at some point you can't just Regal for like 16 or whatever.
That's true, and I don't think we saw much in the way of negates from Arcane Black, so I don't know that he's going to be able to deal with that pure spell-focused, not aggression so much as win condition.
That's right. Yep. And at this point, there's quite a few cards that's kind of stuck in Arcane Black's hand that he's not going to be able to use. So, you know, he's not activating a dungeon guide.
Yeah, he's
for example,
really
or
not.
3 of them. So,
yeah, if all Arcane Black has is defense, then he's not going to kill Dark Flame Master. And the longer this game goes on, the better the odds that Dark Flame Master just has all of the cards he needs to mill out Arcane Black completely.
Yeah, that is probably maybe not the plan of this deck. Well, that's, I guess, one of the plans.
Yeah, I think it's the backup plan.
Yeah, but definitely, you know, Beguiling would be the better, the more primary plan. But honestly, he doesn't have those cards either. Now, here's the other problem, though. Ciel is going to be getting into 5 Omens soon.
That's
which means, right, Ciel now has some options to start drawing more cards, getting a lot more damage in. Yeah, that is an option too for the Ciel. Yeah. I mean,
the only weapon in the deck is the Grande Sonnerie, so that's still 3 sources of card draw if he uses that once he gets up there in Omens.
Yeah.
And of course he can trade in Devastating Blow for a card. And I'm trying to see if he has any like
Sweep
heavy
coming.
swings or anything else.
Sweep incoming. Here's the Carter.
Well, that'll end this retainer, which I think is probably what Dark Flame Master is looking for here,
Yeah.
just to try and put that card draw engine back to
Oh no!
back to basics.
He has a leeching bolt. So the bolt's going to be able to do, I think it's going to be 3 damage?
3 damage, yep.
Just enough to kill the Carter?
Level damage to target unit.
Yep.
Yeah, Carter as a 2/3 definitely dies to that leeching bolt.
Now, he didn't empower it, but if he had empowered it, this bolt would actually go into the Preserve.
Yeah, into the materials.
I don't know if he also tapped his wind on the leeching bolt, but the bolt should be able to also rotate
sent
the
it
wind.
north.
Okay, that makes
I
sense.
think he's been going northwest
Yeah.
a whole lot so far.
Yeah, Northwest is honestly the best option for any water combing because of the
retainer.
Yeah, the retainer.
Such a good card.
2 combing.
Well, one more Omen coming in. Of course, now that Ciel is level 3, these Omens deal 2 damage. So that's a start. It looks like it's a beginning to the long journey that Dark Flame Master needs to go on at this point. Terrasites coming back out of the materials. So many cards going to be drawn here.
Yep.
Every single Terrasite is a
disgusting, right?
card and a half.
Yeah, don't you love this play?
Whoa.
Draw off a card. Honestly, I mean, Argon Black is maybe just going to have to sit for another turn and wait for more options in hand. I mean, he does have a Mnemonic Charm, I believe, so at least he can maybe charm down, because having the Empower is good for in case when he gets his second Leeching Bolt.
Invigoration, targeting Hydro Guide, spin trigger response.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know how many sources of Empower he has in this deck. Dong, of course, one of them.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what else he has in terms of, like, if he wants to keep his... Okay, so the Mnemonic Charm also there is a source of Empower.
Yep.
But ways to kind of make that Leeching Bolt hit a little bit harder, since it seems like his options for damage aren't actually that high. Right? I mean, you have repeated attacks by Sempiternal Sage.
Yep.
You have Lubu, who's difficult to deal with, even under the best designs.
Yeah, and you can also invigorate your Hydro Guard retainer, which is what he did exactly. So now this Hydro Guard is actually a what is it, like a 4/6?
4/7.
Yeah.
What a massive retainer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I mean, so if I guess if you have sufficient 4-power allies, that is probably a strategy.
Yep. Now, the thing is, I think Archon Black does have the abilities. He's just lacking those cards. A lot of cards in his hand are either cards that he wants earlier in the game, or they're more defensive. So, yeah.
Well, Dark Flame Master being like, all right, well, let's test those defenses. I am going to Devastating Blow for 10 and draw a card. How do you feel about that? Archon Black says, okay. So that's actually a lot of damage. Wow, that's suddenly a lot of damage on Archon Black. With all of the tools that he had available, I didn't expect that much damage to be coming in so quickly.
Yeah.
This actually does potentially set up Dark Flame Master to do something really, really terrible with Foe Awakening.
Yeah.
And all of the Foe Awakening damage is unpreventable because it's through Omens. So all of those, you know, Spell Shield Terra is not going to do anything.
Yep.
Coriolis Ward not going to do anything. But here we see the Harmonious Mantra, so even more power off of the off of the level gain.
I think he's going to empower, right? So this is going to be 2.
Well, I mean, even if he doesn't empower.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
6.
yeah. Because on play, it's going to twist north.
Correct.
So that's going to get the 3+ level. So any empower here would be additional healing.
That's right. Yeah.
That's a big recover.
That's,
Jeez.
yeah.
What is this Terra deck? Who plays Terra?
Well, I mean, this is what kind of Terra feels like.
I love it,
You have a
honestly.
lot of ways to just kind of stay alive, but not if this happens, I guess.
Ooh, yeah, the Foe Awakening is happening in response. So this is, if this goes off the way I expect it to, this is lethal.
Yeah.
2 Foe Awakenings now in the Omens, which means he can use Manxum Armoire to get one of them, and Omen twice more. And then he can use Ciel level 2 Lineage Release to Foe Awakening, and Omen twice more. And because of the Manxum Armoire, that's also 2 more damage. So that's 10 plus another 4 from the Foe Awakening he's playing right now.
Yeah.
That's 14. That's enough to kill.
Yeah.
Covenant of Thorns linked to Hydro.
Ah, but Covenant of Thorns. So the flip side of this is if this doesn't kill, Dark Flame Master is now at 0 cards.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a little bit of a painful recovery.
Okay, just like you said, release. We're going to Foe Awakening.
Let's go 1, 2.
Do 2 more.
Do 40.
Yep, so now there is 2 Foe Awakening, 2 Omen triggers on the stack, and then the Covenant of Thorns activation, and then 2 more Foe Awakenings on the stack, Omen triggers. So this is this is a massive stack, a lot to kind of deal with back and forth.
Yeah. So
And
I guess
all of this is on top of the Harmonious Mantra, the extra recover.
he's trying to get this damage in before the recovery even comes in.
Yep.
Now, to be clear, Arcanine Black does also have a Spell Shear Terra. I was actually surprised that he didn't Spell Shear Terra the Devastating Blow earlier.
Yeah, that seems like it would have been pretty good.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean-
being able to preserve 12 cards off the top of your deck.
Correct.
Sounds kind of powerful.
Yes, but also prevent all 12 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he probably was like, a chance to use my recover cards. Let's let the damage hit, and then I can heal.
Yeah, I think the response to that would have been maybe like Armor, right? Preserve, Omen, and then do 2 damage to break the shield. But
Yeah,
still.
that's also true.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna Malice. I believe this is gonna do the one that's gonna do 3 damage to target champion, recover 3.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So we're just
Do a
stacking all
little
the
bit of extra
damage by
here.
Omen, basically.
So 2, 2. So put 18.
Okay.
Now it's kind of resolving piecemeal. So 3 damage from the Devouring Malice,
Watch Providence. Watch Providence.
and the 2 damage from the Omen still on the stack on top of
Yep.
the
Armor
Covenant
does the
of Thorns.
trade.
Yep. Bringing that Fu Awakening into hand, playing it again.
Putting 2 more.
Yeah, 2 more Omens, another 4 damage.
That's 24.
That does look like 24 to me.
A lot of Omens, but it's 24.
4 more.
Okay. Boom, boom. Okay.
2, 3.
Huh. In all this, I like. There we go. Yeah. So on the damage, of course, Spell Shield Terra prevent some of that damage.
We will prevent
Right.
the 3. I will preserve the top 3 of my deck.
Okay.
So preventing the damage from the Devouring Malice, keeping himself barely alive.
It's 3 Don't Draw. It looks like
Oh my god.
he literally pulled 3 Don't Draw for the preserve. It's
Wow.
no joke. Look at this. Did he shuffle his deck?
That's a 3 dong right on top of the deck.
Oh my
That's exactly
goodness.
where it wants to be.
Damage, and then I will recover 6.
All right. Now the recovery comes through because it was not lethal, and of course, some of the damage goes to ally as well, and then boom, goes to recover.
Yeah, so 4 damage marked on that retainer here,
Man.
which means the retainer lives to fight another day. And then the recover goes through, and Arcan Black is so close to death, but not quite there. And is that a scoop, or?
Okay. We're going to be doing Terrasite fun things again. So Terrasite.
Dark Flame Master, like, very carefully picking up his Omen stack here, as if deciding what to do with it. Trying to find something else to do, but
All right.
not finding it.
Yeah, so I forget the name of this regalia, but this one basically allows you to, on enter, take any amount of cards from your graveyard and then put them under, I think spell cards under them, and then basically you can activate by resting this regalia and then actually activating one of those spell cards one more time. I think it goes into banish afterwards. So you can basically double do some things, like for example, Leeching Bolt, or more healing by the mantra. Yeah.
Yeah, getting to double dip on a lot of those preserved spells or spells out of your graveyard.
Yeah.
Ooh, really powerful. Just being able to play a card over again.
Yep.
Not a lot of recursion in Grand Archive, right? Not a lot of ways to play spells or allies out of your graveyard.
Yep.
But so this card presents a lot of power, which is makes sense because it's hard to use, right? You got to have the preserved cards already, and it costs 2, so very expensive to bring out. But very powerful once you get it onto the field.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm just stuck on what a position this is for Dark Flame Master. Like, he's not in danger of dying, so the game isn't over by any means.
Yeah.
But it's going to be quite a struggle to get the resources back to actually start dealing damage again. And Arcan Black is going to be all the way back down at 0 by the time he gets there.
Yeah, I think at this point, Dark Flame Master realized it's just going to be another drawn-out game. He's looking at the clock and says, maybe we're just going to game 2.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. That makes a lot of sense here. If he thinks he's going to lose this game anyway, let's end this before we hit, 15 minutes left in the round.
I mean, for what he tried to do just now, he sacrificed everything, right? All the decks, a ton of omens. Yes, it's a lot of omens, but it will take maybe 2 or 3 turns to get back, get back into a good, I guess, place. And of course, you have to get your Snorlax, but like you can't actually pay for it. Like you're really in a stuck position. You can't even like draw with the omens.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky there. But looking at sideboard here, what are some ways that we can deal with this pretty resilient and persistent Water Terra?
Yeah, I'm expecting the Viridian Protective Trinket to come in. That seems like a useful tool. There were a lot of water response cards that Arc and Black was playing.
Yeah.
Carter actually feels like it would be pretty big, so having the third Carter around seems like a good deal.
Yep.
Verucan Acolyte, Staggering Strike, Flame Wreath Call, all of these seem like they probably don't do enough here. I don't know that that Dark Flame Master is necessarily looking for more Regalia hate with the Verucan Acolyte, and Staggering Strike doesn't really hit anything that he needs it to, although maybe just having a couple of extra attacks in the deck is helpful. Flame Wreath Call, meanwhile, not quite enough damage to deal with the allies that he wants to deal with, and Overlapping Visage is too likely to hit something that doesn't matter.
Yeah. The Acolyte could be interesting because it could come in and force a basically a Quicksilver Grail in a very inopportunistic time. So that could be an interesting position for that. But looking over here at Water Coming, right? Water Coming is going to be looking at probably, I would say, Tome of Sorcery. So I was actually trying to figure out where this card was. Tome of Sorcery is one of these options in the Regalia deck that allows you to empower whenever you want, effectively. That really helps with cards like Leeching Bolt to be able to have it empowered and then put into Preserve. And when you do that, of course, you can bolt every turn and then do damage, but also recover every turn. So if your game plan is to basically stay very, very low in damage counters, being able to constantly empower is going to be good. But otherwise, I mean, things like Resolute Stand really doesn't do much against a Ciel that's mostly going to be doing omen damage, which is not going to be able to be stood. So,
do you see an Imperial Accord coming in, or maybe the advanced element cards that it could target not the most important part of Dark Flame Master's game plan here?
Yeah, I mean, Imperial could be interesting against the Grim Prestige if we think the Regal Inquisition route is the right play here, right? So that could really prevent you from being decked out. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, yeah. Now, I mean, obviously we don't have enough time to look, but whenever we think about pulling cards in, I have to think about what cards have to go. So I wasn't sure. I guess maybe Resolute Stand, those 2 slots definitely would be open for something else. Yeah, because you're not really afraid of any ally here, and probably the Fluffy as well too. The Fluffy, I mean, drawing card is pretty good, but do you really want to sacrifice 2 Regalia for this? It's a little bit more defensive play, right, against an ally heavy or attack heavy type of opponent.
Yep, I think you're right. Although the value of Fluffy as just a card neutral play, if you're in that situation, is definitely high.
Yeah.
But maybe not that important against a deck that's not doing a whole lot of attacking.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think Dark Flame Master is off to a pretty good start this round here with the Creative Shock discarding a Liminal Guide, right, on the level up, and then being able to bring it back ephemerated, but then also playing a Liminal Guide and then swinging with it, but also cremating it right after. So pretty strong play here.
Yeah, using that pile of influence that he gets out of a hit on the Creative Shock in order to spend the 8 necessary to play Liminal Guide and then cremate it. So very nice start for Dark Flame Master.
Yeah. Okay, Arcan Black is going to go for a Dungeon Guide to level 2. I think the reason he's doing this is because he's realizing, number one, it's moving pretty fast this game, but also number 2, once you get Coming level 2, right, with the ability from level 1, you can draw your card every other turn, right, the extra card. Now, because you don't have a Hydro Guard Retainer to start, this is actually absolutely necessary because you need to start drawing answers because his hand is looking pretty empty for, kind of his gameplay here. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So bringing out the only source of real advantage off of this Shifting Winds feels like a pretty important move for Arcan Black.
Yeah, and this is really good play too, right? Because Rising Tide's ability to draw a card into memory is a class bonus level 3+. Coming is level 2, so he's really leveraging Coming's Empower 3 on enter to also get full value out of Rising Tide. Normally a card that you would want to play when you're level 3 already.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice kind of intermediate spot to find that extra value. You know, the same kind of thing that you might with Wisdom's Reprise.
Yeah, Wisdom's Reprise, exactly.
Reprise, yep.
Yeah. Also, I think Indolent Leisure is another one of those that could really value that, you know, having the Empower on board. Yep.
Yeah, pretty powerful.
Okay.
Well, we're seeing the Tome of Sorcery, which definitely makes sense for the level 2 as well. And having that extra Empower ability, I think, seems pretty strong here.
Yeah, and Arkham Black just pulled in not one but 2 Leeching Bolts into hand.
All right.
This is cool. This is really cool, right? So, like, I mean, normally, Leeching Bolt is just going to be pretty good. Like, it's actually a pretty weak fireball by itself. But the fact that you can reoccur it because you can preserve it if you empower it, and also it recovering 2 by itself, could be a really good position. If, for example, you know, you can get yourself out of lethal by that kind of like the Foe Awakening triple turn that we saw last game. Yeah.
Dark Flame Master finding an undeniable truth. Poor man's cremate.
Yeah.
Drawing a card and putting a preparation counter on his champion, which probably not going to get a whole lot of value out of, but nice to get a card in the yard if that's what you so desire. Of course, dredging streams means that card in the yard is probably not going to be the float or other bonus that Dark Flame Master is looking for.
Yeah.
Still getting to take advantage of this Liminal Guide, though. Going to level 2 here, discarding some cards to the level 2 on enter.
So this is interesting, right? So I think the dredging stream took the floating memory, right? So in that case, would you dredging the liminal or would you dredge the floating memory?
That's a really good question. It depends on whether or not you think the cards in his hand are more important.
Yeah.
Or the cards that he's about to draw are more important.
Yeah. I think I would always dredge the liminal guide for 2 reasons. Number one, whatever cards he's sacrificing for the banish is probably something that he's willing to lose. And number 2, liminal guide is also a body. So not only are you going to draw a card, you're also going to get a body on the field, right? So you're preventing both of those things by taking the liminal guide out instead of, for example, I mean, I don't know if you drew the dungeon guide, but a liminal guide could draw you a dungeon guide, whereas a floating memory would not be able to do that for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that's a valid take. There's, of course, a lot of permutations here, especially because Dark Flame Master has a lot of abilities that he was using in response to the on-enter.
Yeah.
So before, anything started going. Of course, now we're past that point. The dungeon guide on the board, level 3 on the board, Lost Providence now out, and ready to start doing omens and ready to start doing all of the Umbra things that he wants to be doing. Yeah, one more liminal guide. Oof, that is a lot of card advantage to be getting out of these units.
That's right. Yep.
Pretty light on omens, though.
Yeah.
By the time we got to this point in the previous game, he was already at like 4 omens, 5 omens.
Yeah.
Only 2 omens so far, so still not a lot of value to be gained out of the various attacks that are available.
Yeah, but every omen now that he banishes will be going in for quite a bit of damage, right? 2 damage each. Yeah. So Carter comes in, responds to on enter. Of course, no response. Yes, no. Okay. We're going to take a liminal guide for this.
So this is actually a really interesting choice because the liminal guides don't recover, right?
Yeah.
They're ethereal, so they don't go to the graveyard. They go to the banish.
That's right.
Which is a little important here because Dark Flame Master only had 1 point to recover.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to sacrifice the dungeon guide in this situation in order to get the extra recovery. He can sacrifice the liminal guide when maybe the dungeon guide dies later and gets him an extra recovery that he needs.
Yeah. All right, so Arcane Black is actually going to go to level 3. He banishes both Leeching Bolts, I think just to get the extra recover. So Coming on enter recovers based on how many tarot cards are in the banishment. So there's 3, so he recovers 3 and goes back down to 10. The nice thing, again, this is my favorite part about Coming in general, is the ability to go and, start flipping that wind as you activate. He pulls in another Leeching Bolt. So he has the ability to do, what he needs to be doing here to empower, put the Leeching Bolt into preserve, and kind of start that cycle if he wants to. But yeah, he's going to just go south in the turn. and draws a Hydro Guard Retainer, which is actually could be pretty big here because a Hydro Guard Retainer could be getting him more cards. Now, not necessarily with all these allies on board, but remember, he does have a Leeching Bolt, so he can start taking down, for example, the Carter.
Yep, absolutely. And the Hydro Guard Retainer really gets him a lot more value out of stuff like, the Terra Sight or any other incidental spells that also draw cards. Because otherwise, you can't really use the quarter turn of the spell activations that you get off of Kongming's sort of built-in abilities in order to draw cards.
Yes.
But this is pretty powerful with the Hydro Guard Retainer active.
Yeah. So with the Tome out, we can actually just fracturize the Mnemonic Charms to get more influence. I think, obviously having the ability to just be able to turn the winds and then be able to empower the Leeching Bolt here could be very helpful. Yeah. Does he respond to the Carter attack with the Leeching Bolt? Okay.
Yeah, the Leeching Bolt would be enough to kill the Carter on its own.
Damage goes through. I think he's going to check and just see what's there. So we're going to do Terra Sight instead.
Okay.
Activate it. And then see. Draw a card. Preserve this.
So this actually sends him north, which sets him up to, on his turn, go south again, draw a card, even without that Hydro Guard Retainer.
Yeah, but he's going to activate another spell here. So we're probably going to start. I mean, he doesn't really need to flip the directions anymore, but I think this is, a mantra play. Okay, yep, that makes sense. That's why we're going to go north, right?
Yep.
So we can now mantra and heal for 7, it looks like.
Pretty good. Yeah, I definitely need to start worrying about that damage. Darkflame Masters ended up getting a much more aggressive play pattern over the course of this game. Arcane Black now, struggling to recover 3 here, 5 there, 7 here, still at 8 damage. Whereas last game, Arcane Black was sitting comfortably with 0 damage marked on his champion.
So, I mean, obviously, Retainer is something that is going to get taken out, but I think maybe probably also the Sempiternal Sage as well. Yeah,
Sempiternal Sage is something that is incredibly difficult to deal with if you're in Darkflame Master's position. So putting that into the yard is probably for the best. Looking like not caring about any of those cards. Fascinating. I wonder if Darkflame Master feels like he has the line. Maybe he has the kill immediately. I don't see the Armoire on the table, but
we're going to be able to devastating blow for, is that plus 2 damage on top with the Omens? So
yeah, 2 damage from the Omens.
And blow's going to deal 7, so it's going to be 9 damage.
Is he attacking with it? I think he just omened the devastating blow.
No, he attacked with it, and then he omened out instead for 2 more damage.
Okay. Yeah, so sent Arcane Black from 10 all the way back up to 19.
Yeah.
And we could see something similar next turn.
Yeah.
Because, no, he still needs 1 more Omen. But with 1 more Omen, 2 more Omens. Yeah, he needs to hit 6 in order to be able to lineage release. And Arcane Black again going for the defensive Grail. This makes a lot of sense in this position.
Yeah. I think the challenge is this game, unlike last one, Darkflame Master had huge card advantage with like 3 liminal guides, and then be able to really just start to accelerate the game plan. And Arcane Black didn't have the same thing because he didn't have his Hydro Guard Retainer. But yeah, Sempiternal Sage is out. On attack, he can recover 3 or empower 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Opting for the recover in this situation and starting to clear the board, so knocking out that Carter makes a lot of sense. Arcane Black, lots of health that he needs to be worried about.
Yeah.
The 16 damage marked on his champion now, still a lot closer to uncomfortably close to lethal for a person who is much happier sitting at under 10 and can reliably get back down there.
Yeah. He is holding a Coriolis Word in hand, though, so that's going to really help with some defense here in case we see something like another devastating blow or something like that. Yeah.
But in the meantime, here comes a little bit more chip. 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide. We're going to see 2 more damage. 2 more damage come in from the Liminal Guide afterward. Oh, now it's time for the Grail.
He's waiting on it, maybe.
He's thinking about it. Yeah. At this point, 17 damage marked on his champion. 25 is lethal. This 1 point, is this the point that gets him to bring out the Covenant of Thorns?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, he has to think, okay, Darkflame Master hasn't played a single card. He's holding 6 cards in hand. It could be another devastating blow, right? Which would really put me in a bad spot. Obviously, he knows he also has the ward, but I think basically at this point, I think preventing any amount of damage is kind of useful. Yeah. Okay. Link it. Thorns linked over to the Sage. Yeah.
So that is now 1 damage marked on the Sage. Interesting. I guess this makes a lot of sense because he waited for the Dungeon Guide's attack to go through. So now the onboard damage is only 2.
Yeah, it's insufficient to kill it. But now he's going to Devouring Malice the Sage anyways, which takes it out, takes out the Covenant Thorns. Damage still going to go through 18, 19.
And does Darkflame Master have 6 more damage?
Yeah.
Well, with the
Beguiling
Beguiling Coup, that might be it.
Yeah.
Especially because you can swap it out for the Devastating Blow as well.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Yeah. So
oh,
blow
yeah,
comes
there
in.
he goes. So
Goes
this is
into
going to
10.
hit for 9. Plus the bonus from Beguiling Coup, I think.
Yeah. So 10.
So 10.
Ward is going to be able to prevent 5, I believe. 1+ level. You can empower it with a tome. So it's enough to be at 24. Very similar to maybe last game.
Yep. But then the Omen at the end of the turn is still going to be enough.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. So
He's 1 card short, actually. Because if he could Leeching Bolt and recover 2, that would be enough. But he's 1 card short from activating both Bolt and Ward.
Oof.
Yeah. It's pretty rough.
Nope, cleaning
scoop.
it up. Yeah,
That's a
he's
scoop.
followed the lines, and he knows that it's not going to be enough. Moving on to game 3 here,
Darkflame
with
Master.
only 15 minutes left in the round.
I think they can do it.
Okay.
I mean, that Beguiling Coup into a Devastating Blow is quite a bit of damage, right? And Darkflame Master has to be happy about, clenching that game in so he can go to 3. Because I think he was, really, I saw the after game cam a little bit, and he was really beating himself up about game 1, right?
Yeah,
So-
I think so. I think he expected to be able to clean that one up.
Yeah.
And especially with the amount of time it took, right? Darkflame Master is a local player I'm fairly familiar with, and he is focused. He is
Very
dialed
calculated.
in. Yeah. Very competitive, obviously, playing
Correct.
at these top tables.
Yeah.
But also somebody who is very familiar with his deck and knows its capabilities.
Yeah.
So I think going up against kind of the level of defensive options that Arc and Black here, he's, I could easily imagine him being like, oh, I should have seen that coming.
Yeah, exactly. I think probably what Darkflame Master failed to think about or consider is just how defensive and recovery, healing. What is the word here I'm looking for? Restorative.
Yeah, sure.
Arc and Black's water combing could be, right? I think he pretty much calculated lethal and added a couple more just in case.
Right.
Right, with the armor, with the banish, but it wasn't enough. But of course,
Yeah.
game 2, being a little bit more careful, of course, drawing the right cards as well, right? Having the Devastating Blow and then being able to Beguiling Coup and effectively use it twice for like over 19 damage. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, let's be real here. The pace in game 2 versus the pace in game 1, completely different.
Yeah.
So much more damage put on Arc and Black turn over turn with all of those liminal guides, with the dungeon guide with Carter, getting the devastating blows in, just being able to push that damage through early and often definitely makes for a different pace of game.
Yeah.
But of course, here we are in game 3. Let's see if Darkflame Master can repeat his performance from game 2, or if he is going to get defended out of this game and into either a loss or a draw by the power of this Terracon Wing.
Did you just see what Arc and Black fragmented away? So he put 5 cards down, holding the Hydra Guard Retainer, draws in Dungeon Guide, draws in Mnemonic Charm. This is a really good hand now.
This is a great start, yeah.
He sculpts whatever he started with, which I did missed earlier, but into this pretty amazing hand.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a couple of early options, and I think this is actually the key difference, is the Hydra Guard Retainer on turn 1 that he didn't get in game 2. This is a big taunter.
Yep.
Like, what is a Liminal Guide going to do against Hydra Guard Retainer? Nothing.
Yeah.
Right? You're not going to be able to get in your 1s and 2s for chip damage. You've got to deal with this massive taunter that is also giving your opponent card advantage before you can start to get in any chip damage. And Darkflame Master, I think, really does rely on getting enough chip damage through to make those devastating blows lethal.
Yeah. I think at this point, Arc and Black, of course, materializes the backup charger, right? Because he is on Fragmented, he doesn't have enough cards usually in this play to be able to activate. But that's okay, because what's going to happen here is pretty much when the turn comes back, Arc and Black is going to level 1, and then put 3 down for the backup charger afterwards.
Yeah, we're so focused on Arc and Black. This is a great start for Darkflame Master as well.
Yeah.
Going second means he has that 8-card hand, was able to go Liminal Guide Cremation Ritual, and then immediately turn that into a level up, get that card draw. Now he's got a Library Witch on the board. Doesn't look like he has another Cremation Ritual, but this is something that the Hydro Guard Retainer is going to have to kill if he wants to start getting additional damage in.
Yeah.
Unclear, actually. I would believe that Arc and Black would sit here, not attack with the Hydro Guard Retainer, and forego that extra 1, 2, 3, however much damage it is, just to not give Darkflame Master the value from this Library Witch.
Yeah, I think it's doable, right? Because in this position, Arc and Black basically is just saying, okay, I'm not going to hit you for 1 damage, and you're not going to hit me for 1 damage, right? Because if he swings in with Hydro Guard, not only does it give Darkflame Master an extra card, he also is opening himself up to any ally attacks. No more taunting.
Well, it turns out the truth of the Library Witch is undeniable. That card is definitely going into Darkflame Master's hand. And this makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
Having a fast speed sacrifice play here allows you to potentially get value out of the Library Witch as a defender before sacrificing it for a card. So this is a very neat play. I like to see kind of this ordering, this pacing of play here from Darkflame Master.
Yeah, I agree. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, honestly, if you're not going to kill my ally, I would just kill him myself, right? So it's pretty straightforward. Okay,
Yep,
pretty
beautiful.
good. Also, Creative Shock, discarding a Star Wars Shieldmate. These are cards that, honestly, Darkflame Master really doesn't need, but having them in the yard helps with the level up quite a bit. So
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of float here. Really a ton of influence now for Darkflame Master. So a really good position. Potentially in a place to maybe start pushing forward a little bit more damage, although he does have to deal with that Hydro Guard before any damage can go through.
yeah.
And at level 1, that's really hard to do. You know, once he gets to level 3, Carter is really, really good at dealing with 4 life allies. But at this stage, yeah, Devastating Blow is it. All right. Send that 3 damage straight out, 4 damage with the Omen. Okay, so that is exactly enough, assuming that Arc and Black lets it go through.
Yeah, I think he has to defend it. This is absolutely his card advantage. So, pretty much this is the, just to be able to prevent all the damage, all but one of that damage. Very important here. Yeah,
and not only is this his card advantage engine, this is also the source of his defense right now until he gets, his higher level stuff online.
Yeah.
Either the Empower stuff like Harmonious Mantra or all of the Terra cards that he has available.
Can Darkflame Master find 1 more damage? Because Coriolis War is going to prevent 2 damage, right?
Yeah, it looks like 2 damage prevented. So 2 damage marked on the Hydro Guard Retainer at the moment.
Yep.
Could be 1 more from that Liminal Guide.
Yep. And he just needs 1 more to be able to clear it.
Yep. Oh, that would be really strong if he's able to make it through.
Maybe not. I saw Turbocharge coming in to draw more cards.
Digging for something.
What are we going to do? We're going to Dungeon Guide? No. Okay, Library Witch. Yeah,
okay,
it's fine.
Library Witch.
Yeah.
Library Witch, alas, does not deal an extra point of damage to the Hydro Guard Retainer. Not that I think it would be enough, There's still more cards in Arc and Black's hand. I'm pretty sure he has ways to keep his Hydro Guard still alive.
Yeah, not necessarily. And I'm sure Darkflame Master is thinking this. But
yeah.
I think in that situation, if you've already done some damage, you might as well try it.
Yeah. If you have the ability to go for it, you definitely go for it, regardless of whether or not you think Arc and Black is going to deal with it. Because the more Arc and Black has to deal with, the less influence he has when he goes to level 3, the less options he has available.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, right?
Oh, yeah,
With
so
or without
huge.
the Hydro Guard Retainer that's coming, it feels really different. Which is probably why also Arc and Black is running the Fragmented Spirit to be able to ensure that he opens with the right hand.
Yeah, 100%. Getting those Hydro Guard Retainers, it's impressive how many different decks have like one specific 4 of that if they don't draw it, their game plan is in shambles.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Sheen, Merlin, and Quiet Refraction, this deck and Hydro Guard Retainer.
Yeah.
And it's just such a rough position if you don't draw the card that's so integral to your game plan. But yeah, this Game 3, we're definitely seeing it. And this is looking a lot more like Game 1 than like Game 2.
Yeah. So Dungeon Guide is going to bring to Arc and Black to 3. This is really nice. Again, just checking the amount of Terra cards here. I think he's going to have 2? 3?
Looks like
3.
3, but only at 1 damage, so all of it gets recovered off.
Yep. Pretty good.
Yeah, seems happy to get rid of that Dong as well. Not particularly looking for the extra abilities off of that card.
Yeah.
But now looking through the pile of Terra cards that are still available in hand, what does Arkin Black do from here?
Honestly, I think he can also just pass.
Pass does seem like it would be pretty good.
Yep.
Instead, going for a Leeching Bolt.
I think the reason for the Leeching Bolt is he wants to go north and the instep go west to be able to draw a card.
That makes a lot of sense,
Yeah.
just as a spell. And of course, preserving this means that he could always redraw it whenever he needs it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that going into the...
South, same thing. Draw a card. West, draw a card. South, draw a card. Either way, draw a card.
No, I'm just surprised to see the Library Witch go into the graveyard as opposed to the attacker, the 1/3. I'm not sure where that Leeching Bolt was targeted. Oh, maybe the Leeching Bolt was targeted to the face?
Leeching Bolt was sent to face.
Okay.
Dungeon Guide went into Library Witch. I mean, he's eventually going to have to clear it. At this point, he can trade damage because, you know, Arkham Black has 2 allies on board now, whereas Dark Flame Master only has 1.
That's true, yeah. The Dungeon Guide, you know, getting those extra points. He definitely wants to leave the Hydro Guard Retainer up because of that big taunty body.
Yeah.
But sending the Dungeon Guide in makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Dark Flame Master has Dungeon Guide in hand as well. It also has the Carter. So I think this is going to be an easy Dungeon Guide to 3, followed by a Carter sweep.
Makes a lot of sense to me, and not a lot of cards in Arkin Black's hand to deal with this situation. So
and this is why I know you want to, in general, play the Leeching Bolt, but holding that bolt, right, in hand, and then wait for it at the end of your opponent's instep is okay, too, to be able to, you know, just get the value.
Absolutely agreed.
Yeah.
You know, you definitely want to be able to react to whatever your opponent is doing, especially in this situation where a Carter just stalls out your engine so badly.
Yeah, exactly. And if he had the Leeching Bolt now, this is a way to deal with the Carter after the Dungeon Guide is sacrificed to it on attack trigger.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing, what, Terrasite and a Harmonious Mantra in Arkin Black's hand?
Yep.
So that's not something that's going to be able to deal with the problem.
Nope. That sweep is going to go through.
Yeah, 4 cleave, that's 4 damage on Arkin Black.
We're going to try for it anyways.
Yeah, might as well.
Maybe you draw a ward. Let's see if you draw a ward.
See, another Dungeon Guide.
Okay, not a
Not
ward.
exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's okay. We get sweeped.
Well, rest in peace, that Hydro Guard Retainer.
Yeah.
And now the Liminal Guide is uncaged. Get in there, 1 point of damage.
Yeah, the other problem, too, is the fact that, like, this is allowing Dark Flame Master to heal. So that healing matters, too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what else matters is Devastating Blow for 8 damage. That looks like 8 damage
8
to
damage,
me.
yep.
Followed by an Omen with the 2 unpreventable damage from Ciel level 3's ability. And Dark Flame Master is looking like he's in a much better position now that that Hydro Guard Retainer is down.
Yeah. Man, this deck really stacks up a lot of damage, you know.
Yeah, I guess he was holding back because he wasn't able to get through the Taunter, didn't really want to spend a Devastating Blow on it again and have that not work.
Yeah.
But this was this level 2 or level 3 turn was just a really, really massive change in the tempo of the match, right?
Yeah.
The momentum has totally shifted here.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, we're going to be able to fracturize this power cell, so just get a little extra value here. I think this fracturize is probably going to pay for. Oh no, did he take the Terrasite from Preserve to activate it? That's probably what he did. Yeah. Okay. SnapEternal Sage comes in, tries to clear the Carter.
Yeah, and that extra recovery is a pretty big deal here. Arkin
Yeah.
Black was kind of looking a little bit tenuous with that life total, but SnapEternal Stage really starts the road to recovery that Arkin Black has been on this entire match.
And he draws the Coriolis Ward now, so it's a little too late. Yeah.
Yeah. Lubu in hand, so definitely prepared to start some offense next turn. You know, SnapEternal Stage coming in for 3, Lubu potentially coming in for another 4. Those are some big hits, as long as Arkin Black can keep the defenses up in order to allow his sort of mid-rangey offense to get the turns it needs to work.
Yeah. He also has to be really careful. So the Viridian Trinket comes into play, right? So in response to that, Arkin Black immediately activates the Coriolis Ward on the champion, because this could be a Foe Awakening turn, right? Or something like this. Beguiling Coup with returning that Devastating Blow for, I think that will be 10 damage this time.
Yep. That's what that looks like.
Yeah. Or maybe 9, I
with
guess.
3 omens, it's 9 plus the 1 from the Beguiling 2 is 10.
It is 10. Okay, yeah. That's a lot. And
That
he's
is a
going
big hit.
Yeah.
He is preventing some of this damage because the Coriolis ward effect is active.
Yeah.
So that's going to be nice for him. But this is still a lot of damage.
I guess he's going to take 6 because the ward will prevent 4.
And with the Foe Awakening!
Well, Foe Awakening.
There it is. So with the Foe Awakening here, that is an extra 4 damage right now. And then at the end of the turn, another Omen is another 2 damage, all
That's
of
enough.
which is unpreventable. And that on top of the damage from the Devastating Blow, I think is going to be enough.
Yeah, that's lethal. That's exactly lethal. Because he prevented the 4, right, from with the Coriolis ward, but the foe is going to add 2 more, or sorry, 4 more, which is exactly negates the ward.
Yeah, then 9 damage is putting him at 23, and then the extra 2 damage at the end of the turn, exactly 25.
Yep.
Oh, and not enough,
Wow.
not enough cards in hand to take advantage of the Harmonious Mantra.
Yeah.
So close. 1 more card in hand, and he would have survived it, and Dark Flame Master would have been basically out of the game at that point. The Fu Awakening just completely emptying out his influence. So, of course, not going to be difficult to recover from. But
Yep. You know what's really funny? His Lost Providence is still on the field, not activated.
yeah.
Well, it's really rare. I understand the play up here, but it's just really rare to see that as the situation. So
Yeah.
that Lost Providence is really for the Armoire, right? So to be able to
It's for the
trade-
Armoire, and it's for like post Fu Awakening to
Yeah.
be able to start recovering influence if you need to.
right.
But yeah, a lot of the time it's like Fu Awakening to empty your hand, but Manxum Armoire needs a card in hand to trade with.
Yeah.
So you can Lost Providence in order to get another card in, trade out for the Fu Awakening, and then Fu Awakening again.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. That's going to end the game. Quite the finish. I mean, honestly, I always thought that there, like when you look at the board and you think about things like Devastating Blow, it's quite a bit of damage, right? I never thought it would be that much damage, right? And the funny thing is, I do play against Ciel all the time, but that end turn 2 damage always gets me. I kind of always forget about it.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, I think I'm good. Wait, no, I'm not good. Hold on.
It's always 2 more damage than you think it is.
Yeah.
That's really hard to internalize.
That's right.
There's not a lot of other effects in the game that play that way.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to manage for sure.
Or with this Foe Awakening, it could be 4, 6. It's almost like, you know what it feels like? Cosmic Bolts. It feels like
Constantly scaling Cosmic Bolts.
It just kind of feels like it's kind of fun. Yeah, it's awesome. So, so we're going to be cutting to a quick break as I think the field's kind of finishing this round. And, of course, we have 7th round, which is the final round of today's tournament.
Yeah,
coming up
absolutely
next.
looking forward to it.
All right. We're going to have some lore tidbits. See you soon.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. Round 6 is now complete, which means we only have the final round remaining. Who's gonna top this regional? I can't wait to see. Until then, let me hit you with your random Grand Archive lore tidbit. Did you know that the card Kingdoms Divide actually depicts the entire foundation for Sanguo? Sanguo being the name of the world that the sets A and B and HVN take place in, and it literally means 3 kingdoms. San, 3, Guo, kingdoms. I'm not pronouncing that entirely correctly, I don't do Mandarin. Anyhow, in the Art of Kingdoms Divide, Kongming is advising Liu Bei on their next war strategy. It was a real strategy that happened in ancient history called the Longzhong Plan, and it suggests that Liu Bei attack and gain control over certain provinces to strengthen their own kingdom. What's left afterwards would be the 3 kingdoms, one led by Liu Bei, the Oathkeeper, one led by Cao Cao, the Aspirant of Chaos, and the final one led by Sun Qian, the Seal Bearer. Thank you very much to Mark from SolarGames for letting me know about this tidbit. Speaking of Mark, I'd love to shout him out for being one of our lovely casters today, as well as everyone else making this event possible. Mark's commentary co-host is the eternally amazing JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the meta-focused podcast, The Korhazi Outlook. Check them out. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, a fantastic game store in Gold River, California, near Sacramento, that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. Coming up next is our final round, round 7. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, welcome back to NorCal Regionals, hosted by FinalCut TCG, and stream brought to you by TalkGA. I'm Mark from SolarGames, and co-casting with me today is JimTheEternal.
Yeah, absolutely thrilling. Quite the series of events that have gotten us here so far. One more round to go. I am pumped.
Me too. So, of course, we're looking at over here, Fire Crux Lorraine. I think that's the only undefeated player currently in this tournament. Yeah, play by show.
Duck Hats then would be 501, I think?
I think it's 501. Yeah.
Okay.
So Duck Hats second. Actually, I can see them right now at the top table playing against each other. But of course, Water Deanna doing really well now. They're not at the top #1, but they're doing super well for this tournament. Of course, also Fractal.
Yeah, Fractals keeps on climbing.
Remain strong. So maybe more players should play Fractal. Apparently, that would have been okay this tournament.
All of our wind back into the bottom half of the top 16.
Yeah. Hey, there's Bry on Wind Umber Tristan now edged into top 16. That's pretty good. And Nida with Fire Deanna took down another one and to go into 15th. It's pretty cool.
And looks like we have another Wind Wakeup in 13th place with Vahalo.
Yeah.
But we are moving directly into the gameplay of our feature match here.
Yep.
We've got Vanitas, Horse and Taxes coming up against Luxem Xander, Serene Fire Luxem Xander. And this is a match that's going to be one-sided one way or the other. I think no matter which way you slice it, either it's going to be a stomp or it's just going to be a long slog with no hope of recovery.
Yeah. I think if anybody knows how to deal with this, it would be Rainy Day. In fact, I think Rainy Day is one of those players who has really loved the Luxem Xander play. And I do believe he was playing Luxem Xander into when Vanitas was very popular in the meta right after that Ascent. And I think he did actually okay with his Xander in that tournament at the Sword Champion the day after it was. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Ciel in this exact same matchup put on a clinic of how to defend against Vanitas, how to defend against Horse and Taxes. And we'll see if Rainy Day ends up with the same defensive tools, ends up with the same luck of the draw as everything else. And in fact, we are seeing Harunda already with a better start than we ever saw out of 0TB, just because of the unfortunate way that everything lined up.
Yeah.
So getting that dungeon guide up to level 2 here after going to level 1 off of a liminal guide for the extra card draw, having enough influence to be able to play the Lava Soul Tiger in order to put cards down into the memory for the dungeon guide, and then going straight to level 3.
Yeah, and this is the Lava Soul Tiger that 0TB was talking about. This is the new tech in the Vanitas, right? To be able to just honestly edge a little bit more damage in because of the influence gain that you can get from things like Liminal Guide.
Yeah, as far as horses go, what if your horse was a 5/5?
Yeah, pretty good. And
pretty good.
Pride 3, who cares? I'm already level 3.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Rainy Day now moving to level 1. Yes, this seems appropriate, even though this has to go through taxes. So 2 cards paid in order to gain the class bonus and the extra health from this level.
Yeah.
But still worth it. Like, you gotta, right? What else are you going to do with your turn?
I mean, you call it worth it, but that's my face when I pay taxes too. I'm not happy about this. So let's look at what we have here. Glimpse a little bit, and then, of course, get the prep counter. And, do what you can, right? So obviously not having the defensive options in hand makes that really hard, but there is that Resolute Stand. So this should be able to help kind of stabilize a little bit. Obviously, if Rainy Day actually has a Dungeon Guide in hand, that'd be even better. But, you do what you can. Yeah.
So taking advantage of the Thieving Cut in hand in order to draw an extra card, knocking out at least one source of additional damage, so putting that Liminal Guide into the Banish. The Dungeon Guide and the Lava Soul Tiger, though, still around.
Yeah.
So 9 damage facing potentially lethal with no tricks, but of course we did see that Resolute Stand come into Rainy Day's hand, so he'll still be okay here.
Man. I mean, if you thought Lava Soul Tiger as a 5/5 is bad, let's add 2 more attack to it. How about a 7/5?
Yeah, 7/5 is a completely reasonable stat line in this game of ours, Grand Archive.
Yeah.
So starting with the 3, and of course
You
here
have
comes
to.
Resolute. Yeah,
You just
Resolute
have to
Stand.
do it,
That's
yeah.
exactly what has to happen.
Exactly. Honestly, Rainy Day does have quite a bit of Luxem Sight as well in hand. So once he gets to level 3, maybe he could actually stabilize against this a little bit more.
9/7?
Yeah. Disgusting.
Wow.
Absolutely
This
disgusting
number just
with
keeps
the
going up.
counter.
What do you do against an animal this big?
Yeah.
You go to level 2 and you hope.
You go to level 2. You hope that you can go to level 3.
Yeah, well, at least this one isn't going to be extra taxes because of the Resolute stand, so we're not getting the on-hit effect from Vanitas. But that doesn't change the 9-7 that is still staring Rainy Day in the face. The Thieving Cut coming back from Xander's on-enter level 2. So that's a pretty nice touch. He might be able to knock out one of the other allies here that's causing a little bit of trouble. At the very least, he could turn this into another card if he's looking for something else. But I don't think he's going to be able to find another 4 damage on top of this Thieving Cut to be able to knock out that horse or that cat.
The other problem, too, is let's say he finds another card.
Nope.
What
not
options
even trying.
does he have? Yeah, so that's basically the problem. Let's say he finds Dungeon Guide. He goes to Dungeon Guide. He's going to die next turn. Pretty much any card he has is going to be death. So really, this matchup, Rainy Day has to open with Resolute Stand. If he doesn't open Resolute Stand, he's kind of, going to be in a bad spot.
Absolutely. And honestly, I feel like Rainy Day is coming at this already from behind. This is, if Rainy Day loses this, I think we can legitimately consider this a matchup loss, which is not that frequent in Grand Archive. It's rare that a matchup is that polarizing, but Xander is definitely the turboiest and most aggressive combination with most powerful at the top end of all of these various level 3 fire decks.
Yeah.
But the trade-off there is you don't have a lot of defense, and if anything blocks your turbo, if anything is interacting with you on the way up, it makes it that much harder for you to get there and take advantage of your power.
Yeah. For sideboard, I think, first of all, Heavenly Guide definitely goes in now. This is going to be pretty much almost always going to be useful in this case. You're expecting, of course, the Dungeon Guide from our Vanitas player for sure. But what else? Is there anything else that we can actually bring in here to help?
I mean, looking at the available options, Topsy Decree does actually interfere with the fundamental Vanitas turn.
Yeah.
So if you have it early, you can potentially cause them to miss a turn before going to level 3.
Yep.
But that is a very somewhat intricate knowledge piece for this matchup.
Yep.
So that is entirely relevant on dependent on Rainy Day having that understanding of this matchup.
Yeah.
Of course, here at these tables, we kind of expect them to.
Yeah.
So definitely expecting to see the Topsy Decree come in.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything else in this board, though, kind of not that effective here.
Yeah, it's some anti-CL tech, but yeah. Yeah.
Potentially the Mustangs, because you could step on a hammer, you could step on a Bestial Visage, but still that's a very, very slow process, and that's really not where you want to be.
Yeah, and looking at our Vanitas players here, Harunda, I mean, I think you go for Fire Interference, right? Counter the healing? Yeah.
Yeah, if it gets to that point, you definitely don't want to let the Luxem player recover off of those Luxem sites. Overall, the game plan, obviously, is kill them before they get there.
Yeah.
But
otherwise, maybe a Safeguard Amulet, just in case, is kind of like your backup plan, once they start going with a Lightweaver Assault, something like that, your Safeguard Amulet can prevent some of that damage.
Yeah, and Safeguard Amulet comes in for Tariff Ring really easily.
Yeah.
There is no allies that you're worried about from your opposing Xander player here.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Xander is definitely not the ally player here, for sure.
And in fact, bringing in the fiery interferences for the Dream Fairies that are already in the deck is also kind of a no-brainer decision.
I think so, too, yeah.
So pretty clean sideboarding from both of these players, right?
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of options, but the options that they do have seem pretty obvious, seem pretty clear.
Yeah, but I think it's just like what you said, too, right? You called it pretty early in saying, hey, Xander into this matchup is going to be pretty rough because, again, Xander is one of the slower champions, right? It's basically, it's like all of Xander, what Xander does is going to be happening at level 3. So not, being literally prevented from going there by paying extra is really going to be problematic. So
yeah, absolutely.
Now, very, very nice opener. I see 2 Resolute stands, and is that a Heavenly Guide? It is.
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
So we'll see. This has the potential to work out a little bit better for Rainy Day, and I expect we're not going to see quite as a strong start from Harunda. Harunda definitely high-rolled in the previous match.
Yeah.
But Rainy Day going first means that Harunda does have 8 influence to work with on his first turn. So we might see something kind of similar depending on how the cards line up.
Yeah, and Gentle Respite is such a great card here. I mean, being that Rainy Day's on Serene, being that Rainy Day's going to be playing first, he will definitely be under influence number versus Harunda.
Yeah, Gentle Respite, a very strong early play, getting that floating memory going.
Yeah.
So even if the taxes do start to hit, you'll have that extra card in the yard in order to help you pay for the problematic level ups.
Yeah.
And
Of course.
yep, and of course the pass back and forth, because that is exactly how Vanitas works. Nothing on turn 1, setting up for the Vanitas on turn 2.
That's right. Yeah.
So Rainy Day spending that floating memory, going straight to Xander 1, which, yes, naturally, you have to do this.
You just have to do it. Honestly, Rainy Day's hand, the only way Rainy Day's hand could be better is, I think, having an actual dungeon guide in there, just in case the Vanitas doesn't use the dungeon guide. But having the Heavenly Guide is already pretty good. So, yeah, here's going to be a Creative Shock. I'm assuming discarding Liminal. Yep.
Very strong.
This is a great start. Oh, a second creative?
Creative
Is
Shock,
that
I
a
love
blind
it.
creative? Let's see if he can get another Liminal.
I think that is a blind creative, yeah. You can get a Liminal, you can get a floating memory, so this has the potential to be pretty good for Harunda.
Yeah.
The question is whether Rainy Day is going to be able to interact with this.
There you go. Topsy.
And
this is
definitely capable of interacting
This is
with
exactly
this.
what Rainy Day was waiting for.
Ooh. Yeah, this is a huge hit.
Yeah.
One card still in. Oh no, the one card still in hand is the one that got discarded.
That's right.
That's so good.
That's right.
That's so good.
It was a gentle respite, right? Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, Harunda doing the nod of like, yep, you got me, you got me,
This is
and then forced into the blind Creative Shock that he was hoping not to do, hoping to be
Yeah.
able to discard that gentle respite for it,
Yeah.
but not quite getting there.
Okay, level 1. Definitely a better game for Rainy Day right away.
Yeah, but because he's going second, he still has the influence necessary to be able to go to 3. It's just going to cost him all of his influence. He's going to end with an empty hand and an empty memory.
Yeah. Here's the Dungeon Guide, which Rainy Day is actually probably pretty happy to see.
Yep, Dungeon Guide up to level 2, and then of course the activation up for level 3, followed by Dilu. An excellent way to get those remaining cards into memory.
Yep.
And Vanitas 3 coming in. So no cards left for a Resolute stand here.
Yeah.
Going all in on that Topsy Decree definitely allowed you to interact, made this a lot less profitable for Harunda, but it means that his defenses aren't up yet.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it may be okay.
Yeah.
I think you just burn 3, and then you go Heavenly Guide.
So I think because of the activation of Vanitas 3, the Heavenly Guide doesn't work, even though you Dungeon Guided up to 2. I want to double check the wording on Heavenly Guide again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as long as you have as long as you Dungeon Guide it should work. Yeah, if he controls a non-spirit champion with a card on top of it, that
The card on top of its lineage. So the 3 has to be the one that he Dungeon Guided to. Because he did play Vanitas. It was a activation, not a material, but it was still play.
Okay.
Maybe the judges will be able to clear this up for
Sure,
us,
sure,
because
sure,
I
sure.
bet Rainy Day is going to
Yeah.
ask that question.
I think you're right. This is probably why he also went for Terrafring here, right? Paying the 1. Just being able to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to use the Terrafring this turn to prevent you from, doing damage to me. Or, of course, also he did with Topsy showed the Resolute, which is probably what allowed. Harunda knows that he doesn't have enough to pay for the Resolute, even if he has in hand. So
Right. And in this situation, Harunda has exactly 1 card. Right?
Sensor.
So Harunda is going to draw his card for the turn, and that's going to be the only card that's available. So no attacks available at all.
Yeah.
So this is the perfect time to Terrafring. Absolutely cannot interact at all. Sensor pretty good here, because Rainy Day still needs to level up to 2 and 3.
Yeah. What a cool way to use the Terrafring, actually. It's kind of a nice way to effectively deal with Vanitas, right, in this situation. When Vanitas has an open hand or has no hand left, a Terrafring actually says, hey, it's as good as a Resolute stand.
Yeah, why don't you just take the turn off?
Yeah, take the turn off.
And another Resolute stand is backup, so he's in a pretty good place now to potentially get his own game plan online, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the play is here. That Heavenly Guide is available. And yep, Harunda's pointing at it exactly the same way. So this is what I expected to happen. It sounds like Rainy Day wasn't familiar with this interaction. Oh,
So
no.
it has to be the top card, right?
It has to be the top card.
So if you DG to 2, oh man, that's gonna be really annoying. Yeah. So this really
might
sucks.
cost Rainy Day the game.
This really sucks. Okay. Get some Merc Blade out, of course. Retaliation. Yep.
Yeah, the Merc Blade on top of the Thieving Cut, so that's enough to knock out the Dilu. There is a retaliation, so a little bit of more damage onto Rainy Day, but now that Dilu's not available to attack anymore. And Harunda still not enough cards to be able to play something.
Yeah.
The Infernal Vessel coming out. Yep, this is correct. Expecting those Luxem sites at level 3.
Yeah.
So this is another good materialize for Harunda. Just interfering with Rainy Day's plan rather than trying to push damage because he doesn't have the ability to back up the cards if he wants to push damage here.
Now, he does draw a Dungeon Guide, but I think we're going to be in a position where it's going to be pretty tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with the Dungeon Guide here, that is a lot of influence lost, and Rainy Day is not going to be in a position to pull back from the amount of damage that he's already taken. Very difficult position to be in here for Rainy Day.
Yeah.
Doing his best, though, so...
he still has to do it, right? Because without it, there's no other way, so it's better. Okay. He probably would have liked to have the uncover the plot, but you know what? It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a situation where you do what you can.
Yeah, you do what you can. Yeah.
And not a lot of influence left to work with, so you kind of have to make some sacrifices in order to give yourself the best chance you have going forward for the rest of the game.
Now, the nice thing is, of course, right, the horse is gone, so the extra damage is gone. And with the Vanitas and Dungeon Guide, you're only looking at like 4 damage per turn. Or I guess with the hammer, so add 2 more, so 6 damage.
Yeah.
Right.
And Harunda still has more ways to materialize damage, right? But Chalice of Blood is exactly the kind of thing Rainy Day needs in order to get back into this game. Looking for more influence, looking for more tools to deal with the board, looking for more tools to prevent damage to himself. Oh, and the Excalibur in order to clear out the Infernal Vessel.
To
now
show
the
the
Luxem
Luxem
sites. So yeah, Rainy Day's deck is just turned back on now.
Yeah.
Wow, great find for Rainy Day. So the 3 recovery, bringing him back down to 17 damage. Still has the 2 guides on the board, so chipping in a little damage here and there against Harunda. Harunda, of course, still being able to pump out a decent amount of damage here, right? That Dungeon Guide is still on the board, coming in for 1, and potentially with a Beastful Soul Visage, 3 a turn.
Yeah.
Searing Rebuke coming in. This is really solid. So that is that extra 3 damage back to Rainy Day. In fact, this could be lethal. This could be it right now.
Yeah.
But I think we still have another Resolute for Rainy Day, right?
He does have one in hand, yes.
Okay. I was worried. Because, yeah, this could absolutely be it. 3 coming in from the Dungeon Guide. Another 3 coming in from Vanitas. Potentially 6 damage with no interaction.
Yeah.
Without the Resolute stand, that would be it. But, of course, Resolute stand, he's going to live to fight another day here.
Yeah, I think you pay for it. You're going to want those Luxem cards in memory anyways. And then, of course, do it early before the Vanitas even comes in. Just prevent that's going to be all of the damage, right? Yeah, so 3 from
It is going to be all the damage. There is still the hammer, so there's going to be 2 more damage coming in from Vanitas, which means the taxation still goes through. And no Varuk here.
Yep.
Or Varuk and Acolyte? Whichever the one is that makes extra fire damage go through.
Varuk, Smoldering Spire.
But there's an ally that does the same thing.
You're talking about Volda.
Volda.
Yeah.
Not a Varuk at all.
No. But yes, probably from the Varukan tribe.
Yeah, I bet.
Yes.
I bet.
Yeah. So we're going to be able to heal 2 here again and then put 2 cards down. Doesn't really matter on that part, but the healing of the Luxem site is very important here to sustain. And each of these turns really count because,
Yeah, a Rainy Day just struggling here by the skin of his teeth, holding on at the very edge of that cliff. There we go. I worked the word in. I figured it out. And down to 19 damage. It's kind of yo-yo back and forth with this Luxem site.
Yep.
Harunda does have more damage output than Rainy Day has healing right now.
Yeah.
So this is the difficult position that he is in. Or does he? Was that 2 Luxem sites that he revealed?
No, it's actually 1 Luxem site. I think you. Okay, so we're going to Striking Illuminance here, which will reveal the Luxem site again. Honestly, this thing really, I mean, obviously it can kill the Dungeon Guide, but it's really for the ability to, be able to, clear board. He doesn't have it prepared, so he can't reveal cards in his memory. I was thinking, reveal the Luxem site again to heal 3, but not prepared, so can't do that second part.
Yeah, well, health already back down to 16 and then back up to 19. The Safeguard coming down for Harunda, which makes a lot of sense because at some point, Rainy Day is going to be in a position to deal damage.
Yeah.
But now just kind of yo-yoing back and forth with this Luxem site. 3 damage in, 3 damage out, 3 damage in, 3 recovery. Harunda looking for some more cards here. I think Harunda looking for an extra way to deal damage, right?
Yeah.
We're looking for a horse. We're looking for a tiger. Something that you can swing in with that's not going to die instantly to these guides that are on the board. Looking for just like that extra little bit of aggression.
That's something I don't hear often at all. Horses dying to guides, but yeah. I mean, when you're just vanitas, not anything else. You're you're basically you're not killing your allies. You're going to be hitting champion every single time. So yeah, you need some ways to deal with the guides.
Okay, so this changes the math a little bit, right? So now we're dealing 4 and recovering 3 each turn.
Yep.
With the Fractal of Sparks, you can, of course, rest it with a class bonus, which Vanitas is a cleric, so you can get an extra 1 damage each turn.
Yeah.
And if another Searing Rebuke comes up, this is actually a really big hit.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's quite a bit.
But, of course, Rainy Day recovering back down to 17. So getting closer, but Rainy Day also building up the influence now, potentially maybe getting to that point where he'll be able to close out the game.
Yeah.
Because Harunda isn't recovering here. Harunda is losing by the slow chip of these guides. At some point that's going to be enough. The question is whether Harunda gets there before Rainy Day does.
And that's the thing, right? So this is where Luxem, once you get Luxem to 3, you can actually stabilize a little bit more. Obviously, the Infernal Vessel would have prevented that, but the Excalibur was, prudent in preventing the prevention of recovery. So of course Rainy Day in this current position has a lot of ways to just continuously heal, but also Harunda does have a lot of cards, and there's the horse that you're looking for.
That's lethal. That's lethal.
That's absolutely lethal, and I don't think he has a way to prevent damage.
Well, it looks like he's going to be playing something.
He's going to Wisdom's Reprise and hope.
He's going to hope. Yeah, getting something into memory isn't going to be quite enough.
Yeah.
Oh, but he does have the Serene. Yeah, we didn't see Serene do anything in the previous games.
I think he gave up. I mean, he could have Serene, but it was just going to take too long anyways.
Yeah, dealing with a 9/7, what are you going to do there?
Yeah.
So that's a big hit, but that also means that Fire is no longer available for Rainy Day. Not that he had that many Fire cards to begin with, I think.
No. Usually Luxem doesn't run a lot of Fire cards. It's really the Creative Shocks in the beginning.
Yeah,
once you're in this mode, you're mostly looking for Luxem cards.
Right, yeah, for sure. And the materializes that he doesn't really have access to because of the taxes are the things that would really consolidate that sort of Luxem base to his hand that he doesn't currently have. If he gets a Luxera's map out, if he gets Insignia of the Korhazi out, that's a lot of advantage that he's not currently seeing because it would cost him cards in order to materialize.
Yeah, and Acolyte here is really, really powerful because, it's just going to be another ally that does 3 damage. So useful here. And, okay, Rainy Day does have a Lightweaver's Assault now. So now he can start assigning damage, which is very, very powerful. I believe he put 2 damage on the red hair to be able to clear it with the
putting 2 damage on the red hair makes a lot of sense.
And then, of course, the Acolyte.
The Acolyte gets cleared with just 1 more damage from that Heavenly Guide.
Yeah.
So the board, again, completely clear.
Rainy Day, I think, has somewhat stabilized this game. He does still need a defense option, but,
it's stable until we get the next play from Harunda. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
Like, if we get another horse, Harunda definitely has a huge advantage at that point.
Okay.
And then if Rainy Day, finds another way to deal with it, this is a lot of back and forth. Rainy Day finding not exactly what he needs, but something close.
Yeah.
And the Lightweaver's Assault is definitely going to go a long way towards keeping the board clear of allies.
Yeah, normally, ideally, you want to use Lightweavers to close that game, but in this case, you might have to just use it to prevent yourself from dying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sure Harunda definitely looking for a relevant play, something to kind of tip things more in his favor. A Searing Rebuke would just close out the game right now if he had it. But
Exploit Vulnerability is going to be putting a lot of cards into memory, helping... he's thinking. Okay. He's going to be putting a lot of cards into the memory to help with the reveal. Yeah.
Yeah, we already saw that there was a Luxem Sight and a Lightweaver's Assault. If there's any more, then that would be just a really, really great hit for Rainy Day. If he finds like a Gleaming Cut or something, that would be great.
Do you think it pays for like a Tangu here? basically.
That's a little difficult to do because he needs to set himself up to still have his Luxem cards in the memory. What he could do is try and get something into memory, like with this exploit vulnerability, and then pay for maybe an insignia of the Korhazi. And then once that's down, he can use that to put his Luxem cards into memory.
Yeah, no, so here we go. We're going to pay for a battery. So similarly, right? Now we're going to put the 3 Luxem cards in there. He does have a set a Gleaming Cut there as well.
If that's a Gleaming Cut, that's a really nice find for him. I did see a turbocharge there.
Okay, so we're going to get the second exploit, putting down some more.
Yep, just cycling some more, drawing some extra cards.
Reveal trigger goes through. So in response
to the 3 recovery and 2 damage from Lightweaver's Assault.
Okay. Luxem. I think it's a Gleaming Cut in a Luxem site, right?
Ooh, it is a Gleaming Cut in a Luxem site.
Yeah.
So the Lightweaver's Assault not even down there.
No. He's gonna pay for the battery this way. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Does it matter because he's already shown the Lightweaver's Assault before? So couldn't he have paid for the battery and then?
Yeah, I think there was a way to do that and also get the 2 damage from the Lightweaver's Assault, but he's moving very fast, and I don't have his hand in front of me. You know, that's a lot of like manipulation and figuring it out, especially with all the exploit vulnerabilities and everything else he's doing in order to cycle through his cards, see more cards as fast as possible.
Yeah. I think that Turbocharge is great here too.
Yeah, Turbocharge, absolutely the kind of card he needs to get back into the game. And it is kind of looking like maybe he stabilizes here.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't have thought it based on the way this started out, but with both of those resolute stands and just the timing of everything, ooh, and Uncover to the Plot is a big deal here. That accelerates his recovery by a turn.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That puts him another turn ahead.
Not only that, he's going to be able to Gleaming Cut, and he's going to start getting to that really dangerous influence number where he might be able to try to 2 Lightweaver assaults and kill.
That's true. Harunda is only 13 damage away from death at this point. So another couple of hits, another couple of turns of these guides getting in, and Rainy Day recovering not quite more damage than he's taking, but close enough to be able to keep this game mostly in parity. You know, once that damage starts coming in, it's over.
Yeah, so the Rebuke comes in. Okay, we're going to incap it.
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely what you need.
Okay, so the first Lightweaver does go down, right? He does have another Lightweaver in hand already, so yeah.
That is a huge incapacitate.
No swing on with the guides, though. Probably playing too fast.
Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe worried about more... I mean, at this point, probably not worried about more Searing Rebukes because all the cards are down.
Yeah.
But maybe just not concerned with that damage. You know, if he's ready to do double Lightweavers, like that's lethal no matter how much the guides do right now.
Okay. Dilu coming out. Dilu's going to represent, what, 3 damage?
Yeah. Dilu represents another 3 damage.
3 damage more. Okay.
Which that does offset the extra recovery from the Luxem site, but I don't think Dilu is going to last a full turn cycle.
So Rainy Day is actually going to just go for the... going for the Crystallized Destiny. Super interesting here too, right? Because I think he has enough cards for next turn if he's able to draw 2 cards and then go for lethal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, Volta coming in here is pretty big though. That's going to prevent damage, prevent the prevention of damage.
Yes.
Yes.
Volta comes in for another chunk. That's lethal! Volta comes in! Yeah, so with the full prevention, that means you get 3 damage off of Vanitas. So that's not getting hit by the Crystallized Destiny. Then you have another 3 damage from Dilu. You have another 1 damage from the...
Well, Dilu isn't a fire source, right? So you
no,
can't...
but the Crystallized Destiny is already cracked at that point. Oh, it's not lethal. It's still short.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Volta only deals 1 extra damage, not the 3 extra damage that he needed at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw Rainy Day picking up cards and immediately jumped to a conclusion. That was my mistake.
He's showing his hand. But yeah, I think this is actually going to be... does he have 10 cards? I think he has 10.
Yeah,
he has more than
I
10.
think that's enough for double Lightweavers.
Or just do this.
Sure, that also works.
Yeah. Prepped. Okay, pop this on in response to that. Of course, we're going to Lightweavers. Number 1. Well, actually, there's only 1 because no longer having enough cards. The Lightweaver will be enough, and then
Harunda recognizes exactly the position he's in and moves on to game 3.
Honestly, that's what Rainy Day needs to be doing, right? So, like, as long as he's able to kind of stabilize that early game, get into late game, it is very, very difficult, honestly, for the Serene Luxem Xander, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
And this was, let's be clear here, this was an okay start for Harunda.
Yeah.
Not nearly as good as his start in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, Rainy Day was struggling for so long. It was on a knife's edge. It was so close. And now moving into game 3, Harunda's going first again.
Yeah.
And this is a huge advantage for the
That's a huge advantage for I agree with you. That is actually really dangerous. Just not being able to have that level up early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Being on the back foot is really not good for Rainy Day here.
Yeah,
and also,
Rainy Day does get that extra card.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of potentially seeing the extra cards that he needs,
Mm-hmm.
but he definitely needs to see the cards that he needs. You know, if he doesn't see Double Resolute here, like Double Resolute was barely enough to keep him out of trouble in game 2, the game that he went first in.
Mm-hmm.
So now going second, like this is going to be a struggle. This is going to be a lot to work through.
Yeah. I guess also like the fact that basically the way that Vynstein works, Heavenly Guide actually literally can't be played, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So Heavenly Guide is only usable if your opponent bricks and needs to go to level 2 naturally and then DG to 3.
right, exactly. So in most cases, I feel like Heavenly Guide actually not so great in
Yeah, I think it's
in
I think
Rainy
it's
Day's
not the best
deck
include here
against
And
the Vanitas. Yeah,
I think that's exactly what is going through Rainy Day's mind at this point. Is like, oh, I sided this in, I shouldn't have.
I think it's going to
Need
side
switch
him
it
out.
back out.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Well, we'll see what ends up coming in the final configuration for Rainy Day's deck. Whether or not he has the defensive tools to stem the tide of aggression coming in from this Vanitas player. What do you think? What are his odds? I'm not too sanguine about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think he has to draw Resolute Stand, and then go from just Resolute Stand and ideally into a DG. That would be perfect. Once you get to 3, though, as you can see, right, he's able to kind of stabilize because he effectively doesn't have to play cards to heal because the Luxem side being in memory would help. I mean, as long as he has enough, like, you know, you can do things like, well, actually, that's not true. I was thinking you could do Back Charger, but you have to pay 1 for that. So it might not actually work the way that I'm thinking. Yeah, you have to have cards to lay them down, like Exploit Vulnerability, Thieving Cut, something else like that, to be able to put some of those Luxem cards into memory. So it will be an uphill battle, but Rainy Day has shown us that he can do it. If he can do it once, he can definitely do it again. So
Absolutely, yeah. The chance is definitely there. He is by no means out of this match yet.
Yeah.
And we're going to see in Game 3 exactly how that goes together.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, we're going to go into the final game of the final round. Man, this is going to be really interesting. Let's see the players' opening hands here.
Yep. So Harunda turn 1 is probably just pass. Okay. That's kind of the expected move here. Probably playing something fast in order to set up for a nasty turn 2.
Yeah.
And Rainy Day moving forward in his own. Oh no, still glimpsing. So we haven't seen action yet.
Yeah, exactly. So he
3
kept the dungeon
cards
guide.
down. Yep.
He got another dungeon guide. Okay,
Ooh,
that's okay.
Okay.
It's not quite what he wants to see, though. Yeah.
And an Unmake Duality.
That's a pretty good turn 1, right?
Unmake Duality is a pretty good turn there. Yeah.
Oh man. This is gonna
This
get.
is the plus that he's looking for. Unmake Duality, obviously a more recent inclusion in the deck since you can no longer play Ryle, but it is a +1 that's almost as good as Ryle was.
Yeah.
With the one downside of being slow, so you kind of show your opponent what you're up to. But
Yeah.
it's a lot harder for your opponent to interact with, especially with all those Topsies running around. If Rainy Day runs into a Topsy here, that would be pretty good. Although with the Unmake Duality, it's not going to brick Harunda's turn 2.
Yeah.
Right? He needs slightly more than that in order to make it work. But he is potentially in a good position with Topsy. I think Topsy would be a great help here.
Yeah. I think for Rainy Day here, you almost just have to play the Gentle Respite, right?
You could play the Gentle Respite. There is also a case to DG to turn 1, DG to level 1.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be his move.
That is pretty expensive. You're basically
very
taxing
much
yourself
is.
at that point, right?
Yeah.
You're
yeah,
paying
yeah.
2 for the level 1. Yeah, and then really think about what is the benefit there. But
Right.
yeah.
The other thing is he kind of wants to be able
Does
to
he have
hold
his
back.
own unmake?
Oh, that would be pretty good.
Is that
I mean,
what
especially
he's-
because he's going to be digging for
does.
a Resolute, right?
He does, yeah. So he's going to go this way, exactly, digging for that Resolute. Wait, is that it? No, Creative
No,
Shock
doesn't look
and
like
another
Mansion.
exploit,
Yep.
it looks like.
So still some more cards, but he's likely to get taxed here on turn 1. This is
Yeah.
going to be an unfortunate hit, I think.
Okay. All right, Vanitas. On
Vanitas
Materialization,
one.
Creative Shock.
Creative Shock here, yep.
If he
And-
hits a Liminal Guide, oh my goodness, he hit a
Yup.
Liminal Guide with that blind creative?
It wasn't blind. There was one card left in hand.
It was? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. Can you imagine? Draws 2, finds a Liminal, chucks into the yard. Oh my goodness.
Imagine I've done it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why you do it.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no extra interaction from Rainy Day's side. Topsy would have been a huge hit at that point. Dungeon Guide here, exactly on time.
Yep. Okay, we're going to be able to banish 2.
Yep, and then 2 more cards down, and let's see what horse.
It's going to be, looks like Dilu he has in hand already.
Yeah, if he has a Dilu, that's definitely the preferable choice here.
It is a Dilu. Okay, what card is, oh, okay, Volta first, though.
Ah, going directly for Volta, okay. Just to make sure that the Resolute stand on turn 1 doesn't prevent the
exist.
damage here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I
Okay.
respect that, because he can't hold Volta
Yeah.
and still bust through the Resolute on turn 1.
Yeah.
So this makes a lot of sense. 3 damage from the other allies, 3 damage from Vanitas, and of course the taxation is active. This is going to make Rainy Day's day a hell of a lot rainier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. He has the dungeon guys, but he doesn't have the resolutes, right?
Right.
And in that case, that last turn, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have the resolutes. Now, finding some floating memory is not too bad, though, to be honest.
Yeah, that definitely helps with the taxation problem. So at least he'll be able to go to level 1 with only burning 1 card out of his hand.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether or not this turns into something that can keep him in the game.
Yeah.
The 2 glimpse off of Xander level 1's on enter. Always nice to see. Kind of letting you see what is available. I can't quite tell. Oh, there we go.
TG and Excalibur, I think?
Going 1 and 1. Do we think he's keeping, most likely keeping the Excalibur?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he has enough DGs, right? You don't need a third DG.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
And as long as he gets to level 3 and is able to have the Excalibur on hand for the Infernal Vessel, he has the same shot that he did in the previous game, being able to Lux some sight and keep himself active.
Yeah, we're going to return to the archive for this, though, and draw cards. And then, I mean, the recover's pretty good, right? Draw a card, floating memory. I think this is the plan. So I'm just going to pay through the taxes by doing floating memory, but of course,
Yeah,
sensor.
that's what the sensor is for.
I hate sensors too, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, sensor comes in. That means all of that work of you putting floating memory into graveyard no longer matters. They lose all ability, including that line that says floating memory.
Yep.
Yep.
Another 6 damage coming through. No additional plays for Harunda, which makes sense. You don't always have another play at this stage of the game.
Usually, Harunda's on what, like 3 influence? so
Probably
far?
about 3,
Yeah.
So if he's lucky,
Okay.
that could be a horse. Most likely, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Or maybe a Searing Rebuke if Rainy Day tries something particularly cheeky.
Oh, that's true. Yes, there is that option. Okay.
But
so
Rainy Day going up to level 2 now.
Wow, paying for
burning
3
cards for the privilege.
feels so bad. But it has to be done, right? Because if you don't do it, I mean, you're basically going to lose anyways.
Yep.
Um,
Getting his, looked like the return to the archive back?
No, he got the exploit vulnerability back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just being able to cycle through another card.
Yeah, usually, I mean, in most of those cases, you do want to just get your cantrips back so you can effectively draw a card.
And there goes the exploit vulnerability again. Standard, really.
Okay.
But now we are at level 3,
Yep.
and Rainy Day again passing the turn.
Yeah. It's actually pretty good. He is able to. Rainy Day has gotten himself basically to the point of level 3. At this point, though, it's still going to be a little tricky, but at least with things like Luxem Sight in hand, it can potentially signal a stabilization.
Yep.
Do we see a backup charger here?
From Rainy Day?
To basically banish the last card and drop 3 cards down. It does hurt, but if you think about it, okay, no, or we just Lux, yeah. Excalibur instead.
So the Thurible coming down, Harunda realizing, I think Harunda had the Lava Soul Tiger in hand.
Yeah.
So Thurible giving him the extra card that he needed in order to be able to play it that turn.
Yep.
And Rainy Day correctly popping it immediately with the Excalibur. Can't hang on to that for the Infernal Vessel when you have a 5/5 staring you down in the face.
Yeah.
And Rainy Day revealing a Gleaming Cut. So a pretty nice find for him.
Yeah.
Potentially setting him up for finding some more recovery.
Yeah.
Because that is absolutely what he needs in order to stay in this game. He's going to need a Luxem Sight if he wants to keep himself alive.
Yeah, pulling in Uncover the Plot as well, though. So, and with as well as the Crystallized Destiny. So, definitely has some options here.
Yeah, a lot of potential. These Luxem cards definitely very powerful.
Yeah. We're going to uncover, get a prep, heal some more in a pretty good, comfortable
okay,
position.
so he has, in fact, found his all-important Luxem Sight,
Yeah.
which means we're going to see an Infernal Vessel here.
Do you see what I see? I see another Luxem Sight.
Yeah, well, the other Luxem Sight isn't going to help until he finds a second Excalibur.
He did banish one of them, use another one, right? Yeah, that's going to be pretty tricky if he doesn't have another one.
Yeah, how many Excaliburs is he running? Let me double-check. Looks like only 2 Excaliburs.
That means he has no more left.
Did one of them get burned?
He banished one for the level up, and he just used one. So I think that Infernal Vessel is going to stay.
Well, unless he also brought in some Mustangs. I think he has not a lot of ways.
He did actually bring Mustangs in for sure, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he has the potential then to be able to stomp on this Infernal Vessel and get himself back into the game.
Yeah.
But without recovery, he's dead in, what, 2 turns? Less?
1. 1. Look at the
Yeah,
board.
this is 9. This is a 9 damage swing.
Yes.
So if Rainy Day doesn't have something next turn to keep himself alive, the next 9 damage swing is definitely going to call this game.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's not forget
Rainy Day,
things
can
like,
you draw yourself out of this one?
Yeah, and let's not forget things like Impact Hammer, just in
Right?
case.
Yeah, Harunda always has the ability to materialize extra damage here.
Yeah. You have Impact Hammer, you have the Visage, right? So Beast Soul Visage. There's a lot of options here. So I think, yeah, backup charger.
Yep, Rainy Day spending the Luxem Sight in order to materialize the backup charger.
Yeah.
Because what he needs here is enough cards to find an answer.
Yeah.
He desperately needs to dig here.
He is not happy about this situation that he's in.
No, this is terrible for
Yeah.
Rainy Day.
But let's
Drawing
see.
the card into memory for the backup charger,
Okay.
revealing the Luxem Sight and recovering 0. How unfortunate. And the next card is nothing. Wisdom's Reprise?
Yeah, he
Reprise?
drew a Wisdom Reprise, yes.
Well, that is another card draw.
Let's see what he can get. Okay. He pulled a card in. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that revealing from his memory is really going to get him very far here.
Yeah.
Like, unless that was a Gleaming Cut and he also has an Uncover in hand, which I don't think I see an Uncover in his hand.
I wonder if on Teapot Materialization, Rainy Day should have gone for a release on the Spirit. Just to
maybe.
recover a little bit more before the prevention of 3 comes in. Because right now, if he releases, he can prevent 3.
Right.
Or sorry, he can recover
Yeah,
3
he
instead of
recovers 3
6.
here.
Which is,
But
yeah.
recovering 3 down to 16 means he dies exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, had he done it on Teapot, it would have
Oh,
been.
but he has the Resolute. Okay.
Yeah.
So Resolute here is pretty good. I was kind of expecting the Hammer from Harunda instead of the Beast Soul Visage. The Beast Soul Visage means he gets the 2 extra damage through with Dilu. But it does mean... Oh, no, Volta's still out.
But Volta's ability is on Inter, right?
Oh, it is on Enter. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
right,
it's not.
right,
It's
right,
just.
yeah.
It's not for
Okay,
like
it's
the
just
rest of the
on Enter,
game
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So that means that he's not being taxed this turn.
And look at
So
this
that's
free.
really
Look at
solid.
this free Xander getting free stuff already. Drawing 2 cards with that Chalice of Blood, Crystallized Destiny, and of course I think it was Create a Shock, I believe. No,
that's what
return to the archive. Return to the archive actually.
Okay, okay.
It's gonna reveal.
Well, Crystallized Destiny with the Fractal of Sparks out isn't going to do a whole lot, unfortunately.
Flip the extra card.
The Gleaming Cut to keep pulling more cards into his influence, but he still needs to find an answer.
Creative, yeah. I mean, I think the
Didn't
Mustang.
he release?
No, he didn't release
Oh, okay,
yet.
okay.
No.
Oh, because he had the Resolute. Yeah, he was fine.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, Harunda doing the
also
same thing that
checking,
I did.
just in case.
Wait,
just in
didn't
case.
you? How
I
did
don't
you
know.
survive? Oh, yeah, the Resolute.
And so, like, this is really interesting, right? Like, had he released, he couldn't have done that play earlier. But he's I guess a little bit heals a little extra. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
different
willing to
options
give
here.
up the 3 recover in order to keep his options open, in order to keep
Yeah.
the ability to use these fire cards for as late as he has.
Striking Luminance coming in here. So we're going to be able to send it in prepared, and then no, sorry, not prepared. We're
not
just
prepared, but it's still enough damage to kill a 5/3 Dilu.
Yeah, get rid of the
but
Dilu instead.
Harunda is representing lethal here, even through the recovery.
Well, so Rainy Day does have Crystallized Destiny in hand. So I think Harunda has to have some way to prevent prevention of damage.
Like Fractal of Sparks, perhaps?
Yeah, actually, that's right. So this is the really tricky part, right? So he knows that he can prevent 1 damage, but that's not enough. So yeah, release it now.
Recover 3.
Correct. Okay. Take 3.
Then taking the 5 from the hammer-wielding Vanitas, puts him at 23, I think? Yeah, down to 18 and then back up to 23.
Bruner's actually thinking on the release.
Yeah.
Or rather, he let the release resolve.
Yeah, so Rainy Day now, with the attack still in progress.
Yeah. He's going to attempt to Crystallize Destiny.
Yeah, and of course the Fractal of Sparks will break it.
Yep. Still going to take the
5
5
damage coming in.
6, 7. That's it.
That's it.
No more ways to release. Nothing else to release.
Wow, it's always such a struggle. Rainy Day put up a heck of a fight, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you know, that matchup was just going to be really tough, right?
Yeah.
That
absolutely,
Vanitas,
100%.
you know, being the bully deck of Grand Archive, is definitely going to bully this deck quite a lot. Honestly, Teapot, I mean, that card is really strong against what Rainy Day has, and if you know, given that he only has 2 Excaliburs, I think one of them has to be reserved for getting rid of the Teapot. It really just it feels so bad to be in that position, right, without it. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, what can I say? Like, this is a very hard matchup for Rainy Day, and he put forth a valiant effort. Just a really incredible struggle in order to get as far as he did.
He did.
And,
he did.
You know, he fought it out to the very end. Every single point mattered, you know, down to right to the very end.
Right to the very end. I like Game 2. Game 2 was really fun, too, right?
Yeah.
So it's showing you different ways that, you know, if you were able to Excalibur the Teapot, right, and then stabilize with consistent Luxem Sight, I mean, there was no way for the Vanitas players to deal with, like, what you already have in your memory, right? If you don't spend it, I can't do anything about it. Now,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Rainy Day was doing that without any materialization as well. So that was pretty strong, right? But, of course, you know, if you don't draw the right card, if you don't draw the right card in the right time, I mean, he had 2 Dungeon Guides, but no Resolute really early. Not that it would have mattered. I mean, you know, Harunda had the Volda, but let's pretend it doesn't have the Volda. Having the Resolute Stand, having the DG would have also been really good to kind of get into that late game for the Luxem, you know, player to be able to do some of that stabilization that we're talking about.
Absolutely. And I mean, yeah, it you know, like you said, it worked for him in Game 2, so it definitely wasn't out of the question. But you know, always an uphill struggle.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I say all this, right?
Yeah.
But of course, the way that the Vanitas deck is kind of built is absolutely 100% against, pretty much anti that Luxem deck, right? Because what does Luxem want? Luxem wants a lot of cards that they don't want to spend.
Right.
Well, to do that, you have to draw more cards. That's why there's Tangu in that material deck. That's why there's Backup Charger, right? But you can't really materialize those because you're going to lose cards for them. So you're going to go, you know, basically influence even neutral by doing this instead of positive. And then in addition to that, you know, normally Luxem basically can have cards in hand. They don't have to do much because they can heal with Luxem Sight. Well, he's spending cards that he normally wants at the end of the game early to just get rid of things on the board.
Yep,
so,
absolutely. Yeah, really a tough position because it's really a tough matchup, you know?
Yeah.
Harunda's deck definitely built to take advantage of the play pattern that Luxem tries to use. And, you know, the flip side of it, Luxem exactly trying to use the play pattern that Vanitas is preying on.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have Harunda join us at the table here for a quick interview. It's going to be pretty interesting just to kind of do that, while the rest of the room is, I think, cleaning up a little bit. And we're also setting up for the top 16.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're going to be moving into this interview, and let's say hello, Harunda.
Hi, Harunda.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
All right, so let me set the stage for you, right? It's your winning in, you're 4-2.
Yeah.
You have this monster of an opening hand, and you see your opponent go to Xander 1.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I'm like, ooh, thank you. It's not Ciel.
So anything that can really ruin my game plan. It's a deck that wants to go to 3, so I can effectively use the Vynstein.
Great, yeah, and that's kind of how it played out, right?
Mhm.
Game 2 looked like a pretty valiant struggle from your opponent.
Yeah.
Did you think that he was going to win that one, or did you feel like you had it in the bag?
I felt like if I drew any better cards, like if I had a fire interference for once, if I had that, then I could have been able to at least start ramping up the damage, because I would have been dealing like 1 to 4 damage each turn, just with Fantastic Swing, and then with just like the ping from like the fractal sparks.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, in the end, worked out well for you.
Yep.
So 5-2 now. I don't know if you've checked your tiebreakers. Where does that put you, do you think, in the overall standings?
I think I should make it into top 16. But
Okay,
I'm
that's
not
awesome.
Cool, very cool.
Yeah, I have a quick question about earlier in the game too. Like, so in game 2, right? So you were staring down like what Luxem was doing. At what point did you feel like, okay, that's a lot of healing, and then you were thinking, man, this is gonna be like, well, what other options did you have to be able to push more damage? Maybe another Lava Soul Tiger or something like that?
Yeah, I was hoping for just any other ally that I could just punch in for 3 and then negate 1 Luxem sight, because he only had 2. It was the Dungeon Guide and the Heavenly Guide out.
Yeah.
But I was just hoping that I could just swing for more damage and then push him, put some pressure, just so that when he does do the Xander trigger, I could ping myself for 1 and then do the shell to deal 3.
Yeah. And today, obviously you performed really well in this event. I'm kind of curious, what made you think about bringing this Vanitas deck to this tournament?
Well, as you know me,
Yes.
I'm a Jin player.
Yeah.
I'm a Jin 1 trick.
Now
I
you're
feel-
Vanitas 2 trick?
Oh yeah. No, well, see, I'm role playing today.
Oh, okay.
I work with taxes, so I'm just working unpaid overtime right now.
That's right. That's right. He's saying my normal job is taxes. I'm going to also do this and bring the pain in Grand Archive.
Of course, you see all these Genbu players. They're like drawing a lot of cards, milling, float. What am I
They
supposed
can't
to do?
keep getting away with it.
I can't do that with Jin. The second I bring out plate, Fracturize, Excalibur,
Yeah.
and then you cry.
That's right. You cry. Well, Haruna, thank you so much, and congratulations on your winning in. And we'll look forward to seeing you at the pricing later. But yes. Everyone else, we do also have another interview coming up soon. We're going to be interviewing the overall event winner, which is Christian.
Yeah.
TM32
So,
Christian.
Fantastic performance, I think, by all of the players here, but especially our #1 winner, Duck Hats.
Yeah.
So.
And you,
really well done.
you saw Duck Hats earlier, right, on stream when he was doing the Ciel against another Vanitas player. Yeah. So this is really interesting, right? We had one Vanitas winner, and now we're going to bring in the Vanitas Slayer, I guess, back onto the interview.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Hey, Christian.
welcome back. How's it going?
Good. Very good.
Yeah, you're pretty happy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to get here. I started off with the round 1 draw against Bailey.
Yeah, but you did it. I mean, you defended against a lot of different decks. It looks like you probably beat the Fire Crux Lorraine as well.
Yep.
Yeah, how do you feel after that match?
The Fire Crux Lorraine, I was a little bit worried. Like, I did take a game loss early in the tournament to Fire Lorraine, especially if they open something like 3 of Hearts Liminal Guide into Cheshire Cat with a Nerd Sword.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, fortunately, like, I think my opponent got a little unlucky that one.
Okay. Well, that's nice for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your path up to the tournament? Now that you've kind of played through all this, is there anything you would have done differently?
I can be honest, I did not test the deck that much. This was kind of the test run for the deck. Okay. It was interesting. There was a lot of parts I didn't like. I definitely bricked more than I wanted to this tournament. So, yeah, maybe something to look at later.
Yeah.
And I'm also very lucky that no one was playing normal dragon. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So did you manage to dodge all of the Seryu deck on the way up?
No, there's 2 different versions of Seryu. There's the standard turbo version where they go straight up to 3 and then try and murder you as fast as possible. And the other one is they take their time, try and draw a lot of cards, and then like get the game to a state where it's, okay, it's safe to go for the combo kill you. I'm really good into I don't know, really good. I'm like pretty good into the latter, and I auto lose to the former. So
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't see any of those.
Yeah. So I mean, expanding that a little bit too, is this field today that you saw, was that what you expected?
Well, I didn't really expect that much dragon. I think a lot of people here have an aversion to playing dragon.
Okay.
Understandable.
Yeah, I think that's part of the sort of Northern California meta. You know, people here are a lot more interested in playing water, I think, than playing wind.
Yeah, the water Diana deck was very popular.
Yeah.
And is probably my scariest match.
Ooh, okay. Because that was, really popular. You know, we saw, 4 water Dianas in the top 16 at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that deck's really good. Also, if you look on Fractal of Insight, the matchup spread on water Diana is like mostly positive across the board. It's kinda
Wow.
crazy.
Okay.
Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah.
Cool. That's cool. I like seeing such an aggressive deck that's doing well, but still has like that kind of interplay, as opposed to, you know, just straight up fire aggro or whatever.
Yeah, despite all the graveyard hate, that deck has like fights through it pretty well. So
Yeah. If you had to do it all again, would you pick a different deck?
no,
All right.
I like Ciel a lot. I find it one of the more fun decks to play right now for me. So
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations on your first place victory here at the NorCal Regionals.
great, thank you.
We're going to see you again in the prizing ceremony, I think.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you so much. All right, guys. That is, of course, round 7. That is also the end of the event. Of course, you know, we have our winner, Christian Duck Hats, one of the NorCal locals that I see actually quite often. I thought it was interesting that he said in the interview that, like, you know, it was not a deck that he was testing a lot or hasn't perfected it yet. Definitely saw some, you know, parts that he didn't like, that he's probably going to go back into the drawing board and labs and really engineer this deck a little bit more. So, I mean, that just goes to show that, like, it's a lot of skill in the player as well, right? Being in that
absolutely.
position, it's like, oh, this is not my most optimal version of this deck, but still doing this well in a regional of 93 players.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I kind of feel what he was saying. You know, my experience with Ciel leads me to believe that it has the potential to brick pretty badly sometimes. So, you know, if that's something that he thinks he can deck build his way out of, then more power to him, and I really want to see those results.
Yeah. And honestly, over here, like, I was expecting maybe like a different field, and it's kind of funny, but yeah, like, I think it worked out pretty well for him. I also didn't expect to see 2 Vanitas today on stream. But, you know, something like that happens. And it was good to see, like, you know, one Vanitas, how it would be countered, and then another one where, hey, you know, this is what happens when you actually kind of almost min-max Vanitas.
Right, yeah, absolutely. It just really showed kind of both sides of the deck and the power level. You know, it's people aren't just playing this as a no-brainer deck. People aren't just playing into games that they sort of win or lose on a coin flip. It's really a powerful deck. It has a lot of advantages.
Yeah, definitely does. I mean, a lot of the players today, you know, came out to this event, slugged through, 7-8 hours? Maybe like 10 hours actually of game. So that's pretty cool.
It's a lot.
So basically, that's going to do it for us for this event and for this event's stream coverage. There will, of course, be a award ceremony after this that we will live broadcast to you. First, I want to say thank you to all the viewers. Thank you to all the viewers out there joining us and cheering us on and, you know, commenting and being, you know, kind of involved there. Thank you all to all the players for showing up to this event and, of course, you know, grinding it through, and hopefully you had a lot of fun. And, of course, thank you to all of the staff and all the organizers for putting this event up, right? And all of, you know, the people behind the scenes that you don't see that make sure all these lights, these cameras that you're seeing, that we can deliver this Ascent level production to you for a regional. Yeah.
Big shout outs to TalkGA and associated people for putting together this whole stream and really making it the best possible event that we could.
Yeah, and I think I'll just say one thing. I actually saw a question, something about like what's it called? Preview season, all that stuff for RDO. The really funny thing about this is I think TalkGA is going to have a really nice card that we're going to reveal on our preview. So don't miss out. We're going to. We do. And the best part is so TalkGA has a tradition where we don't see the card.
Oh, okay.
So none of us on the team has seen it. So normally what we do is we will usually see the card like a couple days before. Just again trying to get that really raw reaction to the field rather than like, you know, having like a lot more time to prep for it. I think we just kind of like to do things that way. Honestly, we're just not even good enough at the game to be able to like, give our expert opinions anyway. So we felt like energetic raw reaction is usually a little bit more fun. And we can usually play some sort of game out of it. Anyways, It's not about that. I'm just letting you guys know. So we will be dropping an episode of our podcast soon with that reveal. That's on schedule. I kind of don't remember the schedule, but this is why I don't run the schedules, and Eva definitely knows. But yeah, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, and thank you, Jim, for joining me today and for slogging through like 10 hours.
Yeah, no. It's this is what I live for. You know, I really like the game, and I really like being able to share this game with other people.
Yeah.
So very happy to be at this desk and looking forward to doing more.
Great. Awesome. Cool. All right, that's going to do it for our stream here at the caster's table. But we're going to go off layer, and we'll see you next time. But remember, stay tuned for the award ceremony.
Have a good night, folks.
See ya.
Hello, this is Eva from TalkGA here. Thanks so much for tuning into our stream for the NorCal Regional. We've made it to the end of the tournament. For those who stuck around for all 7 rounds, you're goated and you're poggers. Whatever the kids say. As we're now setting up for our award ceremony, let me leave you with one final Grand Archive lore tidbit. Did you know that in the Alice in Wonderland books, the White Queen chess character, who in Grand Archive is the card Snow White Weiss Queen, has a daughter? And that daughter is also a card in this game. Her name is Lily. Have you ever noticed that Lily is wearing a little crown on her head? Unfortunately, there are a few other Underland cards in which I've spotted characters wielding crowns while not being known as royalty, so it's not the best evidence, but given that Lily has been pictured with the Weiss King on the card called Castling, and this was the biggest clue for me, she appears in a Path of Silver set called Tri-Castles, alongside all of the other characters that we know of as royalty in Lucenia. I believe it's fairly likely that she is the Weiss Princess. Thank you so much for allowing me to babble on about the Grand Archive lore. Before I sign off, please do allow me to shout out everyone who's responsible for bringing this stream and this regional to you. The tournament is being hosted by Sevon of FinalCut TCG, a fantastic game store in Gold River, California near Sacramento that specializes in TCGs and their accessories. Our esteemed judges at this regional are Vynstein, Remetic, ChromatiK, and MDuo13. The stream is brought to you by TalkGA, of course with the casting talents of JimTheEternal, one of the hosts of the meta-focused podcast, The Korhazi Outlook, check them out, and Mark from SolarGames, one of our TalkGA hosts. The stream production team is Fome, Snorlax, and myself. And our featured community fan artist is Kani, who is here with a booth of their incredible fan art and custom altars. In a moment, feel free to check out Kani's art and a preview of the merch that they have here. Thank you so much to everyone who makes the NorCal Regional possible, whether behind the scenes or as a player here, or even just you tuning into the stream on the internet. Thank you, thank you. So for now, BRB.
Grand Archive, thank you very much, everyone, for coming tonight. We have just finished 7 rounds with 93 players. First off, I noticed there was a lot of new players tonight. I want to give a round of applause for them for coming out. I saw new players. I saw people with their first events. It's always great to see in the game. Without further ado, we have top 16 tonight. In first, we have Duck Hats. You got these. You gotta carry a lot. Hold on. Good job, Christian.
Thank you.
No worries. In second, we have Show. Congratulations, man. Thank you. Oh, wait, Show. Yeah, you get much more than that. Here, grab that for you. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. I was like, you still get this, don't worry. In third, we have Mucus. There you go, buddy. All this is yours. Good job, buddy. In fourth, we have Blink. What's that? That'd be great, yeah. Right over here, boss. Good job, man. Thank you. He's got you. Thank you. In fifth, we have Fallen Boo 14. Good job, buddy. Good job, Chow. In sixth, we have Anthony 0313. Good job, buddy. In seventh, we have Quick. There we go. Right over here. Good job, bud. In eighth, we have the Rain Goddess. He's got you right here. Good job, bud. In ninth, Like Bailey. Good job, buddy. Got you right over here. Go this way. It's all the same now. Good job, bud. And 10th is Lucid Marauder.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy. And 11th is Nida.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy. In 12th is Sano. 13th is Nishtu. Good job, Ernesto. Good job, buddy. Let's see here. And then in 14th, we have Harunda. Good job, bud. 15th, we have KDiPas. Good job, buddy. And 16th is Sapphic Snake. Good job. And as tradition, the Bubble Mage is Frankie Doodle. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out. We really appreciate you coming out for this PTM Regional. We hope to do it again next time. Have a great night. Okay, where do you want me to go?